Chapter 1292. 1292, Lu Ming's Killing Path. Ling Ling, you have a friend now. Can you buy me a drink too? A white-haired old man walked over and smiled. Fifth Grandpa, of course you can, the little girl said with a smile. The small mountain village was very simple. No one was scheming, and their smiles were clean. Lu Ming could not help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very sweet. Big brother, is it good? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. It's good. Lu Ming smiled. Thank you, big brother. The little girl revealed a happy smile and jumped around. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang with a pleasant sound. The people in the small mountain village were all very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people to watch. However, most of them were very simple and honest. They smiled at Lu Ming, and their smiles revealed their sincerity. I wonder what this illusionary realm will test. Lu Ming sipped his milk tea, and a thought flashed across his mind. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of the air being cut. It was very light, like a child holding a sharp blade and stabbing it at Lu Ming. The sound was very light. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he could still hear it clearly. It was Ling Ling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it at Lu Ming's stomach. At this moment, the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was filled with ferocity. Kill! The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated slightly and dodged the little girl's attack. Kill! A cold shout came from behind. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, was also holding a sword and stabbing at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Following that, the old man on the right, the little girl's fifth grandpa, who was simple and honest earlier, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, just like an ordinary villager. However, each of them seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill him. Lu Ming retreated casually and dodged all the attacks. However, they did not give up and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Other than the little girl and the rest, the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. What are you guys doing? Lu Ming shouted. However, no one said a word. They charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to charge at him. All around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers rushed towards Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, and all kinds of weapons were thrust and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack. He wanted to soar into the sky and leave this place, but he realized that he could not. He was blocked by a force. Kill! More and more villagers charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding Ling Ling. The little girl, Ling Ling, was at the forefront. She aimed a dagger at Lu Ming's stomach. Lu Ming dodged continuously, but the number of villagers increased, and they surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's gaze turned colder and colder. I don't kill innocent people, but if you want to kill me, then I'm not innocent. Since we're enemies, then I'll kill you. Kill! As soon as Lu Ming uttered the word kill, a cold killing intent burst out from his body. A long spear appeared in his hands. With a flash of the long spear, the sky was filled with spear shadows. The spear was thrust out, and the first to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear ray pierced through the space between her eyebrows, nailing her to the ground. After that, it was the young woman and the simple-minded fifth grandfather. An originally kind and simple person had been assassinated by Lu Ming. At first, Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, his gaze was soon replaced by a cold look. On the path of martial arts, since he had to kill, he would kill them thoroughly. Kill! Kill! The spear ray howled. How could these villagers resist it? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village, and blood dyed the paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward and walked out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions. In the end, they all turned into corpses. Very soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village and saw a town that was even bigger than the previous village. Many people saw Lu Ming and shouted with red eyes, "Murderer! He's killing the innocent! Kill him!" In the town, more and more people were charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have a choice. He could only kill his way out. Blood qi filled the air, and millions of corpses lay on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw him would want to kill him. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He exuded a cold, killing intent, and his gaze became colder and colder. Outside, in the great hall, Earth One was staring at a round ball in front of him. The image on the ball was the one where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space, and a golden figure appeared beside Earth One. Goal 1. Earth One nodded. How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right? Gold One said. I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. If he meets an enemy, he must kill them no matter what. This is necessary. If he's soft-hearted, he'll only die in the hands of the enemy. However, in the endless slaughter, in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, you have to stay clear-headed and keep your heart unchanged. Some people's hearts will slowly change in the endless slaughter and eventually turn into killing machines. But that's useless. Dao Tuyi's brows furrowed slightly. That's right. Humans are easily lost, Gold One said. Suddenly, the space moved again, and a few more figures appeared. They were puppets like 2E, but their colors were different. They were Lightning One, Wood One, Water One, and so on. The moment these figures appeared, they all stared at the round ball without blinking. It's been so many years. I hope this kid can pass. Gold One sighed. Everyone looked on silently. Lu Ming's massacre continued. His eyes were getting redder and redder, and the killing intent on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything. There was a voice in his mind that kept roaring as if it wanted to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing intent was born in Lu Ming's heart, not from the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. Suppress. Suddenly, a loud voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. It was the voice from the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming shivered, and his mind regained a trace of clarity. That's not right. I, Lu Ming, have only killed my enemies and not the innocent. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still my enemies and have nothing to do with others. Even if I have to kill, I'll kill those who deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's mind whirred, and his eyes slowly regained clarity. In the end, he simply sat down cross-legged, and his mind entered a state of emptiness. In the outside world, the attacks landed on Lu Ming's body and dissipated one after another, unable to hurt him at all. Chapter 1293. 1293 Martial Technique of Creation, Earth Origin Technique. After a few hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared. There was only calmness and peace. The people around him were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, and his essential core burst forth, condensing into an endless spear light. He pierced through the people and killed them all. However, this time, Lu Ming's heart did not waver at all. On this path filled with killing, he would no longer be controlled by killing and become a killing machine. In the hall, Earth One, Gold One, and the others smiled when they saw this. He passed the first test, Earth One said with a smile. Although I passed the first stage, the later stages are even more difficult. Gold One sighed. Don't rush. Take it one step at a time. Earth One said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time, Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear radiance burst forth from his body. He traveled dozens of miles with each step. With every step he took, everything that stood in his way was turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming was back in the passageway. Congratulations on passing the first stage. A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. This is only the first stage? It's really difficult. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. After entering this passage, there would be endless killing intent that would suddenly descend on them. Then, they would enter the illusion and lose themselves in the killing. Initially, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second stage. He did not expect that it was only the first stage. The first stage was already so difficult. Who knew what they would face in the future? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. He strode forward. The passage was very long and seemed to have no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour, and the passage in front suddenly became wide, like a stone room. The stone room was filled with dense and mysterious carvings. One could faintly feel the aura of the earth. In front of the stone room, there was a yellow light curtain blocking the way. On the walls, there is the Earth Essence martial technique, the Earth Aeon technique. Only those who have successfully cultivated the Earth Aeon technique can break through the light curtain. You can only pass this stage if you have successfully comprehended the Earth Aeon technique on the walls. You only have half a year. The voice from before rang in Lu Ming's mind again. Martial skill of Earth Essence, Earth Origin technique, to successfully cultivate it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The assessment this time was a martial arts technique of the creation of the earth. Furthermore, it would take half a year. Lu Ming was absolutely confident. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall, and he began to comprehend them in detail. In Lu Ming's eyes, the carvings seemed to come to life. They were like tiny snakes slithering on the wall, turning into wonderful martial arts techniques. Earth Concept Martial Technique. How wonderful! As soon as he looked at it, Lu Ming felt that this martial arts technique of creation was extremely wonderful and mysterious. It seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had previously cultivated the martial arts technique, Thunder God Strike, with the concept of thunder. The difficulty of cultivating the Thunder God Strike was already astonishingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial arts techniques. However, the difficulty level of the Earth Aeon technique was much higher than that of the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there and observed it carefully for 3 days, but he still could not find any clues. It was no wonder that he would be able to pass the test as long as he succeeded in cultivating it within half a year. The difficulty of cultivation was simply too great. In the hall, Earth won, Gold won, and the others watched quietly. I wonder if this kid can successfully comprehend it within half a year, someone said. If you really need half a year to successfully comprehend it, then there's no hope for the later stages. Gold One said. That's right. Based on past experience, the shorter the time used, the greater the chances of success. Some people only manage to comprehend it in half a year or even 5 months. This shows that their potential is limited, and they will definitely fail in the later stages. Earth One sighed. The shorter the time he took to pass this checkpoint, the greater the hope he would have in the future. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days, but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he successfully comprehended it within 3 months will he have the hope of passing the test. Gold One said. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. It was already quite good to be able to comprehend it in half a year. To comprehend it in 3 months was simply too difficult. In the stone room, Lu Ming was still motionless, carefully sensing the carvings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those marks seemed to have turned into tiny people who were practicing the martial arts technique of the creation of the earth and the Earth Aeon technique. The core of the martial technique of conception is the conception. The potential and power of the conception can be fully exerted. The power can be exerted by 10 times or even 100 times. Therefore, to practice the martial technique of conception, one must start from the conception. Slowly, Lu Ming closed his eyes. The tiny figures formed by the marks disappeared, leaving only the will of the earth in Lu Ming's heart. Slowly, the Earth Essence realm and the marks began to overlap. In this place, one could not use the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time passed by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, a month. After a month and a half, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He took a step forward and the ground let out a dull roar. At the same time, he threw a punch. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as a thunderbolt. It seemed to suppress everything and had a feeling of the prison suppressing heavenly art. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He kept swinging his fists and the void rumbled and exploded. In the main hall, Earth One, Gold One, and the other's eyes lit up. That's fast. It's only been half a month, and he's already grasped the technique. Amazing. It's too amazing. Although he has only touched the door, it has only been 1.5 months. He really has a chance to succeed in the training in 3 months. Ha! There's hope. Earth One, Gold One, and the others exclaimed excitedly, their eyes revealing a strong sense of hope. They had waited for too long and did not want to wait any longer. In the stone room, Lu Ming was practicing nonstop, seemingly without stopping. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger, and the world trembled with his punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the earth concept burst forth with a fist force. It was extremely powerful. The Earth Element Technique. This was the Earth Element Technique. Lu Ming had successfully cultivated it. Although they were both artistic conception martial skills, the Earth Aeon skill was obviously at a higher level than the Thunder God Strike, and it was more powerful as well. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the Thunder God Strike. 2.5 months. I don't know what level he's at. Let's get through this first. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He then stepped forward and came before the khaki-colored light screen. He threw a punch. Gotcha! The khaki-colored light screen shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming walked over and continued forward. Behind the light screen, there was still a passage, but not long after, Lu Ming came to another stone room. Chapter 1294. 1294 Battle between martial techniques and concepts. It was almost exactly the same as the previous stone room. The walls of the stone chamber were filled with carvings. The difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him, there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his way. The martial arts technique of the creation of fire, the fire elemental technique, is on the walls. Only by successfully cultivating the fire elemental technique within half a year can you break through the light curtain and enter the next level. That voice rang in Lu Ming's mind again. This time, it's the martial arts technique of the creation of fire, the fire elemental technique. Could it be that it is based on the intent realm I have comprehended? I have comprehended 5 types of intent realm. So do I have to practice 5 types of intent realm martial arts techniques? Lu Ming could not help but guess in his heart. He looked at the light screen, then walked over, activated the Earth Aeon technique, and punched it. After the violent fist force hit the light curtain, it did not move at all. Not even a ripple could be seen. Then, Lu Ming switched to the Thunder God Strike, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, and so on. However, they were all useless. There was not a single ripple on the light screen. As expected, it was useless to try to be opportunistic. He still needed to master the fire elemental technique successfully before he could pass the test. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He started to look at the engravings and started to understand the fire elemental technique. With his previous experience, Lu Ming got into the zone very quickly. The fire elemental technique was also more powerful than the Thunder God Strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time passed. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in flames, like a god of fire. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, unleashing a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire elemental technique. I've succeeded. I've successfully cultivated it again. Ha ha ha. It's still within 3 months. This time, it only took 2 months and 12 days. I've saved 3 days compared to the Earth Aeon technique. There's hope. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, Earth won, Gold won, and the others cheered in excitement. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a martial technique of creation took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming only took 2.5 months for the first technique and 3 days for the second technique. He had surpassed everyone else in the past. The shorter the time, the greater the potential. Only then would he have a chance to pass the final trial. Boom! Lu Ming pointed his finger and cast the fire elemental technique. The concept of fire gathered at the tip of his finger and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled and continued to walk forward. As Lu Ming had expected, they arrived at another stone room after a short walk. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room, and at the end of the stone room, there was also a light screen. This time, he needed to comprehend the martial technique of wind concept, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming did not want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time, Lu Ming had used 2 days less. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind element technique and pass this stage. Not long after, they arrived at the next stage. This time, it was the water elemental technique, a martial technique of the creation of water. This time, the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass this stage. Then, it was time for the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the martial technique, thunder origin technique, of the creation of thunder. Compared to Lu Ming, the thunder origin spell was much easier. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the Thunder God Strike before and had more experience in cultivating martial arts techniques with the concept of thunder. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used a total of 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning elemental technique and pass this stage. Congratulations, you've passed the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice rang in his mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful martial arts techniques of creation. I've really made a profit. Even if I don't get the chaos scripture this time, I've still made a profit. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. These 5 martial techniques of intent were priceless in the outside world. They were not comparable to techniques of intent like Thunder God Strike. Each of them was the best among the martial techniques of intent. If Lu Ming could cultivate the 5 types of martial arts techniques to the highest level, his combat strength would increase dramatically. Let's continue. I must get the chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a test, but he could obtain 5 such wonderful martial arts techniques of creation. The chaos scripture must be extremely amazing. Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, the light in front of him brightened up, and Lu Ming came to a fighting ring. The fighting stage was huge, with a length and width of more than 100 miles. The battle platform could be a test of combat prowess. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. When Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring, 5 figures suddenly condensed in front of him. The 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin colors were different. Some were yellow, some were green, some were blue, and some were red. It was similar to Earth One whom Lu Ming had seen before. It seemed to be a puppet. In the last round, use the Earth Origin Technique, Thunder Origin Technique, Fire Origin Technique, Water Origin Technique, and Wind Origin Technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Any other martial techniques will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. For the last trial, he only had to defeat these 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming just had a thought. Buzz! One of the 5 figures pounced toward Lu Ming. This figure was khaki-colored and was using the Earth Origin Technique. It threw a punch at Lu Ming, and the essence of the earth filled the air. A powerful pressure was exerted on Lu Ming. The puppet's cultivation level was not weaker than Lu Ming's. With the addition of the Earth Aeon technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! The vital essence in Lu Ming's body exploded, and the Earth concept spread. He cast the Earth Aeon technique and punched his opponent. When the two fists met, Lu Ming felt an earth-shattering force surging toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he could not help but retreat. Its mastery of the Earth Aeon technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Bang! The khaki-colored puppet stepped onto the fighting stage and charged toward Lu Ming. Its fist force was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. Undefeatable, Lu Ming had a thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's mastery of the Earth Aeon technique was not as good as his opponent's. He was not his opponent's match at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Roar! 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 A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body as the 9 streams of dragon energy exploded. The dragon power burst forth, and Lu Ming's strength increased dramatically. He cast the Earth Aeon technique and threw a punch. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because the khaki-colored puppet's strength had also increased rapidly. It was not any weaker than Lu Ming's dragon power. In addition to the more powerful Earth Aeon technique, the other party's strength still overwhelmed Lu Ming. Chapter 1295. 1295 Fusion of Martial Techniques and Concepts. Bang! The two fists collided and Lu Ming was still forced to retreat. Bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His third bloodline emerged and a surge of energy surged into his body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the khaki-colored puppet's strength would increase as well. Following that, Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art to increase its power. Correspondingly, the other party's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the other party would also increase his strength. It's indeed useless. In the end, we must use martial techniques of creation. Lu Ming sighed and put away his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the other party's strength had weakened as well. His basic strength was still at the same level as Lu Ming's. Then I'll fight with martial arts techniques of creation. Lu Ming only used his essential core and cast the Earth Aeon technique to fight the other party. Unfortunately, his opponent's martial arts technique of creation was more powerful than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match for his opponent. In less than 10 moves, he was blasted off the fighting ring. The moment Lu Ming got off the fighting ring, the other party stopped attacking. This trial seems to be very difficult. Only one khaki-colored puppet has made a move. There are still 4 other puppets who haven't made a move. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they join forces, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming was thinking quickly. It seems that I can only pass this stage by quickly improving the level of my martial arts techniques. Then, let's continue the battle. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He took a step forward and returned to the fighting ring. The martial arts technique of creation that the other party used was exactly the same as his. The continuous battle would be of great help to Lu Ming's understanding of the martial arts technique of creation. Buzz! This time, it wasn't the khaki-colored puppet that attacked. Instead, it was a fiery red puppet that attacked. It used the fire elemental technique and was filled with an explosive attack. Lu Ming also cast the fire elemental technique to fight it. The other party's fire elemental technique was obviously more powerful than Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it would be difficult for him to resist. How exquisite! So the fire elemental technique can be used in this way. As he fought, Lu Ming sensed the fire elemental technique cast by the other party. At the same time, it matched with his own cultivation and increased his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was struck down from the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He went up to the fighting ring. This time, it was a green puppet that attacked. The opponent used the wind elemental technique. Just like that, once Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring, he would immediately go up and fight with his opponent. As he fought, he comprehended martial arts techniques of creation, making rapid progress. Every time, he would only stop devouring the rough stones to replenish his essential core when Lu Ming's essential core was exhausted. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the past half a year, apart from recovering his essential core, Lu Ming had been fighting the 5 puppets. His understanding of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation had improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had made major breakthroughs in all 5 types of martial arts techniques. He had entered the 3rd stage, and his power had increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming used the Earth Aeon technique to fight the khaki-colored puppet. Lu Ming's fist force was powerful and heavy, and the Earth concept was integrated into it. Every punch seemed to be suppressing the opponent with the Earth. The power was extremely shocking. The 2 fists collided, and the khaki-colored puppet's body was sent flying far away, falling at the edge of the fighting ring. Get down! Lu Ming charged toward the khaki-colored puppet. Buzz! However, at that moment a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of its hand, the wind element technique cut open the space and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air and a fiery red figure pounced at Lu Ming. Then it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki-colored puppets rose as well. The 5 puppets pounced at Lu Ming. Indeed, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The combined might of the 5 puppets was shocking. Lu Ming was forced to retreat continuously. Most importantly, when Lu Ming cast one of the martial arts techniques of creation, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet and would not be able to unleash his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change the martial arts techniques of creation, casting 5 types of martial arts techniques in turns to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time for the 5 intents to rotate. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was forced to retreat continuously and was thrown off the fighting ring after a few moves. The 5 puppets are too powerful and flawless when they join forces. I'm no match for them when I use only one martial technique of intent. If I can perfectly transform all 5 martial techniques of intent, there might be hope. Lu Ming pondered and then went up to the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only do his best to continuously switch between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation and fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. This was because there would always be gaps in the transition between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation. It was not perfect, and the opponent would seize the opportunity to defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more skilled at switching between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily switch between the 5 martial arts techniques of creation perfectly. He could cast any martial arts technique of creation with ease. He could even separate his left and right hands to cast different martial arts techniques of creation. At this point, Lu Ming had finally blocked the attacks of the 5 puppets. Fuse. However, at this moment, the khaki-colored puppets spoke indifferently. Then, the 5 puppets' figures changed, and 5 martial arts techniques of intent were blasted out. They fused together and formed a chaotic color that blasted toward Lu Ming. The 5 martial arts techniques of creation were actually fused together, and their power increased crazily. With just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the arena. No way. You can play like this. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. The difficulty of this trial was simply too high. The techniques of the 5 puppets were becoming more and more powerful, and now, They were actually able to fuse 5 martial techniques of intent together. Fusion? Right, fusion. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Could this be the prerequisite for cultivating chaos will? Only by fusing 5 martial techniques of intent together would one be qualified to cultivate chaos intent. Lu Ming could not help but guess. These checkpoints were not only tests, but also tempering. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaos will. The chaos will was the king of the will between heaven and earth. It was absolutely terrifying. However, it was not hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was absolutely terrifying. The conditions for cultivating it were also extremely harsh. Not everyone could successfully cultivate it. Only when certain conditions were met would one be able to successfully cultivate it. The tests along the way were probably to prepare for the cultivation of the chaos will. If he could not pass all the tests along the way, he would not be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, nor would he be able to successfully cultivate the chaos will. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. Come on. I don't believe that I can't fuse 5 martial techniques of creation. Lu Ming hollered and rushed up to the fighting ring to fight the 5 puppets. Chapter 1296. 1296 Success, Primal Chaos Emperor. In the main hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others stared at the ball and observed it carefully. He's at the last stage. I wonder if he can succeed. Gold 1 sighed, his eyes full of hope, but also a little worry. The last stage is the key. In history, there have been people who have reached this stage, but they all failed at the last step. If they can't merge the 5 martial techniques of intent into one, it's impossible to successfully cultivate the chaos intent. Earth 1 said, "This kid's results are the best in history. I hope he can succeed." A fiery red figure spoke. "I hope so." The others sighed. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming had just gone up when he was blasted down. Again, Lu Ming was not discouraged at all. He rushed up to the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. They fused 5 wills and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were constantly scanning how the 5 puppets had integrated the 5 martial arts techniques of the 5 concepts. He was also constantly analyzing in his mind. The power of the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of intent was too strong. In less than 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted out of the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He went up to the fighting ring and continued to fight, regardless of his injuries. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. As time went on, the number of moves he could block increased, and the time he could last grew longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could already withstand more than 10 moves. At this point, there were still 9 months to go before the 2 years were up. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation. Each of the 5 martial techniques had its own system. Each of them was a profound exploration of their own martial techniques. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 kinds of will before, I only had a superficial fusion. It was not a true and complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, the 5 kinds of will would not be separated, but would become a new kind of will. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that his so-called fusion of the 5 concepts in the past was only a superficial fusion. He was still a long way from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent realm still needs to start from the fusion of intent realm. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. He then went up to the fighting ring to verify his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-color conception surrounded him, and he instantly used 5 kinds of conception martial arts techniques: flame, thunder, and wind. It whistled through the fighting ring and blasted towards the 5 puppets. However, under the fusion of the 5 martial arts techniques of the 5 puppets, the powerful attack instantly fell apart. It was completely outmatched. It was like steel striking tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continuously struck out 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation, trying to merge them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as we continue down this path, we will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The great battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. This time, only 4 martial arts techniques of intent were unleashed. It was not that he was short of one, but that Lu Ming had successfully fused 2 of them. I've finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. If he fused 2, then fusing 3, 4, or even 5 would be a matter of time. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. He succeeded. He successfully fused 2. He's not far from success. Number 1 in history. Number 1 in history. In the past, no one has ever been able to reach this stage. There's hope. The inheritance of venerable sovereigns. Is there finally a successor? Gold 1 and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. In the beginning, it would be relatively easy to merge the 2. However, it would become more and more difficult to merge the 3, 4, and 5 types. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal. He was improving at every moment and was approaching his goal. Time passed day by day, 1 month. It was getting closer and closer to the 2 years. Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 types and then 4 types. When there was still a month left until the 2 years were up, Lu Ming had finally successfully fused 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation into 1 martial arts technique of creation. Boom! Primal chaos energy filled the air, and the terrifying power scattered the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful energy continued to blast out. Bang! 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 The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial arts techniques of creation, they were, after all, separated by 5 people. Lu Ming was alone, so the fusion was purer and the power was greater. Naturally, the combat power he unleashed was stronger. He succeeded. Let's go and take a look. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the rest roared excitedly. Then, their figures moved, and they all disappeared from the hall. The next moment, the space on the battle stage where Lu Ming was cracked open, and Earth 1 and the rest stepped out. Senior Earth 1. Lu Ming was slightly stunned when he saw Earth 1. He then cupped his fists and saluted, looking at Gold 1 and the rest. Lu Ming, there's no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the levels and gaining the right to cultivate the Chaos Scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Gold 1, Thunder 1. Earth 1 laughed heartily and was extremely excited. He introduced Gold 1 and the rest to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets all the seniors. Although he knew that Gold 1 and the rest were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. You're welcome. Once you've successfully cultivated the Chaos Scripture, you'll be the successor of the venerable sovereigns and our master. Gold 1 laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. Venerable sovereign, Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Primordial Chaos Sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos Arch. The Chaos Arch is one of the most powerful experts in the Primordial Chaos Sect. His combat strength is unparalleled, and he dominates the world. He is the strongest expert in the world. As long as you successfully cultivate the Chaos Scripture, you'll be the successor of the Chaos Arch. Naturally, you'll also be our master. He explained. The Primal Chaos Hall is part of the Primordial Chaos Sect. Senior, may I know if there's a space-time spiritual hall in the Primordial Chaos Sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the Time and Space Spiritual Hall? The Time and Space Spiritual Hall is one of the 9 halls of Hunyuan's sect. The Hall Master of the Time and Space Spiritual Hall is the Time and Space Spiritual Rat, one of the top 10 war beasts. It is also a top expert in the world, but it is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Supreme Emperor. Earth One explained. When he spoke of the Chaos the Arch, his face was filled with pride. The Chaos the Arch is so powerful. He's even stronger than the top 10 war beasts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was looking forward to the Chaos Scripture even more. Chapter 1297. 1297 Chaos Concept Complete. Lu Ming, the Chaos Scripture is in there. You can go in. As long as you successfully cultivate the Chaos Scripture, you can leave this place. However, you've already successfully fused 5 martial arts techniques of intent. I believe that cultivating the Chaos Scripture shouldn't be too difficult. Tu Yi Dao pointed to a stone door behind the fighting ring. Many thanks to all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked towards the stone door. The stone door was closed. However, after Lu Ming walked in, the stone door opened automatically. Behind the stone door, it was misty and blurry. Lu Ming stepped in without hesitation. As soon as Lu Ming walked through the stone door, it closed on its own. Behind the stone door was a huge stone room. Above the stone room, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. This figure was not very burly or tall, but it gave people the feeling that it was as tall as the sky. It was the most burly figure in the world, able to support the sky and earth. The aura was so mysterious that it was more unfathomable than any other expert that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the entire universe when he faced this figure. Back then, when Lu Ming was faced with the Saint Heart left behind by the mysterious Sky Saint, he was already shocked by the vast aura of the other party. However, he now felt that the mysterious Sky Saint was like an ant or a speck of dust in front of this figure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had stopped breathing. This figure was completely shrouded in the light of chaos. Its appearance could not be seen clearly, only a blurry figure. Could this be the primal Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming thought to himself. He was too powerful. The realm of the Chaos the Arch had reached a level that Lu Ming could not imagine. However, such an expert had already fallen. Lu Ming had heard from Tu Yi that the Chaos the Arch had fallen. That was why he was looking for an inheritor. How could such a powerful existence fall? What kind of enemy was he facing? Lu Ming could not imagine it. Could it be that this figure before him was just a wisp of the primal Chaos Emperor's imprint? Lu Ming secretly guessed. I am the Chaos Scripture. Suddenly, the figure spoke. His voice was calm and soothing to the ears. The Chaos Scripture? This figure is the Chaos Scripture? Lu Ming was stunned. He had never expected that the Chaos Scripture would actually take the form of a human and emit a vast and unpredictable aura. I was left behind by the primal Chaos Emperor to wait for his successor. After so many years, someone has finally made it here. My mission is complete. The Chaos Scripture opened its mouth. After it finished speaking, it turned into a ray of light and flew toward the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It entered the area between his eyebrows. The next moment, Lu Ming felt that there was a lot of information in his mind. The Chaos Scripture, the cultivation method of the Chaos Will, the Chaos Domain, and even the cultivation method of the Chaos Law, and the corresponding martial techniques of Will and Domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and observed carefully. It's too mysterious. It's really too mysterious. The more he read, the more excited Lu Ming was. No, I can't see the rest now. I won't understand it even if I see it. Now, I need to turn my 5 kinds of intent into chaos intent. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and began to read the beginning of the Chaos Scripture, which was also the most basic part, to cultivate the chaos concept. The chaos was to transform 5 or more wills of completely different attributes into the chaos will. The chaos will was extremely mysterious. It was the beginning of all wills in the world. After successfully cultivating the chaos will, It could even transform into other wills. For example, after successfully cultivating the chaos intent, one could turn it into slaughter intent, destruction intent, blood intent, thunder intent, and so on. Only the chaos intent could not convert the strongest intent, such as time intent and space intent. After Lu Ming read through the chaos scripture in detail, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Previously, Lu Ming had already fused 5 types of martial arts techniques into one. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to cultivate the chaos scripture now. It could be said that the previous trials and tests had already paved the way for him to cultivate the chaos will. 3 days later, the 5-colored will surrounded Lu Ming, and it was getting a little heated. 7 days later, the colors of the 5-colored essence realm had become a little blurry. Half a month later, the 5 intents were already completely intertwined together, and the original color could no longer be seen. 2 months later, Lu Ming's surroundings were misty and chaotic. The original 5 concepts disappeared and were replaced by an even more mysterious and supreme concept that bloomed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating the chaos concept, the emperor of the concept. Moreover, it was also a class 4 grand completion. Buzz! Lu Ming stretched out a finger that was wrapped in the chaos concept. He pointed at the space, and the space rippled like water. It should be known that this was the heaven realm, and the space was very stable, far more stable than the divine ruins continents. Previously, Lu Ming could not tear the space even when he used his full strength. But now, with just a light touch, the space rippled. The power is too shocking. With my current cultivation and chaos will, I should be able to fight against an emperor, right? He can even suppress emperors. Lu Ming made a guess. There was a shocking fluctuation in his eyes. It was confidence, an extremely strong confidence. Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was confident that he could fight an emperor or even suppress one. If others were to know about this, they would probably laugh at Lu Ming for being a lunatic. However, Lu Ming had this feeling now. In the past, he had to rely on the Thunder Cauldron, or even the help of Dandan, Bubbles, and the rest to fight against the Emperor. However, now, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress the Emperor without the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the rest. I wonder how little Qing is doing. I've been here for more than 3 years, but only a while has passed in the outside world. Little official, you're my mountain and river diagram. I wonder if your time is in sync with mine? Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, the space between his eyebrows glowed, and the mountain and river diagram appeared. Lu Ming moved and appeared inside the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, Xianxia appeared in front of him, glaring at him with resentment. Lu Ming, what happened? Why haven't you come to see me in 3 years? Xianxia glared at Lu Ming with hatred, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of longing. More than 3 years. Is the time inside the mountain and river diagram the same as mine? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Little Qing, it's like this. Lu Ming explained the situation in detail. It's actually like this. After hearing this, Xianxia was amazed. Little Qing, your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual senses and discovered that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Like Lu Ming, he was only 1 step away from the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Of course, I'm bored by myself, so I've been training hard. In 3 years, I've naturally made rapid progress. Xianxia said. I'm sorry, little Qing. The next moment, Lu Ming hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms. Chapter 1298. 1298, Chapter 1298 Reward. Speaking of which, the two of them really hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years. Naturally, they missed each other and snuggled up to each other, chatting. Half a day later, a voice was heard in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, you will be teleported back to your original place in half a month. This was Earth One's voice. In half a month, Lu Ming was stunned. Initially, he wanted to cultivate here for a longer period of time. It was because a few years of cultivation here would only be a short time in the outside world. It would be a pity to miss such a good place. But now, Earth One had transmitted a message that there was only half a month left. Lu Ming told Xianxia about this and exited the mountain and river diagram. Earth One's figure was nowhere to be seen in the huge stone chamber. Earth One must have sensed something and sent him a voice transmission. Senior Earth One, why is it only half a month? Lu Ming's voice was heard. He knew that Earth One should be able to hear him. The time here is accelerated extremely fast, but to maintain the time acceleration, it requires a huge amount of energy. Every time, only when the qualified participants come here will the time acceleration be activated. Now, you have successfully cultivated the chaos will, so the time acceleration here naturally has to stop. Otherwise, there won't be so much energy consumption. Earth One's voice was heard. Lu Ming nodded. Although he felt that it was a pity, it was normal. Time acceleration was too heaven-defying, so it naturally couldn't be maintained indefinitely. It required a terrifying amount of energy. If it could be easily maintained, that would be too terrifying. Cultivating in there for thousands of years was only equivalent to how much time had passed in the outside world. If they let a group of people in to cultivate, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? That was impossible. Even with the primal Chaos Palace's foundation, they wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Senior, I'll leave in half a month, Lu Ming said. All right, Earth One's voice was heard. Next, I'll increase my cultivation. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Now, his intent had already transformed into chaos intent and was at the full circle of level 4. Lu Ming's cultivation level could also be raised to the perfected spiritual god realm. Half a month's time was enough for Lu Ming to devour and refine the rough stone to improve his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. With one gulp, 10 million raw gemstones were devoured and refined. A huge number of raw gemstones were being refined and converted into essential core, helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. After refining 10 million, he swallowed another 10 million. 10 million and 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 100 million raw gemstones. Such an astonishing amount of raw gemstones transformed into an astonishing amount of true essence and began to break through. Boom! The aura in Lu Ming's body surged. The spiritual god in his dantian bloomed with multicolored light and became solid and heavy, just like a real person. Lu Ming's cultivation had also broken through from the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm to the perfected spiritual god realm. Great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming had finally cultivated to the great circle of the spiritual god realm. The next step would be to start breaking through to the emperor realm. Everything was in preparation for the emperor. In the process of breaking through to the emperor realm, one could comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and become a supreme. The great circle of the spiritual god realm was already at the peak of the 3 spiritual god realms. Lu Ming could feel the extremely rich vital essence in his body. He had a confident smile on his face. Now, how strong was his combat strength? Lu Ming could not figure it out and was very curious. Time to go out. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the door of the stone room. The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked out. Outside, he saw the same fighting ring. Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others were still on the fighting ring. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Earth 1, Gold 1, and the rest smiled and suddenly bowed to Lu Ming, calling out in unison, "This subordinate greets the young master." Lu Ming was stunned. He hurriedly helped Earth 1 and the rest up and said, "Seniors, what are you all doing? Please get up." "Young master, you've obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor and successfully cultivated the Chaos Will. You're our young master." Tu spoke and insisted on kowtowing to Lu Ming. What was the cultivation base of Earth One and the rest? Lu Ming could not stop them at all. He could only let them bow down to him. After paying their respects, Earth One and the rest stood up. Seniors, are you all the only ones left in the Primal Chaos Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Sigh, all the experts of the Primal Chaos Palace were killed in the battle that year. We are the only puppets left, but there aren't many of us left. Earth One sighed. Then, can you all come out with me? Lu Ming asked with anticipation in his eyes. The cultivation of Earth One and the others was unfathomable. If they could go out with him, it would be easy to kill D.E. and even wipe out the continent group of the Divine Ruins. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was disappointed. We can't. Earth One, Gold One, and the rest shook their heads. Young Master, the venerable sovereign left behind his last words. We can only leave if the inheritor of the venerable sovereign has reached the Saint Realm. Before that, we can't leave and can't help you much. He explained. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. It seemed that the Chaos Arch was afraid that his inheritor would rely too much on the power of Tu-E and the others and lose the will to improve. Thus, he set such a rule. Seeing Lu Ming's look of disappointment, Earth One muttered to himself for a moment and said, Young Master, it's not that there's no reward at all. Because you performed exceptionally well during the test, you'll be rewarded. With that said, Earth One waved his hand, and a figure appeared beside him. It was a figure that was similar to Tu-Ye's, also in a khaki color. One look, and one could tell that it was a puppet. Young Master, this puppet's name is Tu Qian. It has the strength of a peak lever 2 martial royal realm expert. It can follow you out temporarily and help you. Earth One said, Peak lever 2 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's fine. A peak lever 2 martial royal realm expert would be the strongest in the divine wilderness continent, comparable to D.E. Greetings, young master. Tu Qian bowed to Lu Ming. All right, Tu Qian, you will temporarily enter the treasure. Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram and kept Tu Qian in it. Buzz. At this moment, a token flew over and suspended above Lu Ming's head. It was the primordial chaos token. Young master, you have to keep this primordial chaos token well. In the future, you might be able to compete for the throne of the primordial chaos sect successor. Earth One said. Hunyuan's sect successor? Lu Ming was surprised. That's right. Anyone who obtains a primordial chaos token will have a great opportunity in the future to compete for the position of the successor of the primordial chaos sect and have the chance to inherit the sect. At that time, not only the primal chaos hall, but the other 8 halls will have to listen to the orders of the successor of the primordial chaos sect. He explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He did not expect the primordial chaos token to have such a use. Lu Ming hurriedly put away the primordial chaos token. Young master, we'll send you back. Earth One Dao. Then, he joined hands with Gold One and the rest to open a void channel. Lu Ming felt his body tighten and his vision turned black. He was plunged into darkness. After an unknown period of time, there was a bright light. At the same time, Lu Ming heard a loud voice. It was Dandin's voice. Chapter 1299. 1299 Chapter 1299 One Punch, One Kill. Lu Ming, that guy is really disloyal. He can't win, and left us behind to run away. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he heard Dandin shouting and shouting, as well as a rumbling sound. But the next moment, all the sounds disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the void. Dandin, Bubbles, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others all looked at him. They were still in the ancient city, where they had fought with Haiyu and the others. Lu Ming, you didn't leave. I thought you had left us behind and took the opportunity to escape. Dandin shouted and ran toward Lu Ming. Chirping, the bubble cried out and its body glowed. It flashed in the air and appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder in the next moment. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Figures flickered. Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I told you that you can't run away. Hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Haiyu shouted coldly. He was holding an Emperor's spiritual weapon battle axe, and his aura was terrifying. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body belongs to the sea demon race. Let's go, said the Flood Dragon Sovereign. The dragon vein sword floated above his head, and sword chi seeped out of it, cutting open the space. Dandan, how long have I been away? Lu Ming could not be bothered with Haiyu, the Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others. He turned to ask Dandan. Not long, just a dozen breaths. But do you know how dangerous that was? Fortunately, I have many tricks up my sleeve and managed to escape with my life. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Dandan shouted. Only a dozen breaths. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Even though he knew that time was accelerated in the Primal Chaos Palace, and that a few years in the Primal Chaos Palace was only a few moments in the outside world, he still felt that it was unbelievable to experience it for himself. In just a dozen breaths, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. You dare to ignore us? You're looking for death. Seeing that Lu Ming was ignoring them, Haiyu's eyes turned cold. He held the battle axe and swung it at Lu Ming. The power of this axe had completely reached the level of an emperor. It was terrifyingly strong. Dandan Bubble, follow me, Lu Ming instructed. Then his figure emitted the aura of the concept of wind. Chaos intent could transform into other intents at will. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly. His body was like a phantom. He dodged Haiyu's axe in a flash and headed toward the other supreme beings behind Haiyu. The wind elemental technique was a martial technique of creation that focused on movement techniques. When performed, one's body would become ethereal and traceless. After avoiding Haiyu's attack, Lu Ming appeared in front of the other supreme martial artist from the sea, suppressing Marshall's residence. Kill! Lu Ming hollered as the essential core in his body burst out. He activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. Attack! Attack together! One of the supreme beings roared. He was shocked by the power of Lu Ming's punch and immediately used the fusion of blood meridians to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the supreme being's bloodline was scattered. His true form appeared with a horrified expression on his face. Then his body split into pieces and exploded in the air. Heavens, heavens! He killed a supreme martial artist with one punch. In the distance, the other spectators were almost scared to death as they started to shout incoherently. It was too shocking and too terrifying. Killing a supreme martial artist with a single punch. What kind of battle prowess did this require? Could it be that Lu Ming was an emperor? Not good. Quickly retreat. When the other supreme martial artists saw this, they were simply scared out of their wits. They frantically shouted and retreated. You can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold, killing intent. Lu Ming activated the wind elemental technique and moved as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of another supreme being in an instant and threw a punch. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Although the supreme being tried his best to block the attack, it was still useless. Under Lu Ming's punch, all his defenses were as fragile as tofu. Lu Ming destroyed them as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He was killed in the air. The second one, Lu Ming muttered and then charged towards the third person. Lu Ming did not use the Chaos Will. However, his current cultivation had already broken through to the perfected spiritual god realm. His combat strength had improved greatly. Killing these ordinary supremes was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously as he swung his fists. Every punch killed a supreme being. This scene was too terrifying, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill. This was a supreme martial artist. Even in the Divine Ruins continent, he was an expert and high and mighty. But now, he was like a fragile chick that was killed by Lu Ming without any power to fight back. Beast, don't go. Fight me. Haiyu roared. His eyes were red. These were the supreme martial artists of the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion. His heart was bleeding after seeing so many of them being killed. He controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to slash at Lu Ming continuously, but Lu Ming's figure flashed. He did not fight Haiyu head-on at all. Instead, he avoided Haiyu and focused on killing the ordinary supreme beings. Boom! Another punch, and another supreme martial artist was killed. Lu Ming had already killed 5 of the supreme beings that Haiyu had brought with him. In addition to the ones that had been killed earlier, there were more than 5 of them. How did this happen? Hai Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, hoping that all this was fake. Haha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect that your cultivation would suddenly improve so much after not seeing you for a while. You've reached the perfected spiritual God realm. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. She felt extremely carefree and proud. It's your turn, Lu Ming muttered as he looked at the supreme flood dragon and the other sea demons. Retreat, retreat, follow behind me. The flood dragon's sovereign's expression changed. The sword chi from the dragon vein soared into the sky as he stared at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming cast the wind element technique, and his figure was like a phantom, untraceable. With a few flashes, he dodged the flood dragon sovereign and attacked the other sea demon sovereigns. Join forces. Let's gather together and join forces. One of the sea demons roared. The other sea demon supreme beings gathered together, hoping to join forces to fight against Lu Ming. It was a pity that Lu Ming's current combat strength had far surpassed them. Boom! The fist force crushed down, breaking through everything. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the body of a supreme sea demon. The supreme sea demon screamed as his body was pierced through, and he died on the spot. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war, invincible in every battle. Roar! The 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time, his 3rd bloodline appeared, and its power was even more shocking. The dragon claws continued to slash out, tearing through everything and killing several of the supreme sea demons. In just the space of a few breaths, 4 of the supreme sea demons had been killed. Join forces. Join forces to kill him. Haiyu arrived with his battle axe. Kill! The flood dragon sovereign also roared in anger and charged towards Lu Ming with killing intent. The 2 of them joined forces to surround Lu Ming and attack him. It's time to settle the score with you guys. At this moment, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he looked coldly at Haiyu and the flood dragon sovereign. Chapter 1300. 1300 Killing the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Then, the dragon claw struck out continuously. The attack used by each dragon claw was different. There was a dragon claw that shone with an earthy yellow light. It was the earth element technique. A dragon claw suffused with lightning transformed into a long spear. That was the lightning origin technique. In addition, there were also fire elemental techniques, wind elemental techniques, and water elemental techniques. In the test of the Chaos Palace, Lu Ming was able to merge 5 martial arts techniques of creation into one. It was easy for him to cast 5 martial arts techniques of creation at the same time. The 9 dragon claws clawed at Haiyu and the flood dragon sovereign. Die! Die! Haiyu shouted coldly as he tried his best to activate his battle axe. His eyes were ferocious. At the same time, the flood dragon sovereign was also in a similar state, his killing intent cold. Lu Ming actually did not escape and wanted to fight with him head-on. This was exactly what they wanted. They were overjoyed. They wanted to get rid of Lu Ming in one go. What is Lu Ming doing? He's looking for death. That's not wise. The people who were watching the battle from afar also exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, but that was only for ordinary Supremes. Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme were the top Supremes, and their combat strength was already terrifying enough. It would not be too difficult for them to kill an ordinary Supreme. Moreover, they had Emperor spiritual weapons. With them, their combat strength could definitely fight against an ordinary emperor. If Lu Ming was not courting death by fighting head-on with them, what was he? Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's attack finally collided with Hai Yu's and the Supreme Flood Dragon's attacks. At this moment, a violent force swept across tens of thousands of miles. In the ancient city below, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ashes. Not good, quickly retreat. The people who were watching the battle from afar all retreated frantically, afraid of being swept in. Oh my God, look, Lu Ming has the upper hand. Someone cried out in alarm as they retreated. Everyone looked over and saw two figures rapidly retreating. The retreating figures were actually the Flood Dragon, Sovereign, and Hai Yu. How is this possible? Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign were not Lu Ming's match and were forced to retreat, even though they had both wielded Emperor's spiritual weapons. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible. How did this happen? Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in disbelief. The two of them found it hard to believe. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? A while ago, Lu Ming was not their match at all. He was completely suppressed by them. Even with the two pets, he was far from being their match. However, Lu Ming had only disappeared for a short while. When he reappeared, his combat strength had increased sharply, and he could easily kill ordinary supreme beings. Now, he could actually defeat them without relying on his pets or weapons. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his ability all along? Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others felt that their brains were unable to process this. He must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his combat strength. If we join forces, he won't be able to hold on for long. Hai Yu roared at the Flood Dragon Supreme. Kill! Kill! Then, Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? A cold smile appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The lightning cauldron appeared above his head, and he threw it at Hai Yu, while he himself attacked the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Buzz! This time, Lu Ming only used one claw. However, this claw was a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation. When the 5 martial techniques of creation were combined, the power increased dramatically. The Dragon Claw collided with the Dragon Vein sword of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Clank! The Dragon Vein sword trembled violently, and the sword chi dispersed. It then flew far away. Not good. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming's attack had arrived. It was another claw attack, and it was still the fusion of 5 martial techniques of creation. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also extended his Dragon Claw to block with all his might. However, the instant his Dragon Claw came into contact with Lu Ming's, it exploded. Pu-chi, Lu Ming's Dragon Claw didn't stop and pierced through his body. Roar! The Flood Dragon Sovereign let out a violent roar, his eyes filled with endless fear. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the other claws of the 9 dragons had already arrived. The Dragon Claws were imbued with the prison-suppressing heavenly art as they smashed into the head of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Bang! 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 With 7 to 8 consecutive explosions, the head of the Flood Dragon Sovereign was pierced through and exploded. The Flood Dragon Sovereign had fallen. The Supreme Being, who had 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, was still killed by Lu Ming despite controlling the Emperor's spiritual weapon. If I were to use my primal chaos intent, it would be much easier to kill Supreme Flood Dragon. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lu Ming did not cast the chaos concept during the process. At most, he transformed the chaos concept into the concept of thunder and wind. The chaos was Lu Ming's trump card. He would not use it unless it was a critical moment. Not good. On the other side, after Hai Yu and the Thunder Cauldron exchanged a blow, he saw the scene of the Flood Dragon Sovereign being killed. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Run as far away as possible from Lu Ming. Hai Yu turned around and ran. He flew toward the exit of the ancient city. Big brother, take me with you." In the distance, Hai Tian shouted in fear. However, Hai was already scared out of his wits. At this moment, he only wanted to save his life. He didn't care about the sky and sea. He pretended not to hear anything and ran with his head down. "Big brother," Hai Tian roared in despair. "Buzz!" Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He took a step forward and appeared beside Hai Tian, causing him to scream in fear. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? My father is the sea-suppressing marshal. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll also die," Hai Tian shouted. He was still thinking of threatening Lu Ming at this moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of spear radiance shot out. It pierced through Hai Tian's dantian and shattered his spiritual god. You! Hai Tian's eyes widened and he glared at Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He did not say a word and killed him in one move. With a strong unwillingness, the life in Hai Tian's eyes disappeared. The sea demons and the remaining supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion had already fled for their lives. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Hai Yu had fled in. He was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, he released his essential core and formed a powerful suction force, attracting all the corpses of the supreme beings. The mountain and river diagram flew out from Lu Ming's glabella and collected all the corpses of the supreme martial artists. The supreme being's corpse contained blood essence. Lu Ming still needed the blood essence to upgrade the bloodline level of the prison-suppressing steel. He could not waste it. After putting away the supreme being's corpse, Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain and river diagram, there was a mountain peak filled with the corpses of supreme martial artists. Xianxia and Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros stood at the side, dumbfounded. Supreme Thunder Rhino's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chapter 1301. 1301, Chapter 1301. Emperor takes action. Paragons. They're all corpses of paragons. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was even more shocked when he saw the corpse of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Naturally, he could sense that the Flood Dragon Sovereign's bloodline contained 90% of the true dragon's blood. Even such a powerful supreme being was dead. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed him? Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros looked at Lu Ming. He could feel the terrifying killing intent radiating from Lu Ming's body, as well as the suffocating pressure that he was exuding. His heart trembled. How long has it been? He's already so powerful? Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros felt his entire body tremble. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Supreme Thunder Rhino. When he had suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, he had carved a great formation on his body. During this time, Thunder Rhino Supreme had obediently stayed within the mountain and river diagram. However, Lu Ming knew that Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was definitely not convinced and was definitely looking for an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's purpose in entering this time was to intimidate the Thunder Rhino Supreme. As expected, Supreme Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded when he saw so many Supreme Being corpses. "Thunder Rhino, follow me out and kill the enemy." Lu Ming's voice rang out, and Supreme Thunder Rhino nodded his head repeatedly. "Little Qing, let's go out together." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming brought Xianxia and Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros out of the mountain and river diagram. "Lightning Rhino, go over there," Lu Ming said, pointing in the direction of the ancient city's exit. Hai Yu had already escaped from the exit. Yes, Thunder Rhino Supreme's body expanded rapidly. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood on his body. With a loud roar, Thunder Rhino Supreme dashed towards the exit of the ancient city. Oh my god, Lu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He can stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor, or even suppress one. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation level is only at the perfected spiritual god realm, but his combat strength is so shocking. I've never heard of it before. The key is how old Lu Ming is. Abnormal, monstrous. Lu Ming must have gone after Haiyu. Let's go out and take a look. The spectators were in an uproar. They couldn't control their emotions at all. Even some Supreme Being experts were shouting as if they had lost control. The fluctuation caused by Lu Ming was too shocking. Then, the group of people rushed toward the exit of the ancient city. After a while, Lu Ming arrived at the ancient city's exit on the Thunder Rhinoceros. The Thunder Rhinoceros rushed in, and in the next moment, they appeared in the deep sea. A huge pressure was pressing down on them. Walala! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be under his control. It moved aside automatically, and a passage appeared. Buzz! Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was shocked by Lu Ming's methods. He then roared and rushed up. With Lu Ming's help, the Lightning Rhinoceros' supreme speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, they rushed up. In just a short while, they had rushed out of the deep sea, 300,000 meters deep and out of the surface. As soon as he emerged from the sea, Lu Ming discovered that the air was filled with people. When Lu Ming dashed out, everyone's eyes were on him. However, Lu Ming's gaze fell on one of them. Haiyu. Haiyu did not run away after he emerged from the sea. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, how's my brother, Haitian? Haiyu shouted. He wanted to kill me. What do you think? Don't worry, I'll immediately send you down to accompany him. Lu Ming sneered. His words caused an uproar. What? When you saw Haiyu running away in a hurry just now, you were so frightened. Was it because of him? How could this be? Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, he can't possibly be Haiyu's match. That's strange. Who on earth obtained the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? The people who were waiting outside were shocked to see Haiyu escape from the sea with a frightened expression. How could he do that with his cultivation? They speculated that some powerful monster had appeared at the bottom of the sea that even Haiyu was no match for. However, it seemed that Haiyu fled in fear because of Lu Ming. How dare you kill the people of the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion? You should be executed by 1,000 cuts. At this time, a cold voice came from the side of Haiyu. Lu Ming looked over, and his pupils shrank slightly. An old man in a purple gold robe stood beside Haiyu. Earlier on, the aura of the old man had been concealed. He looked like an ordinary old man. That was why Lu Ming did not notice him. However, as the elder spoke, a domineering aura burst out from his body. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. The emperor, Lu Ming could not help but say. At the same time, he also understood why Haiyu didn't run away. It turned out that there was an emperor of the sea suppressing Marshall's mansion here. This was a true emperor. Not good. It's the emperor. Let's go. Beneath Lu Ming's feet, Supreme Thunder Rhino sensed the aura of the purple and golden-robed elder. He cried out in horror and turned around to escape. Bang! Lu Ming's palm smacked Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, almost causing it to explode. Thunder Rhino Supreme's head buzzed, and he was momentarily dazed. What are you running for? Wasn't he just an emperor? Do you have to be so scared? Lu Ming glanced at Supreme Lightning Rhino and said disdainfully. But he's an emperor. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros was still scared to death, but when he saw Lu Ming's glare, he shivered in fear. He could only stop in his tracks and look at the purple and golden-robed elder with a guarded expression. He was wailing in his heart, sighing that Lu Ming was courting death and should not have dragged him into it. Lu Ming is not running away. The same thought flashed through the minds of the others. Facing the emperor, he probably knows that he can't escape, so he might as well not escape. Some people guessed. Hee, I've already killed Hai Tian. I'm going to kill Haiyu too. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What big words! The elder in the purple gold robe shouted coldly. However, he did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Haiyu had already told him about Lu Ming's combat strength. He knew very well how powerful Haiyu was with the Emperor's spiritual weapon. Even if he was weaker than him, he was not that far behind. However, Lu Ming was able to suppress Haiyu. One could only imagine how powerful he was. Nonsense. Let's see how you're going to stop me. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. He shouted coldly and took a step forward, charging toward Haiyu. How arrogant. I like to see how much you're worth. Earth Domain. The elder in the purple gold robe extended his palm and pressed it in the air. A yellowish-brown circle spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Domain. This was a real domain, not the prototype of a supreme realm. The speed at which the comprehension shrouded him was shockingly fast. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lu Ming. At once, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It was as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. At the same time, a wave of destructive power charged toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1302. 1302 Chapter 1302 Fierce Battle with the Emperor. Domains of different attributes had different effects, but their power was shocking. This was the Earth Domain. Not only did it have the effect of trapping the enemy, but it also had a terrifying offensive technique. Existences below the Emperor level, once trapped within the domain, would not have the slightest strength to fight back and would be at the mercy of others. Open it. A dragon's roar was heard from within Lu Ming's body as 9 streams of dragon energy burst forth. At the same time, he borrowed the power of his third bloodline, giving Lu Ming terrifying strength. Boom! Lu Ming's palm was as sharp as a knife. He used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out. Sila. This palm was like a heavenly blade that appeared in the world. With one slash, the sky and earth split open. An extremely powerful force exploded. The earth territory of the elder in the purple gold robe trembled violently as Lu Ming forcefully tore a hole in it. The expression of the elder in the purple gold robe changed. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the territory. He pointed a finger at Lu Ming. I'd like to experience the strength of an emperor. The true vitality in Lu Ming's body boiled. His cultivation of the great circle of the spiritual god realm was exerted to the extreme. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, and this palm collided with the other party's finger. Boom! There was a deafening boom, and the earth domain shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. He stepped in the air and retreated. However, the elder in the purple gold robe also took a few steps back. That's a spirit body. What a powerful force. Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air and pondered in his heart. A martial emperor was indeed extraordinary. The elder in the purple gold robe was at the first-level martial emperor realm, but his combat strength was considered strong even among the first-level martial emperors. Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage in the previous move. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still far from being fully displayed. Even so, the elder in the purple gold robe was shocked. What terrifying power! Is he still a martial artist in the great circle of the spiritual god stage? The eyes of the elder in the purple gold robe became serious. On the side, the others were already dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Lu Ming could actually fight an emperor. He was shrouded in the emperor's territory and could still fight head-on with the emperor. It was unbelievable. Again, Lu Ming took a step back and stomped in the air, shattering the void. He continued to pounce on the elder in the purple gold robe. In the process of pouncing forward, the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the blood meridian fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Buzz! Whoosh! After transforming into the 9 dragons, he struck out with his dragon claws and executed all kinds of martial techniques of creation. He's using so many martial techniques of creation at the same time. The elder in the purple gold robe had a serious expression on his face. His hands glowed, and a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. Of course, it wasn't an emperor weapon, but an ordinary 9th-level spiritual weapon. An emperor's spiritual weapon, the emperor of spiritual weapons, wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Many emperors didn't have one. With the spirit weapon gloves on, the elder's body began to swell, and his muscles began to squirm. A layer of earthen yellow light appeared on the surface of his muscles as he pushed the power of his spirit body to the limit and punched out a few times. The power of each punch was stronger than the power of the previous finger. The fist force collided with the Nine Dragons' dragon claw. But this time, as soon as the two came into contact, the elder's expression changed drastically. His body trembled, and the earthen yellow light around him trembled. Boom, boom, boom. After a few rumbles, the body of the elder in the purple gold robe was sent flying. He retreated a few thousand meters in the air, leaving a space crack that was a few thousand meters long. However, Lu Ming's body did not move an inch. At the scene, everyone was once again stunned. The emperor was actually at a disadvantage and was sent flying thousands of meters. The strength of an emperor is only SOSO. Since you want to make a move, I'll send you on your way first. Die, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He twisted his dragon body and charged toward the elder in the purple gold robe. How can he be so strong? The purple and golden-robed elder was shocked as he forcefully suppressed the boiling blood in his body. His combat strength was considered strong even among the first-level martial emperors. However, he was not a match for a young man in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. This was simply like a fantasy. How could a martial artist in the great circle of the spirit god realm possess such powerful combat strength? If it were an ordinary great circle spiritual god, he would be able to kill them with a single slap. Seeing that Lu Ming was coming for him again, the elder in the purple gold robe could only use all his strength to fight Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought intensely. However, Lu Ming had transformed into the Nine Dragons, and his strength had increased greatly. On his dragon claws, he used different martial arts techniques of different concepts in turns. The power was shocking. Some of the dragon claws could also use the prison suppressing heaven technique, giving the elder in the purple gold robe a lot of pressure. Although the elder in the purple gold robe had used all his strength, he was no match for the other party. He was at a disadvantage as soon as they exchanged blows. After a few moves, he was scratched by Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the spiritual body of the earth, which was more defensive and had amazing defensive power, he would have died. Even so, he still felt the burning pain all over his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the sea churned and many figures rushed out. They were the experts who had entered the ancient underwater city. They had all rushed out. As soon as they rushed out, they were shocked to see Lu Ming and the elder in the purple gold robe fighting. That's an emperor. Oh my God. Lu Ming has completely suppressed the king. The king is injured. Cries of alarm rang out. They had seen Lu Ming's combat strength in the ancient city. However, when they saw Lu Ming injure an emperor with their own eyes, the impact was still very strong. Boom, boom. The battle continued, and in just a dozen moves, the elder in the purple gold robe was beaten to the point where he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely pathetic. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Even though he had his territory and spirit body, it was useless. Lu Ming was too powerful and had completely surpassed him. It's time to end this. Attack! Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his claw. This claw was a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of creation, and there was a flash of chaotic light. This claw made the elder in the purple gold robe feel a fatal threat. Slash! Die! The elder in the purple gold robe roared. A battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The battle axe quickly grew larger and turned into a giant axe that held up the sky. It stood between the sky and the earth, and an extremely terrifying imperial pressure spread out. Emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was the same one that Haiyu had used before. It seemed that Haiyu had given the Emperor's spiritual weapon to the purple and golden-robed elder. No wonder Haiyu was so confident and stayed here. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon and a supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon were two completely different things. When a supreme martial artist used an emperor's spiritual weapon, he would not be able to unleash its true power. When an emperor used an emperor's spiritual weapon, its power would be extremely terrifying. The old man in the purple gold robe controlled the battle axe, as if he could split the sky and the earth. Buzz! The battle axe struck down, and the huge axe radiance collided with the nine dragons' claws. Chapter 1303. 1303 Vomiting Blood and Anger. Boom! The force swept out for tens of thousands of miles. A bright spot of light appeared where the axe and the dragon claw collided, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Walala! In the ocean below, huge waves rose up and rolled up to the sky. It was like the end of the world. The space was completely annihilated, revealing a pitch-black space. The clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, the spectators were far enough away. Otherwise, no one below the Supreme Being realm would be able to survive this wave of energy. Even so, such a horrifying scene still made many people shiver and retreat. The place where the giant axe and the dragon claw met gave out a sizzling sound, and the dragon claw kept shaking. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's attack was no match for the giant axe and was crushed. The dragon claw exploded, and the nine dragons' bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away by a powerful force. Fortunately, the nine dragons were formed from Lu Ming's bloodline power. After the dragon claw exploded, it immediately condensed again. What a powerful force! An emperor's spiritual weapon is indeed not something that a supreme martial artist can compare to. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. Hai Yu's emperor's spiritual weapon had made his combat strength reach the level of an ordinary emperor. However, the emperor's spiritual weapon, used by the elder in the purple gold robe, was much more powerful. Lu Ming is no match for them. The emperor's spiritual weapon is too powerful. Lu Ming is no match for it. He's finished. Is such a person going to die here today? Many people cried out in alarm. Some were gloating, while others felt pity. Ah, I knew it. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon will completely suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you want to fight me? Go to hell. Hai Yu laughed, his eyes ferocious. It's over, it's over. In the distance, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros continued to growl. Previously, when Lu Ming had displayed his might and severely injured an emperor, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros had thought that he was dreaming. It had only been a short while. When Lu Ming was fighting with him, he had to rely on the lightning cauldron and his pets to defeat and suppress him. However, only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming could defeat an emperor with his own strength, let alone him. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a slap. Initially, he had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming obediently in the future. With such a proud person, he might be able to benefit from this misfortune by becoming Lu Ming's mount. However, when he saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his heart sank. What end? Lu Ming will not lose. Xianxia slapped Supreme Thunder Rhino on the head and scolded him. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Moreover, she knew that Lu Ming had cultivated the legendary Chaos Will. Up until now, Lu Ming had not used the Chaos Will. He still won't be defeated even after this. Supreme Thunder Rhino was skeptical. The elder in the purple gold robe wielded his battle axe and swung it, splitting the space in half. The powerful force completely enveloped Lu Ming, making it impossible for him to escape. Let's see how far I can go without using chaos intent. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a strong fighting spirit. Above his head, the thunder cauldron appeared and turned into the size of a mountain. He rushed toward the battle axe and, at the same time, used the nine dragon steps and struck out with another claw. It was also a fusion of 5 martial arts techniques of intent. Clang! The thunder cauldron was the first to be hit. It collided with the battle axe and was sent flying. Lu Ming's attack arrived and struck the battle axe. In the midst of the loud boom, Lu Ming retreated again. However, this time, he retreated a lot less than the previous time because the Thunder Cauldron had offset a part of the power of the battle axe. That's all you got again. Lu Ming controlled the Lightning Cauldron and attacked again. Lu Ming did not use the Chaos Will. Instead, he used the Thunder Cauldron as a support and mainly used 5 types of martial arts techniques to engage in an intense battle with the Elder in the purple gold robe. In this way, although Lu Ming was still at a slight disadvantage, it would not be a one-sided battle, and he would not be in a state of anxiety. The two of them fought intensely, and the area within tens of thousands of miles became the battlefield of their battle. In the ocean, huge waves were surging. The island was swept by the terrifying force. It exploded and turned into ashes, disappearing from the sea. In the sky, far away, countless people stood there, staring at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths, not willing to miss a single thing. Some supreme martial artists' eyes were even shining as they stared at it. It was rare for emperors to go all out in a life-and-death battle, and it gave them some inspiration. Soon, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. Good, ha! Lu Ming let out a long howl and burst out laughing. In this battle, other than the chaos intent, he did not hold back at all. He used his full power and had a great time. During this period of time, his progress had been too fast, and his foundation was somewhat unstable. After this battle, it could be considered to have completely stabilized and was as solid as a rock. At the same time, during the battle, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation was getting deeper and deeper, as if he could make a breakthrough at any time. Moreover, Lu Ming was using them together. Once he broke through, all 5 types of martial arts techniques would break through and reach the 4th level. The power of the 5 martial techniques of creation would undoubtedly increase again after they reached the 4th level. Damn it! How can a mere ant in the great circle of the spiritual god stage have such shocking battle prowess? The more they fought, the more shocked the Elder in the purple gold robe was. This guy must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I'll just waste my time with him. As an emperor, my true Yuan is definitely more powerful than his, and I'll be able to last longer. The Elder in the purple gold robe pondered. After making up his mind, he continued to charge at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over a dozen moves. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's dragon claw swiped out. Its power was much stronger than before. Haha, I've broken through. I've broken through the martial arts technique of creation. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's 5 martial arts techniques of creation finally broke through and entered the 4th level. Boom! In this exchange, Lu Ming retreated, but the Elder in the purple gold robe was also pushed back. A draw. Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage in the beginning. Now, with the help of the Thunder Cauldron, he was on par with the Elder in the purple gold robe. Detestable. The purple and golden-robed Elder naturally sensed Lu Ming's breakthrough in his martial arts technique. He roared in his heart and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After an intense battle, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming to break through his martial arts technique. How could this be? He only felt that there was a breath stuck in his chest, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. How depressing. Instead of killing Lu Ming, he had helped him. Haha, I really have to thank you. However, this battle should end here. Lu Ming laughed heartily. A layer of misty aura spread out from his body, turning into the color of chaos. The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and shrank rapidly, flying back to Lu Ming's glabella and disappearing. At the same time, Lu Ming's body shrank and returned to his human form. Lu Ming kept the lightning cauldron and returned to his human form. He walked toward the Elder in the purple gold robe. What is he doing? The surrounding spectators were slightly dumbstruck. Dragon Sovereign's Immortal Path. Chapter 1304. 1304 Killing an Emperor. Lu Ming's action stunned the onlookers. Lu Ming had been able to contend with the Elder in the purple and gold robe with the help of the lightning cauldron. But now, Lu Ming had put away the lightning cauldron and even canceled the blood meridian fusion. He was heading toward the Elder in the purple and gold robe. What was he doing? Was he trying to commit suicide? Countless people were filled with doubts. I don't care what you want to do. Go to hell. The purple-gold-robed Elder roared in his heart. He held the giant axe with both hands and poured his true yuan into it. At the same time, he controlled his domain and activated the domain power within the giant axe, pushing its power to the extreme. Buzz! The huge axe, bigger than a mountain, came down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm in the face of the axe. He had no intention of using the lightning cauldron to resist. Prison suppression. Lu Ming clenched his fists and the muscles in his body squirmed. The air of chaos permeated his body, especially at his fists, where the air of chaos was the densest. The Chaos Will. Lu Ming had finally used the Chaos Will. Lu Ming used his vital essence, 9 streams of dragon energy, and the power of his third bloodline as the foundation to cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique. With the support of the chaos concept, he threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's fist seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality, it was flying towards the Elder in the purple gold robe at an extremely fast speed. What does Lu Ming want to do? He's using his body to fight against an Emperor's spiritual weapon? Crazy, he's crazy. He's looking for death? A proud son of heaven has fallen. Lu Ming's action caused a commotion. Lu Ming had abandoned the lightning cauldron and removed the blood fusion. In the end, he actually used his body to fight against an Emperor's spiritual weapon. If he was not crazy, what was? No one could figure out why Lu Ming would do such a thing. Haha, I don't care what madness you're going to have. Go to hell. Hai Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. His face was ferocious, but he was laughing in his heart. In the entire place, only one person, no, only one turtle, saw through the trick, and that was Dandan. Then, that's the Chaos Will. When did Lu Ming master the Chaos Will? Dandan's mouth was agape and tongue-tied, her pair of turtle eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Ming's fist collided heavily with the Emperor's spiritual weapon battle axe. Everyone had imagined that Lu Ming would be crushed like dried weeds and rotten wood, that he would be severely injured by the axe, or even killed. However, the scene did not appear. Instead, it was an unbelievable scene. The fist and the battle axe collided. The battle axe actually made a violent roar and kept shaking. At this moment, the Elder in the purple gold robe seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. His arms, and even his body, trembled with the giant axe. Then, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! The giant axe trembled. The old man in the purple gold robe could no longer hold the giant axe. The giant axe left his hand and flew into the sky. There was complete silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, and they couldn't make a single sound. Chaos Will. It really is the Chaos Will. Only Dandan was mumbling to herself. Chirping. Bubbles was harmless. She blinked her innocent eyes and seemed to be cheering for Lu Ming. This fellow, Xianxia said softly. Even though he knew that Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the chaos concept, he was still shocked by the power. As for Supreme Thunder Rhino, he was completely petrified. The power of chaos intent is indeed shocking. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was said that the heaven and earth were evil-levered from chaos. There was chaos chi in the heaven and earth, which was the most original and most precious treasure. It was said that a wisp of chaos chi could collapse the sky and destroy mountains. The chaos will also had the characteristics of the chaos chi. It was extremely heavy and powerful. Combined with the prison-suppressing heaven skill, they complemented each other well. With a punch, he sent the elder's giant axe flying and injured him. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped forward, surrounded by chaos intent, and punched again. Boom! The sky began to collapse wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. Chaos intent spread out and completely locked onto the elder in purple and gold. The violet-gold-robed elder's expression changed as he roared and punched with all his strength, hoping to block it. Boom! The moment the two fists met, the purple and golden-robed elder's domain shattered under the terrifying pressure. Then, it broke through the fist force of the elder in the purple-gold robe and landed on his fist. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even though the elder in the purple-gold robe had cultivated a spirit body, it was useless. His palm was deformed, and his entire arm was twisted. The old man in the purple-gold robe screamed as he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. However, the old man in the purple-gold robe did not dare to stay. He turned around and ran. Wind Elemental Technique. Lu Ming cast the Wind Element Technique, and his figure was like a phantom. In a flash, he approached the elder in the purple-gold robe at extreme speed. From 100 miles away, he threw a punch. As the fist force pressed forward, the space within a few hundred miles in front of Lu Ming was smashed. The terrifying fist force surged towards the elder in the purple-gold robe like a raging flood. This was the suppression of power. It was simple and direct, but there was no way to dodge. The old man in the purple-gold robe could only counterattack with all his might. However, he had lost his emperor's spiritual weapon. Even if Lu Ming did not use the Chaos Will, he could still suppress him. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. The fist force crushed over, and the old man in the purple and gold robe rolled in the air like a little chick. His body made a crackling sound, and blood spurted out of his mouth. It's time to end this. A deep voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. He cast the Wind Element Technique and appeared in front of the elder in the purple-gold robe in an instant. He held the void in his hand, and the chaos concept condensed into a long spear. The long spear was like lightning as it pierced toward the elder's dantian. No, spare my life. The elder in the purple-gold robe roared, but Lu Ming was not moved at all. He thrust his long spear down. The spear, condensed by the chaos, was extremely sharp. It easily broke through the opponent's spiritual body and pierced through the dantian, piercing through the opponent's spiritual god. The power on the spear exploded, and the elder in the purple-gold robe let out a miserable scream. However, after only a breath, there was no more sound, and his life force disappeared. The old man in the purple-gold robe, the emperor of a generation, was dead. The heavens, when the surrounding people saw this scene, they already felt numb and were completely unable to say a word. Impossible, Haiyu roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't believe it. It's your turn. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on Haiyu. He moved and headed toward him. No. Haiyu's body turned cold, and he ran away like a madman. However, even the emperor could not escape from Lu Ming's hands. Furthermore, Lu Ming's Wind Element Technique had extreme speed. He caught up with Haiyu in an instant and threw a punch. The chaos will suppressed Haiyu. Haiyu screamed in pain. His body was torn apart, and his spiritual god exploded. A supreme being like Haiyu, who had awakened a 9th-level divine level bloodline, could not even withstand one move from Lu Ming. Chapter 1305. 1305 Blood Essence of an Emperor. Gasps were heard at the scene. The people who were watching the battle only reacted now. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. The emperor had been killed by Lu Ming. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations, and it was too shocking. He was an emperor. In history, there were also peerless geniuses who could jump levels to fight. It wasn't rare to see someone in the Supreme Being realm jump levels to fight against an emperor. However, it was only a great battle. It was only a resistance, not a suppression. There were very few supremes who could suppress emperors. Not to mention killing an emperor. Even if an emperor couldn't defeat it, they would still have a good chance of escaping. Moreover, supreme martial artists cultivated spirit bodies and had extremely strong vitality, making them very difficult to kill. There were only a few cases of supremes killing emperors in the Divine Ruins continent since ancient times. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. A great circle of the spiritual god realm could kill an emperor. Such an example had never happened in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. There were no records of it, and it was unheard of. Lu Ming had already created history. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Lu Ming, filled with shock and fear. Which one of you still wants to stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. All the powerhouses, including the supreme beings, lowered their heads immediately after meeting Lu Ming's eyes. They did not dare to look him in the eye. The powerhouses who entered the underwater ancient city knew that Lu Ming had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, but none of them dared to say anything. What a joke. Lu Ming had even killed an emperor. Whoever spoke up would be courting death. In that case, Lei Shi, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming stored the corpse of the elder in the purple gold robe into the mountain and river diagram, then returned to the back of the lightning rhinoceros supreme. Buzz! Supreme lightning rhinoceros let out an excited roar, and lightning crackled around his body. He spread his forelegs apart and sprinted toward the ocean. He was excited. Now, he was full of admiration for Lu Ming. He had no second thoughts. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Even if Lu Ming chased him away, he would follow Lu Ming shamelessly. A great circle of the spiritual god realm was able to kill an emperor. Such a genius had never appeared in history. In the future, becoming an emperor was a sure thing. It would even be easy for him to dominate the continent group of the Divine Ruins and become the strongest expert. He could even cause a wave in the Yuan continent and become an important person. Supreme Thunder Rhino would be an idiot if he didn't follow a genius with such boundless prospects. As long as he stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, he would definitely benefit from Lu Ming's rise in the future. Originally, he had no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm, but now, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros ran with all his might, his body crackling with lightning. He streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the ocean and heading deeper into the ocean. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme, as steady as a mountain. Lu Ming, you've cultivated the chaos will. Amazing, really amazing. I know. In the ancient city in the deep sea, you disappeared for more than 10 breaths. At that time, a primordial chaos token appeared. Were you brought to the Chaos Hall by the primordial chaos token? Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled a bunch of questions. Dandan was worthy of being in existence at the level of an old monster. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so she guessed the general situation right at once. That's right, you didn't guess wrong. Lu Ming nodded. Impressive, Lu Ming. I was right about you. It seems that you have already obtained the legacy of that guy, Chaos. Dandan said. Dandan, you know the Chaos the Arch? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I do. That guy is very powerful. He is on the same level as me. Dandan placed her claws behind her back and said proudly. You can continue bragging. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He had learned from Earth One that the Chaos the Arch was one of the peak existences in the world, and few could compare to him. Even the Hall Master of the Time and Space Spiritual Hall, Time and Space Spirit Rat, was slightly inferior to the Chaos the Arch. Dandan and the Space-Time Spirit Rat were equally famous. They were one of the top 10 war beasts. How could they be compared to the Chaos the Arch? Who's bragging? I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts, the peak existence in the world. Being looked down upon by Lu Ming once again, Dandan shouted unhappily. Lu Ming smiled and did not argue with Dandan any further. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on the back of the lightning rhinoceros supreme. They were the bodies of the supreme beings that Lu Ming had killed and the elder in the purple gold robe. Lu Ming, how about you leave these corpses to me? This is a rare tonic that can help this lord recover a portion of his strength. Dandan looked at the corpses, especially the emperor's corpse, and almost drooled. For you, I have use for the blood essence. I can give you the rest. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was only at divine level 8. It needed blood essence to level up. As for the rest, they were not of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. The next step would be to comprehend the embryonic stage of the domain and step into the supreme stage. This step could not be improved by devouring with a 9-dragon bloodline. It had to be comprehended by oneself. In fact, his future cultivation could not be improved by devouring. Comprehension was the most important. Therefore, other than the blood essence, the blood of a supreme emperor, vital essence energy, and so on were useless to Lu Ming. He might as well give them to Dandan. Then, Lu Ming took out some jade bottles and directed them with his vital essence. The blood essence from the supreme being's corpses flew out and into the jade bottles. There were a total of 7 supreme martial artists. Each supreme martial artist had 9 drops of blood essence, which were stored in different jade bottles. Finally, it was the blood essence of the old man in the purple gold robe. As an emperor, the elder's blood essence was like a blood-colored pearl filled with endless energy. As it flew out, a vast and boundless imperial pressure was emitted. This was Lu Ming's fault. If it was an ordinary martial artist below the spiritual god realm, they would have been shaken to death by this kind of imperial pressure. An ordinary spiritual god realm warrior would be seriously injured. Only those at the advanced spiritual god level and above could get close and collect the blood essence of the emperor. Lu Ming used a jade bottle to store the blood essence of the emperor. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally did not let them go. He had already kept them. Dandan, you can have it, Lu Ming said. Ha ha! Dandan laughed and opened her mouth. The corpses of the supreme martial artists and emperors were all sucked into her mouth and disappeared. I'll keep it and slowly digest it. Dandan grinned, her eyes narrowing. Then, Dandan's eyes started to size up the sea again. The treasures in the ocean are more than 10 times more abundant than those on land. There are countless rare treasures. I can't miss this trip, Dandan muttered. Chirping, Bubbles called out in response to Dandan. Ha, good. We'll work together to get more treasures. Dandan grinned and pulled Bubbles to the side to discuss. Chapter 1306. 1306 Chapter 1306 The Prison-Suppressing Steel Advances. Lu Ming did not bother about Dandan and Bubbles. A jade card appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Xianxia. Xiaoqing, this is the cultivation method for pure spirit body. Take it and study it. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Is there really such a secret technique in this world? Xianxing's eyes were filled with curiosity. He took the jade tablet and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xianxing was amazed. Amazing? This is really amazing. If I can cultivate a pure spirit body, it will be much easier for me to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Xianxing sighed. Little Qing, we need to rush back to the divine wilderness continent. We will need some time. Use this time to comprehend it. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxing nodded, then entered the mountain and river diagram and began to comprehend the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he continued to sit cross-legged on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme. He took out a jade bottle, and his 9-dragon bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of supreme blood essence in the jade bottle, and began to refine it. Lu Ming had planned to travel by himself. However, he needed time now, refining the blood essence, cultivating the pure spirit body, and comprehending the 5 martial techniques of intent all required time. According to the chaos scripture, one could cultivate the chaos will martial technique, chaos sky-turning seal, only when the 5 martial techniques of creation, including the Earth Aeon technique, were cultivated to the highest realm. That was a martial technique of the chaos concept. It was terrifyingly powerful. Naturally, Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Therefore, he might as well ask Supreme Thunder Rhino to hurry along, so that Lu Ming could save time and cultivate various martial arts techniques and secret techniques. The 9 dragons swallowed the 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine it at an extremely fast speed. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, refining 9 drops of supreme blood essence at the same time was not a problem at all. Moreover, the refining speed was much faster than before. In just a few hours, the 9 drops of supreme blood essence had been completely refined. The 8 golden chakras of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline glittered, but it had not advanced. Lu Ming took out another 9 drops of supreme being blood essence and began refining. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on refining the blood essence. After refining 1 supreme being blood essence, he took out another. After more than a day, Lu Ming had refined the blood essence of 6 supremes. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline still had not advanced, but Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. He took out the blood essence of the 7th supreme martial artist. The 9 dragons opened their mouths, and 9 drops of blood essence flew into their mouths. The majestic power of blood essence was constantly transformed into bloodline power and integrated into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Buzz! After a while, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. A new chakra appeared on top of the original 8 golden chakra. His 9th meridian cycle, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, had finally advanced to divine level 9. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel gave off a bright light. Lu Ming felt that the aura emitted by the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had completely surpassed the 9 dragons' bloodline. It seems that the origin of the prison-suppressing steel is very shocking. It's even more powerful than the 9 dragons. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he performed the blood fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel, its power would be stronger than the 9 dragons. The original form of the prison-suppressing steel must be a treasure beyond imagination. It's a pity that I only have 1 piece. If I could get all of them, how powerful would it be? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light and were filled with anticipation. Since he had found a fragment of the prison-guarding steel, it meant that the other fragments were still in this world, and there was a chance to find them. Not long after, the energy of the blood essence was completely refined. Lu Ming kept the blood meridian. All right, my bloodline has reached the 9th rank of the divine level, which is the highest level. Now it's time to comprehend the pure spirit body. Plop, plop. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the ocean below and landed on Supreme Thunder Rhino's body. They were Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the 2 of them were each holding a spiritual herb and gnawing on it. Level 9 Spirit Medicine, Water Spirit Ginseng. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The spiritual medicine that Dandan and Pow Pow were eating was an upper level 9 spiritual medicine, Water Spirit Ginseng. Since a day ago, these 2 fellows had been diving into the ocean from time to time in search of natural treasures. They were having a great time eating. In any case, Bubbles had grasped the space-time intent, so she wasn't afraid of losing him. No matter how fast he ran, Bubbles would still be able to keep up. In a short while, the level 9 spirit herb, Water Spirit Ginseng, was finished by the 2 of them. Their bodies emitted a strong spirit herb aura. Obviously, there were many other spirit herbs in their stomachs besides the Water Spirit Ginseng. The natural treasures in the ocean were indeed incomparable to those on land. There were more than 10 times as many. On the land, human warriors mined, but in the ocean, there were fewer human warriors. At most, some demonic beasts in the ocean would devour them, but there were also many remains. The two guys ate happily. Little guy, we'll continue later. Dandin squinted her eyes at Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Even the bubbles that she exhaled had a rich spirit herb aura. These two fellows, Lu Ming smiled, then entered the mountain and river diagram. Only the mountain and river diagram remained on the back of the Thunder Rhino Supreme. After entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming went to Xianxia's side. Xianxia ended his cultivation after sensing Lu Ming's aura. Little Qing, how's your comprehension going? Lu Ming asked. It's all right. However, it's easy to comprehend, but not so easy to cultivate. It's even more difficult to completely master it, Xianxia said. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded. He had already memorized the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. It was just as Xianxia had said, it was not easy to cultivate it successfully. Cultivating a pure spirit body required a huge amount of raw gemstones as a foundation because it required a huge amount of energy. With a huge amount of energy as the foundation, it can allow the body to evolve and transcend the mortal body, having part of the power of the spirit body. This process couldn't be achieved overnight. It required one to move forward step by step and fight steadily. The two of them continued to study. 3 days later, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of raw gemstones appeared beside him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the cultivation technique of the pure spirit body. One could see strange lines appearing on his body. There were a total of 108 lines, which looked like meridians. This was the special route of pure spirit bodies. Bang, bang, bang. With a shake of his essential core, a large pile of raw gemstones was shattered and turned into rolling original chi. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled the rolling original chi. He began to temper his body according to the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hoo-hoo! The original chi of at least 100,000 raw gemstones was swallowed by Lu Ming. It seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's physical body, following the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the peak of the 9th grade and had reached the limits of his physical body. However, at this moment, it began to break through its limits and achieve evolution. This was because the limit of a complete grade 9's physical body was the limit of a mortal body. Now, the mortal body had evo-levered into a spirit body. As the original chi seeped in and was absorbed, Lu Ming's body began to transform. A few hours later, the original chi of 100,000 raw gemstones was completely refined. Lu Ming swallowed another 100,000 raw gemstones. Just like that, Lu Ming devoured a total of 1 million raw gemstones. At this time, Lu Ming finally stopped. Chapter 1307. 1307, The Power of a Pure Spirit Body. Who? Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Pili-pala. His body moved slightly, and there was a sound like beans being fried. His skin was covered with a thick layer of dirt, which were all impurities. What powerful strength! Lu Ming sensed his body and realized that it was filled with explosive power. It was pure physical strength and not the power of vital essence. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that his body was full of qi and blood. With a single thought, his qi and blood would rush out of his body and burn like a furnace, full of strong vitality. Lu Ming, how is it? Xianxia asked, blinking his big eyes. About 10%, Lu Ming said. A pure spirit body could not be achieved overnight. One had to take it one step at a time and slowly cultivate to perfection. Now, Lu Ming could be considered to have cultivated the initial stage of a pure spirit body. He was about 10% done. Little Qing, you're next. I'll help you guard. Lu Ming said. All right, Xianxia nodded. She began to cultivate the pure spirit body. 108 paths appeared in her body. The cultivation process was similar to Lu Ming's. He absorbed the origin energy from the origin stone and tempered his body. A few days later, Xianxia finished his cultivation. Like Lu Ming, he had also reached 10%. Come, let's go out and clean our slaviers up, Lu Ming said. His body was covered in a layer of dirt, and it was really uncomfortable. The two of them left the mountain and river diagram and jumped into the sea to wash up. Boom! In the sea, Lu Ming threw a punch. This punch didn't use true yuan, nor did he use the power of his bloodline. It was purely physical strength. In the sea, it was as if an ancient giant beast was going berserk. In front of Lu Ming's fist, the sea water suddenly exploded. The powerful force of the fist created a 100-mile-long passage in the sea. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the pure physical strength of this punch could kill an 8th or even 9th-level spiritual god expert. This was only a pure spirit body at 10% maturity. If it was cultivated to 100% perfection, the power would be terrifying. At that time, it would be easy to kill a supreme martial artist with one punch. Of course, the higher the level of attainment, the harder it would be to cultivate. Boom! Not far away from Lu Ming, Xianxia also waved his palm, stirring the seawater and forming a wave that was 1,000 meters high. As expected of a pure spirit body, Lu Ming had a smile on his face. With a stronger physical body, Lu Ming's combat ability would naturally be stronger as well. A pure spirit body. It's not a true spirit body yet. It's not as amazing as a true spirit body, but its power is already very shocking. No wonder the Emperor is so powerful. Lu Ming sighed. After washing up, the two of them returned to the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Thunder Rhino Supreme continued on his way, while Lu Ming and Xianxia continued their cultivation. Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram and focused on cultivating his pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he would cultivate his pure spirit body for a period of time every day. He would also take some time to cultivate 5 types of martial arts techniques of creation. As time passed, Lu Ming's various aspects were slowly improving. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the lightning rhinoceros supreme speed, it would take at least 4 months to fly from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent. Only 20 days had passed, so there was still a long distance to go. Dandan and Bubbles would rush into the depths of the ocean from time to time in search of natural treasures. During this period of time, their mouths had not been idle at all. They had swallowed countless spirit herbs, and their entire bodies were filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. In half a month, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had already reached 30%. With just his physical body, even a great circle spiritual god stage expert would be injured with a single punch. At this moment, Lu Ming temporarily stopped cultivating. My current cultivation is at the great circle of the spiritual god stage, and my foundation is solid. I could try to break through to the supreme level. However, to break through to the supreme level, I need to comprehend an embryonic domain. To comprehend an embryonic domain, I need to spread the runes of intent and integrate them into the spiritual god. I still have no clue. Let's see if the domain solidifying pill can help me. Lu Ming had an idea, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the domain solidifying pill that he had obtained when he had participated in the selection of the disciples of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent. A martial artist in the great circle of the spirit god stage would be able to greatly increase their chances of forming a prototype domain if they consumed the domain solidifying pill, allowing them to step into the supreme being stage. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the solidifying domain pill and began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes, a look of disappointment on his face. It's useless. It's completely useless. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He had refined a domain solidifying pill, but it was completely useless. Originally, the domain solidifying pill could help Lu Ming to open up the concept runes and integrate them into the spiritual god to form the embryonic form of the domain. However, when Lu Ming refined the entire domain consolidation pill earlier, the intent runes did not move at all. It said that the stronger the intent, the harder it is to form a domain. It seems like it's true. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it was because the chaos concept was too powerful. One domain solidifying pill did not have much effect. It was tens or even hundreds of times more difficult for Lu Ming to refine the embryonic form of the chaos domain than other concepts. Let's take it slow. Lu Ming shook his head. He gave up on the idea of breaking through to the supreme being level for the time being and focused on cultivating the pure spirit body and martial arts technique of creation. Time passed day by day. 2 months had passed since Lu Ming went out to sea. After 2 months of hard work, he had reached the peak of the 4th level. Of course, it would be more difficult for him to break through the 4th level. He was a pure spirit body, and he had cultivated to 40%, almost reaching 50%. Lu Ming's ability was also constantly improving. Xianxia's pure spirit body was about the same as Lu Ming's. It was close to 50%. It was worth mentioning that Xianxia's cultivation was also improving due to the continuous breakthroughs of his pure spirit body. He entered the great circle of the spirit god realm in one go. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm after being in the primal chaos palace for more than 3 years. Now that she had cultivated a pure spirit body, it was completely natural for her to enter the great circle of the spiritual god realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly sensed movement outside. His body flickered, and he exited the mountain and river diagram. Whoa, didn't you just steal a few spiritual herbs? If you dare to chase after this lord, I'll remember this. Dandan shouted, and together with the bubble, they rushed out of the ocean and flew toward Lu Ming. Walala! The sea water churned, and the sea water within 1,000 miles was stirred up. Then a big furry hand stretched out from the sea and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. The furry hand was 1,000 miles long and was covered in long, sparkling blue hair. It exuded a terrifying aura. An emperor? This was the aura of an emperor. How dare you steal medicine in my territory? Die! A furious roar came from the bottom of the sea. The giant hand sped up and grabbed at Dandan and Bubble. Chirping, Papa spat out a transparent bubble and opened up a spatial passageway. It and Dandan rushed into the spatial passageway and instantly appeared on Supreme, lightning Rhinoceros back. The giant hand turned and grabbed at Supreme, Thunder Rhino. Chapter 1308. 1308 Chapter 1308 C. Suppressing Divine Ape. The Emperor of the Demon Race. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. One Dan Emperor Realm. I can test out the strength of a pure spirit body. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was revealed. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards the 1,000-mile giant hand. An ant dares to resist? You're courting death. At the bottom of the sea, a furious roar was heard again. The 1,000-mile giant hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Who is the ant? Go! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The 9 streams of dragon energy burst out in his body. The pure spirit body circulated and filled Lu Ming with infinite power. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and cast the prison suppressing heavenly art. The punch collided with the 1,000-mile giant hand. With an earth-shaking boom, the 1,000-mile hand gave off a blue light and then suddenly exploded in the air. An unbelievable roar came from the depths of the ocean. The sea water churned and a blue figure rushed out of the ocean. It was an ape that was more than 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in blue fur, and it exuded a terrifying aura. It stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious gaze, still in disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming could destroy the huge hand that he had condensed with one punch. How is it possible for a mere great circle spirit god? The ape was even more incredulous when it saw Lu Ming's cultivation level. A sea-suppressing divine ape. Interesting. It's a good choice to take him in as a helper. Lu Ming sized up the ape and revealed an interested expression. The sea-calming ape was a type of divine beast. However, it seemed that this sea-suppressing divine ape wasn't a pureblood before it broke through to the Emperor realm. Instead, it transformed into a sea-suppressing divine ape after it broke through to the Emperor realm. There was still a huge difference between it and a pureblood divine beast. What did you just say? You want to take me in as your hatchet man? You're just a mere ant. You're courting death. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the sea-suppressing divine ape flew into a rage. It took a step forward, and the endless sea water in the ocean seemed to obey the ape's command. The endless sea water turned into a giant stick that was thousands of miles long. The sea-suppressing divine ape held it in its hand and smashed it toward Lu Ming. If you're not convinced, then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a wisp of the third bloodline's power to make it even stronger. As for blood fusion and chaos, well, Lu Ming did not plan to use them yet. Boom! Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Thump! Heaven and earth shook, and the sea water churned, creating thousands of waves. The giant rod that was condensed from seawater exploded with a single punch from Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique, and his figure was like a phantom as he pounced toward the sea-suppressing divine ape at extreme speed. The sea-suppressing divine ape's expression changed drastically. It let out a furious roar and charged toward Lu Ming while emitting blue light. Boom! Boom! After a few moves, the sea-suppressing divine ape let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying for thousands of miles. It spat out a mouthful of blood. This sea-suppressing divine ape wasn't even as strong as the purple and golden-robed elder, let alone the fact that the elder had an emperor's spiritual weapon. As for Lu Ming, he had cultivated a pure spirit body, and his combat strength was even stronger. He could easily suppress the sea-suppressing divine ape without even using the bloodline fusion or the chaos will. How is that possible? How can he be this strong? The sea-suppressing divine ape's heart was filled with question marks and disbelief. It could not figure out how a mere martial artist in the great circle of the spiritual god realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Run! Without any hesitation, the sea-suppressing divine ape turned around and ran. It was about to rush into the sea. You can't run away. Lu Ming cast the wind element art. His figure swayed as he approached the sea-suppressing divine ape and threw a punch. This punch was the fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent. The terrifying power made the sea-suppressing divine ape shiver all over. It felt that there was no way to escape. He roared and tried his best to fight back. Unfortunately, he was completely defenseless against Lu Ming's punch and was sent flying 1,000 miles. His body almost exploded and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura was weak. One move and he was seriously injured. Surrender to me, or else I'll kill you. Lu Ming took a step forward and crossed thousands of miles to arrive in front of the sea-suppressing divine ape. He looked at it with a cold gaze. In particular, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The cold and merciless killing intent made the sea-suppressing divine ape's heart and body turn cold. I surrender, I surrender. In the end, the sea-suppressing divine ape had no choice but to lower its head. I'm going to inscribe a restriction on you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Dandan, it's your turn, Lu Ming said. All right, It flew toward the sea-suppressing divine ape. The sea-suppressing divine ape was helpless. At this moment, its life was in Lu Ming's hands, so it could only set up the restriction. Lu Ming, this sea-suppressing divine ape's mansion is at the bottom of the ocean. There are many treasures there. Danden's eyes lit up, chirping. Bubbles also waved her little claws, her face full of excitement. There were two bubbles at the tip of her nose, one big and one small. Danden, this fellow, has led Bubble astray. Lu Ming was speechless. Plop, plop. Danden and Bubbles rushed into the sea impatiently. The sea-suppressing divine ape was helpless. Now that he had joined Lu Ming's side, he would definitely lose his mansion and treasures. Lead the way, I'll also go take a look. Lu Ming instructed the sea-suppressing divine ape. Yes. The sea-suppressing divine ape bowed and replied. Then Lu Ming and the sea-suppressing divine ape entered the ocean together. In the depths of the ocean, there was a divine mountain with countless spiritual herbs growing on it. This place was the sea-suppressing divine ape's residence. On the divine mountain, there were also some powerful sea demonic beasts. However, they had already been flipped over by Danden and Pow Pow. The two fellows were desperately picking spiritual herbs and stuffing them into their mouths. Ha! This is 100,000-year-old bejeweled nectar. Suddenly, loud laughter was heard. Lu Ming and the sea-suppressing divine ape stepped into the sacred mountain. At the top of the mountain, they saw a small pool filled with a blue crystal-like liquid. The liquid emitted an extremely dense life aura. At this moment, Danden and Bubbles were rolling around in the small pool and drinking in big gulps. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the sea-suppressing divine ape saw this scene from the side, his liver, lungs, and entire body ached in pain. Even it could not bear to use this pool of nectar, but now Danden and Bubbles were drinking it in big mouthfuls. Every mouthful felt like they were biting its flesh. If not for Lu Ming, it would have gone crazy. What bad luck! The sea-suppressing divine ape wailed in its heart, lamenting its bad luck to have met Lu Ming. It would lose its freedom in the future, and all the wealth it had accumulated for a lifetime would be ruined by Danden and Pow Pow. You two guys, leave some for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a big jade bottle and poured the nectar into it by activating his essential core. He only stopped after the bottle was filled to the brim. It was not that Lu Ming was satisfied, but that the bejeweled nectar in the pool was all gone. It had all gone into Danden and Bubble's stomachs. What a waste! Lu Ming's heart ached. The serum was even more precious than the life potion. A single drop was hard to come by, and its value was immeasurable. Chapter 1309. 1309, returning to the divine wilderness continent. But now, most of them have been swallowed by Danden and Bubble. Giggle. The two guys had round bellies, and even burped a few times. Bubbles' eyes were blurred, and her body was glowing, as though she was drunk. Indeed, next, the Bubble climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. It lay on Lu Ming's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. The milky white glow on its body became more and more intense. Lu Ming, I'm going to take a nap too to digest the energy in my body. Danden's eyes were blurred, and she climbed onto Lu Ming's other shoulder. Lu Ming, wait for me. When I wake up again, I'll be able to enter the Emperor realm. Danden continued to mumble, her voice getting softer and softer. These two fellows had consumed too many spirit herbs during this period of time, and in addition to nearly a pool of nectar, it was finally time for them to evolve. After muttering to herself, Danden also fell asleep on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming kept Danden and Pow Pow into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he let the sea-suppressing divine ape lead the way and collected the remaining spiritual herbs in the vicinity. Anyway, the sea-suppressing divine ape was going to leave with him. It would be a waste to leave these spirit herbs here. He flew out of the sea. Little ape, bring me along. I'll give you the sea map. Bring me to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming said to the sea-suppressing divine ape. The sea-suppressing divine ape almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ape? Was this the name she had given him? However, the sea-suppressing divine ape could only helplessly accept this name under the pressure of power. Lu Ming asked Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros to return to the mountain and river diagram to rest, while the sea-suppressing divine ape carried Lu Ming and hurried on with their journey. The sea-suppressing divine ape was an emperor, and its speed was several times faster than Supreme Thunder Rhinos. Originally, the journey would take more than 2 months, but the sea-guarding divine ape only used half a month to cross it. In front of them, a huge continent could be seen in the distance. They had arrived at the divine wilderness continent. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had finally reached 50%. At this point, Lu Ming let the sea-suppressing divine ape enter the mountain and river diagram and switched to the Thunder Rhino Supreme. The sea-suppressing divine ape was, after all, an emperor. Riding it into the divine wilderness continent would be too ostentatious and would cause a commotion. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was a bit better. Boom, boom, boom. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros stepped into the void and carried Lu Ming as he flew towards the divine wilderness continent. I'm finally back. Xianxia stood beside Lu Ming and mumbled to himself. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Now that she was back, it was time to settle the score between her and the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros stepped into the void and flew into the divine wilderness continent. Countless mountains and rivers flashed beneath his feet. This place was the northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming guided Supreme Thunder Rhino towards the 100 Beast tribe. Xiaowan and the others should be guarding the 100 Beast tribe. Not long after, they were close to the 100 Beast tribe. Something's wrong. Lu Ming frowned. Along the way, he noticed that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Many large places and cities were heavily guarded, as if a storm was brewing. Who's there? Stop. Not good. It's a supreme being expert. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A group of armored soldiers rushed out from a large mountain in front of them and blocked Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino, their expressions changed. Send word that an unknown paragon is attacking. An armored soldier shouted. No, that's not right. That's Handsome Lu. Lu Ming, Handsome Lu. At this moment, someone exclaimed. What? The other soldiers all turned to look at the figure on Supreme Lightning Rhino's back. Just a moment ago, they had been so shocked by the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino that they hadn't noticed his back. Now that they'd seen it, they were all stunned. It's really General Lu. How is that possible? Didn't the experts of the continent of divine ruins spread the news that General Lu died in battle there? That's right. How is he still alive? But I've seen General Lu before, so I'm not wrong. I've seen him before too. This is General Lu. The hundreds of armored soldiers clamored as they looked at Lu Ming in shock and doubt. I died in battle on the continent of the divine ruins? What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. He felt that something was not right. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the armored soldiers. The hundreds of armored soldiers were shocked and could not help but retreat. I'm Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? What's going on? Lu Ming said. Are you really General Lu? Some of the armored soldiers were still bewildered. Nonsense. Quickly spread the news and have the chaotic heavens divine warrior come. Lu Ming said. These were only ordinary soldiers and didn't know much. They wouldn't be able to explain it clearly, so it was better to ask Xiaowan directly. All right. We'll immediately spread the news. A leader-like armored soldier quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Not even 10 breaths had passed. Sila, hiss. The space rippled and cracks appeared. One figure after another walked out of the cracks. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. Xiaowan, Lu Ming saw at a glance that the person in the lead was Xiao Wan. Apart from that, Lu Ming also saw Mo Yi, the sovereign of the myriad demons abyss, Chu Luo, the sovereign of the demon god valley, the barbarian emperor, the sovereign of the 100 beast tribe, and the sovereign of the floating mountain sect, the moon heart martial emperor. Why is martial emperor Yuexin here? A trace of doubt flashed across Lu Ming's heart. Big brother Yin. Lu Ming also saw Yin Kuang-tu and a few other supreme being experts. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming the moment they appeared. Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not die. One voice after another came out from the mouths of the crowd. They were filled with shock and surprise. Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Yin Kuang-tu was overjoyed to see Lu Ming, and he charged toward him. Buzz! Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros roared. His entire body suffused with lightning as he cautiously stared at Yin Kuang-tu. Yin Kuang-tu couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Lei Shi, it's one of us, you step down. Lu Ming instructed Supreme Thunder Rhino. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros immediately became obedient. He retracted his aura and transformed into a burly man, standing behind Lu Ming. Paragon. He's a paragon. Tulaw, the barbarian emperor, and the others glanced at Supreme Thunder Rhino in surprise. A supreme being seemed to be very obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually had such great abilities to subdue a supreme being and make him so obedient. This was very rare. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. I knew that you would be fine. Yin Kuang-tu laughed heartily. He came to Lu Ming's side and patted his shoulder. He picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Big brother Yin, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Yin Kuang-tu's concern could not be concealed. It was true, and Lu Ming's heart warmed. Lu Ming. At this moment, Xiao Wan, Chu Luo, and the others also stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and looked at Martial Emperor Yuexin. What a coincidence! Senior Yuexin is also in the 100 Beast tribe. Chapter 1310. 1310, the situation changed. Lu Ming, the entire floating mountain sect has been moved to the 100 Beast tribe. Martial Emperor Yuexin was very beautiful, but at this moment, she let out a long sigh filled with desolation. What's going on? Also, why do they all say that I died in the Divine Ruins continent? Lu Ming asked, full of questions. Lu Ming, it's a long story. Let's go back to the 100 Beast tribe first, and I'll tell you in detail. Xiao Wan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and the group headed towards the inner area of the 100 Beast tribe. After arriving at the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming felt that the atmosphere was even more off. Inside and outside the 100 Beast tribe, there were all kinds of formations. Every corner was guarded by powerful warriors and many armored soldiers. The atmosphere was very heavy, as if a great battle was about to start. When Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness continent, although the Divine Wilderness continent was also in the midst of a war and the Northern Plains had just experienced a war, the atmosphere then was not as heavy as it was now. Now, it seemed like a life-and-death battle was about to happen at any time. Lu Ming was even more curious, but he could only suppress his doubts and ask later. The news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread throughout the 100 Beast tribe, causing a huge commotion. Lu Ming and the group arrived at a meeting hall in the 100 Beast tribe. In the meeting hall, everyone was seated on both sides. There were 2 seats at the head of the table, and Xiao Wan was seated in one. Lu Ming, please. Xiao Wan raised his hand and motioned for Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiao Lin. He did not notice the displeasure in the eyes of Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the other sovereigns. After everyone sat down, more and more people came in. They were all high-ranking officials, and even the weakest was a supreme being expert. In a moment, there were dozens of people sitting in the hall. Senior Xia, why did those armored soldiers say that I died on the continent of the Divine Ruins the moment I came back? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Lu Ming, not long ago, The sea-crossing ship that took you to the continent of the divine ruins returned. The experts of the Gate of God of the continent of the divine ruins said that you, Lu Ming, offended the paragon of the Yuan continent's big sect, the deity sect. You angered the deity sect, and they killed you. Xiao said. Lu Ming frowned. The experts of the Gate of God were obviously the ones who had sent Long Chun, Ming Zi, and the others back from the South God Palace. But why did the people of the South God Palace say so? They said that he had been killed. Could it be that the people from the South God Palace were experts from the MU family? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When Long Chun, Ming Zi, and Monk Wuyang set off to return to the divine wilderness continent, it should be the time when Lu Ming and the rest were being pursued by the MU family's head and the rest. This was why the people from the South Deity Palace believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They only said that Lu Ming had been killed when they arrived at the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming made a guess in his heart. Then what about Long Chun, Darkchild, and the Western Desert's Saint Monk? No one came out to speak? Lu Ming asked. No, and only 3 people came back. Their Darkchild and the 2 holy monks of the Western Desert. Long Chun is nowhere to be found. After Darkchild and the other 2 came back, they released the news that they were in seclusion and didn't say a word to the outside world. Xiao said. Long Chun didn't come back. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Long Chun had also been assassinated like them? Moreover, looking at the situation, Ming Zi and the rest should have been warned by the South God Palace and did not say a word. In this case, the matter of Lu Ming being recruited as a disciple by another big sect in the Yuan continent, Dragon God Valley, was naturally not revealed. Lu Ming, did you really offend a heaven's favorite of the Yuan continent's big sect, the Xianxia sect? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming followed the voice and looked over. It was Xiuluo, who was staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Xiuluo had always addressed him as General Lu. But now, he was calling Lu Ming by his full name, and his tone was questioning. The others' gazes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Given his intelligence, he naturally knew what was going on. In the past, they had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent and thought that he could join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent and lead them in the future. However, the people from the South God Palace came and said that Lu Ming had offended a genius of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent and had been killed by him. Although Lu Ming was still alive, he had offended a genius of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. Naturally, he could not join a major sect. They could not join the major sects of a Yuanlu continent and had even offended the geniuses of the major sections. Naturally, their attitude towards Lu Ming changed. That's right, I have offended the heavens pride expert of the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming answered honestly. Lu Ming, I don't want to criticize you, but even though you have some talent, you still need to know your place and know your limits. Your talent is not bad in the divine wilderness continent, but in the Yuan continent, it's nothing. How dare you offend the Yuan continent's elites? It's fine if you offend them, but don't drag us down with you. Xiuluo said coldly. Lu Ming, I want to know if the major sects in the Yuanlu continent know that you've returned this time. Moe also spoke. Xiuluo, Moe, that's enough. Lu Ming is my ally. On the side, Xiao frowned and scolded. Ancestor devil, but Chu Luo wanted to say more. I said enough. Xiao eyes turned cold. Chu Luo shut his mouth and did not dare to say another word. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a faint disdain. Since Lu Ming could not join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was just a junior. He was only a spiritual god realm martial artist, and he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not bother to explain. He had defeated the heavens pride expert of the Xianxia sect and won first place in the test. He had also joined another major sect of the Yuanlu continent, the Dragon God Valley. Senior Xie, what is the situation in the divine wilderness continent? Why do I feel that the 100 Beast tribe is heavily guarded, and that all the seniors are gathered at the 100 Beast tribe? Lu Ming asked the other question in his heart. In the past, the experts have been guarding different places in northern plains, but now they seem to be gathered in the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming, the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent has changed greatly. Xiao Wan frowned at the mention of this. The situation has changed? What's the reason? Lu Ming asked. Because of D.E. Xiao Wan said. D.E. Lu Ming's heart trembled. D.E. had such a great ability to change the situation of the Divine Wilderness continent. Yes, it's because of D.E. When you left, the Heavenly King token was also taken away by the experts of the Gate of God. However, the enmity between the ancient Saint dynasty and the heaven-suppressing divine army has run deep. It's difficult to stop the battle, the elder said. The other overlord forces are also at war. The central continent is still in chaos, but the situation is still good. But a few months ago, he suddenly launched an attack. Xiao Wan explained in detail the major events that had happened during this period, especially those related to Martial Emperor D.E. It turned out that for so many years, everyone had been deceived by Martial Emperor D.E. Not only was he powerful, but he had also secretly developed his forces. No one knew when Nanming had been subdued by Martial Emperor D.E. and joined him. Chapter 1311. 1311 D.E.'s scheming. The sovereigns of the southern underworld had been subdued by Martial Emperor D.E. at some point in time. All of them had submitted to Martial Emperor D.E., and the entire southern underworld was under his control. The Eastern Barren Territory's Heavenly Corpse sect was also established by an emperor of the southern underworld. The reason why they were constantly fighting against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was to attract attention and make the other transcendent powers not care too much about the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In this way, D.E. could continue to improve his strength in the dark. When the time was right, he could start a war. A few months ago, Martial Emperor D.E. finally couldn't hold back and led the army of the South Underworld to attack the central continent. Many overlord forces were destroyed by Martial Emperor D.E., and some directly surrendered. D.E.'s strength increased greatly, and he even sent out strong cultivators to help the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty deal with the heaven-suppressing divine army. After a shocking battle, the heaven-suppressing divine army suffered heavy losses and retreated to the border of northern plains to join forces with Xiao Wan to fight against the strong enemy. Thus, during this period of time, the atmosphere was extremely tense. All the experts of northern plains were gathered in the 100 Beast tribe, ready to deal with the enemy's attacks. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing the story. At the same time, he also understood something. He now understood why the Heavenly Corpse sect of the Eastern Barren Territory could rise up in such a short time and compete with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was all under the arrangement of Martial Emperor D.E. Of course, their strength had increased quickly. Back then, when they were fighting for the Heavenly King's token, the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Netherworld did not make any moves. Lu Ming and the rest found it strange at that time, but it made sense now. The East Barren and the South Underworld were basically under the control of Martial Emperor D.E. At that time, the time was not right. Without Martial Emperor D.E.'s order, the East Barren and the South Underworld naturally would not take action. Even if D.E. and the Masters of the South Underworld are added, their strength should not be so strong. If the overlords of the central continent join forces, there will be many emperors. How can they be defeated by D.E.? Although D.E.'s combat strength is strong, the heaven-suppressing divine army has a deep foundation. There may be some strong people who can compete with him. How can he be defeated so easily? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Although D.E.'s combat power was strong, even with the addition of Nanming, there would not be too many emperors. There would not be more than 7. Some of the stronger overlord forces in the central continent would have 2 emperors, or even more. If several overlord forces joined forces, they would not be so easily destroyed. Because D.E. has helpers. Di's cultivation is at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, and he has a king's spiritual weapon. The key is that two terrifying experts have suddenly appeared beside him. Both of them are at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, and they also have king's spiritual weapons. Xiaowan said with a grave expression. What? Lu Ming was shocked. There were two more experts at the peak of Level 2 martial royal realm beside Di. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a peak second-level martial royal realm expert was definitely at the peak. Before Lu Ming went to the Divine Wilderness continent, the only peak second-level martial royal realm experts on the surface were Xiaowan and Di, which showed how rare they were. But now, how could there suddenly be two experts at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm beside Di? What was even more shocking was that the two of them had Emperor spiritual weapons. Emperor spiritual weapons were extremely rare, and most emperors would find it hard to own one. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood the current situation of the Divine Wilderness continent. Although there were not many emperors around Di, their high-end combat power was too strong. Di himself, along with two peak Level 2 martial royal realm experts, could definitely sweep away the overlord forces of the Divine Wilderness continent. No one could defeat him. No wonder the atmosphere in Northern Plains was so heavy and tense. In Northern Plains, Xiaowan was the only one who was at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. Now, Di's army is attacking the few overlord forces in the central continent. I heard that they have besieged the Xianxia Academy in recent days. The Xianxia Academy is in danger, Xiaowan said. Xianxia Academy. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Lu Ming, what are your thoughts? Xiaowan asked. Rescue them. Rescue the Xianxia Academy, Lu Ming said firmly. Haha, rescue? Lu Ming with what? Now that Di is powerful and has many masters, we can't even protect our slaviers. How can we save him? Chu Luo sneered, his tone full of disdain. The rest of the people also shook their heads, apparently agreeing with Chu Luo. Below, Yin Quantu wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He seemed to have something to say to Lu Ming, but he held back in the end. If the lips die, the teeth will grow cold. I'm sure you all understand that the Xianxia Academy is not weak. If it is broken by Di and surrenders to him, it will only strengthen Di's strength. If we save it and join forces with us, it will strengthen our strength. Only then can we possibly compete with Di, Lu Ming said. That's true, but logic is logic. In fact, we are not strong enough. We have to defend with all our strength to have a chance of survival. If we go to the rescue and cause Di to attack in advance, Lu Ming, will you be responsible for this? Chu Luo sneered. If I'm the one to lose, then I'll lose, Lu Ming said. Haha, you're going to lose? Ridiculous. Lu Ming, to put it bluntly, what right do you have to take responsibility for this? Although you're in an alliance with the demon ancestor, in this world, strength is everything. If you don't have the strength, then be more honest. Chu Luo laughed out loud. This sentence was clearly belittling Lu Ming. Xiaowan frowned, thinking that Chu Luo had gone too far. But he also didn't agree with saving the Xianxia Academy now, so he pondered for a moment and didn't speak. Lu Ming, I can tell you clearly that if you want to save the Xianxia Academy, you have to do it yourself. We will not help you, in case Di attacks you in advance. Chu Luo said. I'll go with Lu Ming. Yin, Quangtu stepped forward. I'll go with Lu Ming too. I'll go too. Then, two voices were heard. It was the barbarian emperor of the 100 Beast tribe and martial Emperor Yuexin of the Floating Mountain. No, you're not allowed to go either. You're in the same boat as us now. If you go, you'll weaken our strength and attract Di's attack in advance. Su Luo said loudly. You, Yin, Quangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the others had unsightly expressions. You don't need to go. I can save Xianxia Academy by myself. Lu Ming's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Lu Ming alone? Rescue the Xianxia Academy. How is that possible? Ha ha. Lu Ming, it seems that your vision has changed after your trip to the continent of the divine ruins. You become more and more self-aware. No wonder you even dare to offend the pride of a major sect in the Yuan continent. Xu Luo sneered. At the thought of obediently listening to Lu Ming's orders in the past, Chu Luo felt uncomfortable. At that time, he had thought that Lu Ming could join a major sect in the Yuan continent. He had taken Xiaowan's words and followed Lu Ming's orders because he saw his future. He was an emperor, but he was actually taking orders from a young man in his 20s. He had always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Now that Lu Ming had overestimated himself and dared to offend a heaven's favorite of a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was almost killed. The road ahead was cut off. Naturally, he would no longer hide his thoughts and would no longer listen to Lu Ming. Chapter 1312. 1312 Chapter 1312 Battling Xu He. At that moment, Lu Ming sneered. Since his return, Chu Luo had been mocking him nonstop, which already made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Chu Luo coldly and said, "Which eye of yours saw that I'm overestimating myself? Also, you think you're great just because you're an emperor? In my eyes, you're not even worth mentioning." "What did you just say?" Chu Luo was furious. He stood up from his seat and his emperor power burst out. A terrible pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a Buddha's face. He sat there without moving. "Xu, sit down." Xiaowan berated. "Ancestor devil, you've seen it for yourself. This man is so arrogant that he doesn't even put an emperor in his eyes. I used to think that he was the #1 figure, but now it seems that I've completely misjudged him." Chu Luo said, "I'm not looking down on the emperor. I'm looking down on you." Lu Ming sneered. "You're looking down on me? Good, good, good. I like to see how much you've improved after your trip to the Divine Ruins continent. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Fiend Ancestor." Chu Luo was furious. He said "good" 3 times in a row and stepped out of his seat. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Some of the supreme beings at the side had a change in expression and found it difficult to breathe. "If you want to fight, then go out and fight." Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. In a flash, he was out of the hall and in the sky above the hall. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He was going to fight with Xu? Did he really dare to fight with Xu? Many people thought they had heard wrong. Although Lu Ming had concealed his aura, they could still sense that he was only at the spiritual god realm. A young man at the spiritual god realm was actually going to fight with an emperor. Lu Ming was not crazy. He was really arrogant. Ha ha, you've all seen it. This kid is arrogant and ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson." Chu Luo laughed in anger, his eyes full of anger. Lu Ming actually dared to challenge him. A spiritual god challenging an emperor was a great insult to him. He had to teach Lu Ming a lesson. He did not think that all this was the result of him provoking Lu Ming. Chu Luo also came out of the hall and flew to the sky. "Let's go out and take a look." Buzz, buzz, whoosh. The experts in the hall all rushed out of the hall and stood in the void. Lu Ming, Yin Quantu also rushed out of the hall with a worried look on his face. Lu Ming, a strange look flashed across Xiaowan's eyes. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he knew that Lu Ming was not an arrogant person. On the contrary, Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Could Lu Ming really create a miracle and fight against an emperor? A look of anticipation appeared in Xiaowan's eyes, and he also left the hall. "Look, who's that? That's Demon Emperor Xu. The other one is Commander Lu Ming. What's this for? From the looks of it, Demon Emperor Xu is going to fight General Lu. That can't be. Demon Emperor Xu is an emperor. How can General Lu be his match?" With so many experts gathered in the sky, their auras were vast and the commotion was huge. Within the 100 Beast tribe, many people sensed the commotion and looked over. Some people were discussing in disbelief. High up in the sky, Lu Ming, I admit that although you're talented, you're too arrogant and condescending. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson and make you come to your senses and recognize yourself. Silua's voice rang out as he stepped forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth seemed to resonate with him, rumbling and trembling. The powerful aura belonging to a martial emperor burst out and filled the world, making many people shiver and break out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker ones were forced to their knees. It was as if they were facing the heavenly Tao. They were unable to resist. However, Lu Ming stood still in the void. He did not move at all and did not even lift his eyelids. This world is much bigger than you can imagine. The divine wilderness continent is just a small piece of land. In the entire primordial realm, a first-level martial emperor is just the lowest level of existence. A mere first-level martial emperor is already so high and mighty. Your achievements will stop here. A calm and indifferent voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Shut up. How can you judge my achievements? Lu Ming's words infuriated Chu Luo. He was the first to move. He stepped forward and clenched his claw in the air. A dark claw condensed from demonic chi grabbed at Lu Ming. Even a supreme being would be seriously injured by this claw. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of this claw. It was as if he did not see it and allowed the huge claw to claw him. Why didn't Lu Ming retaliate? Could he be scared? Or is he confined? The power of an emperor is too terrifying. He can confine the world. Lu Ming might want to attack, but he can't move. Seeing this scene, many people made guesses. Lu Ming, quickly run. Yan Kuangtu grew anxious. However, Lu Ming still did not move. A mere spiritual god realm and dares to preach to me. I'll teach him a good lesson. As long as I don't kill him and break a few bones, I don't think the fiend ancestor will blame me. Chu Luo sneered, and his demonic chi intensified. In an instant, the giant claw was about to grab Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. Lu Ming's action was very simple. He simply threw a punch. Boom! The space exploded like tofu. The claw that Siluo had condensed also exploded and disappeared under Lu Ming's punch. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming's seemingly casual punch had destroyed the claw condensed from Siluo's demonic chi. Although Chu Luo did not use his true abilities, he could still injure a supreme being, but Lu Ming had defeated him so easily. How was this possible? Had Lu Ming's combat strength already reached this level? It was too shocking. What a powerful punch. It's full of power, especially the power of the physical body. It's amazing. Why do I feel like my spirit body is going to explode? The barbarian emperor said, his eyes filled with shock. I have the same feeling. The other sovereigns also spoke out. Lu Ming. Xiao Wan's eyes also lit up. Yin Kuangtu's eyes were even brighter. You have some skills. Take another move from me. Chu Luo roared. He felt humiliated after being blocked by Lu Ming, and the anger in his heart grew. Buzz! The demonic domain spread out from his body and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, his muscles swelled up, and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the territory and the power of the spirit body. It was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Siluo had used his real power and displayed the power of an emperor. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded within Lu Ming's body. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Chapter 1313. 1313 Chapter 1313 Intimidating the Experts. Buzz. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique. His body trembled as he rushed toward Chu Luo at top speed and threw a punch. The two of them each threw out a punch, which collided in the air. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Chu Luo's domain was crushed by Lu Ming's punch. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking reverberated through the entire area. Chu Luo screamed as his entire arm was deformed. His body shook violently, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. As for Lu Ming, he did not move an inch. The heavens! Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They were completely stunned and tongue-tied, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Luo, a demon emperor, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch, and his hand bones were broken. How was this possible? This was simply like a fairy tale, something that was simply impossible to happen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. In fact, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, many of them didn't dare to believe it and thought that they were dreaming. Boom! Many powerhouses couldn't control their excitement, and a powerful aura burst out of their bodies. Xiao Wan was no exception. Monster, what a monster! It seems like the people of the Gate of God didn't tell the truth. They must be hiding something. Xiao Luan muttered to himself, his face brimming with excitement. Lu Ming, Yin Quangta mumbled to himself as he trembled with excitement. He had injured an emperor with one punch. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Ming's combat strength had at least reached the emperor level. You're acting all high and mighty with this little combat strength. Who gave you the confidence? Lu Ming strode in the void and charged at Chu Luo at top speed, throwing another punch. Lu Ming circulated his essential core to the maximum for this punch. There was also the power of 9 dragon energies, the power of the 3rd bloodline, and of course the power of a 50% pure spirit body. The terrifying power, coupled with the prison-suppressing heavenly art, was extremely powerful. Chu Luo roared as a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out with all his might. Boom! The dazzling saber radiance collapsed under Lu Ming's iron fist. The terrifying fist force hit Chu Luo's saber, causing him to tremble and retreat, blood spurting from his mouth. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's figure appeared above Xiluo's head with the wind elemental technique. His hands quickly formed seals, and 4 gates of sealing appeared around Xiluo. The powerful sealing force imprisoned Xiluo in the void. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not give up on cultivating the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. Every day, he would take some time to comprehend it. After several months of hard work, the 9 seals of the Divine Gate had improved further. He could condense 4 sealing gates at once and was even more powerful. Then, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 8 steps in a row. Boom! 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 Chu Luo's body trembled violently, and with every step he took, he spat out blood. In the end, he crashed to the ground like a meteorite. Chi-Chi! Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the Thunder Origin spell. A lightning whip condensed from lightning flashed out and wrapped around Chu Luo's body, pulling him to Lu Ming. At this moment, Chu Luo's face was pale. Half of his body had been blown up, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. This was also an emperor. If it had been an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner, they would have been in grave danger. An emperor had a spirit body, so they could recover after some time. At this moment, Xiluo looked at Lu Ming with a gaze full of fear and disbelief. The scene was silent, dead silent. He had lost. Chu Luo had lost. He had been completely defeated. In the face of Lu Ming, Chu Luo was like a baby, unable to withstand a single blow. He was an emperor, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1st-level martial emperor realm. He was not considered weak among the martial emperors. However, he was powerless against Lu Ming. Was he still human? Was Lu Ming still human? Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the spiritual god realm. Since when did a spiritual god realm cultivator have such combat strength that he could easily crush an emperor? This was unheard of since ancient times. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in a daze, completely speechless. You are very strong. Lu Ming stared at Xiluo and said indifferently. These 3 words made Chu Luo's body tremble. These 3 short words made him feel ashamed. Just now, he thought he was the emperor and looked down on Lu Ming. When Lu Ming said that he wanted to save the Xianxia Academy alone, he called Lu Ming arrogant and ignorant. But now, it was proven that he was the arrogant one and the ignorant one. Silua's body trembled slightly. After a long while, he took a deep breath, lowered his head, and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. General Lu's talent has shocked the world and surpassed the ancient Almighty. Silua is ignorant and blind. Please forgive him, General Lu. Silua's voice was sincere and sincere. He was finally convinced, completely convinced. He had never heard of such a prodigy since ancient times, at least not in the divine wilderness continent. It had exceeded his imagination, and he was finally convinced. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. The other powerhouses in the surroundings were deeply touched. They also bowed to Lu Ming. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. Following that, more and more people knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. Their voices were louder and louder, and in the end, they echoed throughout the entire 100 Beast tribe. After this battle, many people were truly convinced of Lu Ming's abilities and acknowledged that he had formed an alliance with Xianxia to become the supreme commander. Previously, many people had addressed Lu Ming as Handsome Lu because of Xianxia. In fact, they looked down on Lu Ming in their hearts. However, after this battle, everyone truly regarded Lu Ming as someone on the same level as Xianxia, or even higher. He already had such combat strength before he broke through to the martial emperor realm. If Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm, how powerful would his combat strength be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming stood in the void and accepted the worship of the powerhouses. His face was calm, like an invincible god of war. Go back and heal your injuries. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the lightning whip. Chu Luo flew far away. Thank you for your mercy, General Lu. Chu Luo bowed. Haha, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you in a while. You've really changed my opinion of you. Xianxia stepped forward, laughed, and asked, Lu Ming, did the experts of the Gate of God hide anything when they came to the divine wilderness continent? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had established his prestige, there was no need to hide it. This time, the deity sect is not the only one that came to the continent of the divine ruins to recruit disciples. There are 3 other major sects. Lu Ming said, There are 3 other major sects? Many people's hearts trembled. In their hearts, the major sects of the Yuanlu continent were high and mighty existences that they could not climb. This time, there were 4 of them. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. The people from the Gate of God only said that Lu Ming had offended the prodigy of the deity sect. However, if he had offended the deity sect, there were still 3 other sects. Chapter 1314. 1314 Chapter 1314 Descending to the Xianxia Academy. It's true that I have offended the heavens pride expert of the Tianxian sect. However, I have already defeated him. I have also joined another major sect in the Yuanlu continent, Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said. As expected, Xianxia's eyes shone with an astonishing light. General Lu has joined a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. The hearts of many other experts trembled, and their eyes also bloomed with a bright light. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. Someone shouted again, extremely excited. This time, he was even more pious and respectful than before. Previously, it was because of Lu Ming's ability. This time, it was because of Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming had already joined a major sect in Yuanlu and was a disciple of a major sect. In the eyes of everyone, his status had suddenly become high and mighty, even surpassing that of Xianxia. All right, I'm done. Lu Ming pressed down with one hand, and the scene immediately quieted down. I'll talk about the details later. Now, according to the original plan, I'll rush to the Xianxia Academy first and rescue it. Lu Ming said. No, General Lu will go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The barbarian emperor spoke. Yeah, we'll go with you. Yin Kuangtis said. No need. You guys stay here and guard. I know what I'm doing. I won't let myself be in danger. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he did not say anything more. He waved his hands in the air, and the void split open. Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. Even after Lu Ming had disappeared, the crowd's excitement had yet to calm down. The main reason was that the shock caused by Lu Ming was too shocking. When Lu Ming went to the Divine Ruins continent, his cultivation level was low, but now he was able to suppress emperors. This kind of progress was too amazing. No, we can't let Lu Ming take the risk alone. Moonheart Sovereign, Sky Wind Sovereign, you two take some men and guard this place. Mo, Barbarian Emperor, you two follow me and secretly head to Xianxia Academy. If Lu Ming is in danger, we'll help him. Xiao Wan ordered. I'll go too. Fiend Ancestor, I'll go too. Yin Kuang too, and Chu Luo stepped out and said. Although Chu Luo had been injured by Lu Ming, his origin was not injured. At this moment, the effect of the spirit body was activated and he was rapidly recovering. Half of Chu Luo's body that had been damaged had already recovered. Of course, Lu Ming had been merciful. If his source was injured, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. Good, you all will set off with me. With that, Xiao Wan tore open space and led a group of experts to the Xianxia Academy. The Xianxia Academy was in a state of war. Most of the Xianxia Academy's territory had already been occupied by the Detian Divine Palace. Only the White Jade Palace had not been broken through. The White Jade Palace was suspended in the air, emitting a brilliant light. The White Jade Palace was surrounded by an army. In the army, there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Southern Underworld, and some from other overlord forces of the Central Continent. They had joined DE and fought for the world with him. Boom, boom. At the top of the White Jade Palace, there were two majestic figures. They were shrouded in endless divine light and exuded a terrifying aura. It was the pressure of an emperor. The two figures were emperors, and they were launching attacks at the White Jade Palace. Inside the White Jade Palace, there were two white-haired old men. They were also exuding the aura of emperors. They were working together to resist the attacks of the emperors outside. Attack! Attack together! This White Jade Palace won't be able to hold on for long. In the crowd, a purple-robed middle-aged man was giving orders. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this man at a glance. He was the master of the Wang family, one of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Wang Xingtian. Now he was in high spirits. He was one of the first group of people to follow Martial Emperor Di. He was Di's trusted aide. Since Martial Emperor Di showed his true strength, he had been invincible. The strength of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace had become stronger and stronger as they grew older. However, those forces that joined later on and those experts naturally did not have a higher status than him. Only emperors had a higher status than him. Those supreme martial artists were a head lower than him and had to curry favor with him and listen to his orders. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. From all directions, countless attacks and light rays attacked the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace was completely submerged in the light rays. Block it! In the White Jade Palace, the disciples and elders of the Xianxia Academy shouted and attacked with the array of the White Jade Palace, trying to resist. Boom, boom, boom. However, there were too many attacks from the outside world. The White Jade Palace was rumbling and shaking. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Xianxia Academy, I advise you to surrender quickly. His Majesty, Martial Emperor Di, is a hero of the ages. He has received the Order of the Heavens and will unify the Divine Wilderness Continent. If you resist, you will only be seeking your own death. The voice of the Wang clan's patriarch spread far and wide. He is a wolf with wild ambitions. He wants to unify the divine wilderness continent. Dream on. Our Xianxia Academy would rather be destroyed than surrender. Voices came from the white jade palace. The master of the Wang family's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. You really don't know what's good for you. I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then die. Continue attacking. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Tens of thousands of attacks and rays of light flew toward the white jade palace. The intense battle continued. At this moment, 1,000 miles to the north of Xianxia Academy, space cracked open and Lu Ming stepped out. It seems that I'm not too late. Lu Ming looked into the distance and muttered. Then, he took a step forward and headed toward the battlefield. Lu Ming covered the distance of 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Stop right there. As soon as Lu Ming approached, he was discovered. A group of black-robed martial artists with a sinister aura all over their bodies had their eyes on Lu Ming. The people of the southern nether. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to move forward. The people of the southern nether were very easy to recognize. Brat, stop. You're looking for death. An expert in the third level of the spiritual god realm slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air. Devouring power erupted from his palm and enveloped the third-level spiritual god realm southern nether expert. His body was directly fixed in the air, and he could not move at all. Then, to his horror, he realized that the blood essence, fresh blood, vital essence, intent runes, and other things in his body had all flown out of his body and into Lu Ming's palm. Such a strange scene scared him so much that he screamed. However, every few breaths, his body would shrivel up, and he would lose all signs of life. What evil technique! Let's attack together and kill this man. At the side, when the others saw this scene, they widened their eyes in shock. Then, they roared and charged at Lu Ming. Devour, Lu Ming muttered. An even stronger devouring force erupted and enveloped the group of people. They were all turned into mummies, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Terrified screams rang out. More people noticed Lu Ming and attacked him. Lu Ming stepped into the void as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. The devouring power burst out, leaving a trail of dried corpses wherever he went. Chapter 1315. 1315, Chapter 1315, the Third Underworld Emperor. Regardless of whether they were below the spiritual god realm or a spiritual god realm powerhouse, the result was the same. Everything would be devoured, and they would become a dried corpse. Retreat, retreat. Call the strong. The army was in chaos, and many people retreated in shock. The army was thrown into chaos because of Lu Ming alone, and a gap appeared. Who is so audacious, daring to attack my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? A loud shout was heard. Then, more than 10 figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. What a coincidence! The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A few of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. The Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Shengtian, the Jiang clan's patriarch, and the Luan clan's patriarch. 3 of the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had come. More than 10 people followed behind the 3 clan heads. 3 of them were supreme-level experts, while the others were all at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. You? It's you. The masters of the Wang and Jiang families were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. They stared at him in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's you. Didn't you die? He died in the divine ruins continent, in the hands of the divine god sex paragon. After a long while, the crowd finally recovered. The Wang family master pointed at Lu Ming and exclaimed in disbelief. The news of the experts from the Divine Gates, South God Palace, coming to the Divine Wilderness continent and announcing Lu Ming's death had long spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Almost all the powerful factions knew about it. Wang Xingtian and the others had thought that Lu Ming had died in the Divine Ruins continent. They were naturally surprised to see him now. You didn't die, so how could I die? Lu Ming smiled faintly. So you didn't die. You're really lucky. But you're really stupid. Since you didn't die, you should have hidden. Now you've come out, and even come here. You're really seeking death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed out loud, revealing a ferocious killing intent. The aura on his body bloomed, locking onto Lu Ming, afraid that Lu Ming would escape. You? Last time in 9 Dragons, you managed to escape with your life. This time, I won't let you escape. Lu Ming smiled coldly. You're looking for death. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted angrily. Previously, in 9 Dragons, Lu Ming had almost killed the master of the Wang family with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The master of the Wang family had regarded this incident as taboo. Now, Lu Ming had brought it up again in front of everyone, and it had hit the master's sore spot. Boom! The patriarch of the Wang family exuded a cold, killing intent. He stepped forward, and purple flames emanated from his body, completely annihilating the void. The temperature was rising rapidly, and some of the weaker cultivators immediately backed away. I will burn you to ashes, the master of the Wang family said coldly. He pushed his hands forward, and a large purple fireball flew toward Lu Ming. The purple fireball's temperature was terrifyingly high. Wherever it flew, space would be annihilated, revealing black spatial passageways. In an instant, it flew in front of Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed sinisterly. But the next moment his smile froze. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed at the purple fireball. The purple fireball shrank rapidly and finally turned into a wisp of fire, burning and jumping in Lu Ming's palm. This is your flame? You even want to burn me to ashes. In my opinion, it's not even enough to cook rice. Lu Ming sneered. He then blew, and the flame in his palm was extinguished. It was a slap in the face. You. The master of the Wang family's face was flushed red. He glared at Lu Ming and wanted to bite him to death. The master of the Wang family bellowed, and the flames on his body burned even more vigorously. A ball of purple flames appeared above his head. Moving his body, he performed the blood fusion and turned into flames. The flames twisted and finally turned into a purple flame sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming did not even look. He threw a punch at the purple sword. A miserable shriek was heard as the purple sword collapsed. The figure of the Wang family's patriarch appeared. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. His face was filled with fear as he retreated frantically. As soon as the master of the Wang family retreated, screams immediately rang out. The path he took was the army, and he directly crashed into the army. At least 1,000 people were killed by him. Run! The others roared and began to flee in a frenzy. The battlefield of Paragons was simply too dangerous. If you were too close, you wouldn't even know how you died. You're the one who's going to die today. Lu Ming stared at the Wang family master and strode forward. Save me, quickly save me. The patriarch of the Wang clan cried out in fear. At the side, the masters of the Jiang family, the Wan family, and the others were stunned. When Lu Ming injured the master of the Wang family with one punch, they were really stunned and found it hard to believe. Now that the master of the Wang family had called out, they came back to their senses. Attack and kill this person. Kill! The masters of the Jiang and the Luan families shouted and attacked together. The 5 supreme beings attacked at the same time. 5 different beams of light cut through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming spat out the word coldly and threw 5 punches in a row. 5 fist forces broke through the air. Boom! 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 The force of the punch easily dispersed the attacks of the 5 supreme beings, and the masters of the Jiang and the Luan families grunted as they were sent flying backward, blood spurting from their mouths. He casually threw out 5 punches and severely injured 5 supreme martial artists. This caused countless people who had retreated to the distance to gasp. As for the Wang clan's clan master, he was scared half to death. He was so stunned that he thought he was dreaming. How long had it been? Lu Ming had only made a trip to the Divine Ruins continent. How had he become so powerful the moment he returned? His combat strength completely crushed his. Was he still a member of the younger generation? Lu Ming continued to charge at the Wang family's master. The Wang family's master roared in fear and retreated desperately into the crowd, hoping that someone else would help him block Lu Ming. You guys stop him. Hurry up. Damn it. How dare you run away? I'm the confidant of His Majesty, Martial Emperor De. You're courting death. I'll kill you all in the future. The Wang family and the Wang family roared, but the rest were not fools. When they saw the family head of the Wang family approaching, they all fled. No one stopped Lu Ming for him. What a joke. He injured 5 supreme martial artists with a single punch. If they went up, wouldn't they be courting death? The patriarch of the Wang clan was almost in despair. Buzz! At this moment, a black saber radiance burst out high in the sky, cutting through the void and slashing toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. The emperor had made his move. Boom! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. He threw a punch, and it collided with the saber radiance. Lu Ming successfully blocked the saber radiance. Buzz! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This person was an old man in a black robe. He was thin, and his eyes were sunken like a skeleton. However, the aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. This was an emperor. The third Hell Emperor. Seeing this person, the Wang clan master was ecstatic and almost laughed out loud. Chapter 1316. 1316 Wang, Xianxia's despair. There were only 5 or 6 emperors in the southern nether region, and they were all ranked. The first emperor of the underworld was the strongest, followed by the second and third. He was ranked 3rd among the emperors of the southern underworld and was extremely powerful. When the 3rd underworld emperor made his move, the head of the Wang family was ecstatic. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was saved. The 3rd emperor of the dead. This man is someone His Majesty De wants to take down. Hurry up and kill him. His Majesty will definitely reward you heavily. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted. You're so young, but you already have such combat strength. It's rare since ancient times. Unfortunately, you don't know how to keep a low profile and actually came here. I'll send you on your way. The 3rd underworld emperor laughed. His voice was dry and unpleasant, like a skeleton. He was covered in a large black robe and looked like a piece of black cloth floating in the air. Netherworld domain, transform in my netherworld chi. The 3rd emperor of the dead grinned hideously. A black domain spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. The speed of the domain was extremely fast. The moment it appeared, it covered a radius of 100 miles. Lu Ming was also enveloped by it. Instantly, he felt countless black shadows pouncing on him. Endless netherworld chi drilled into Lu Ming's skin, trying to corrode him and turn him into netherworld chi. Buzz! At the same time, a black saber appeared in the 3rd underworld emperor's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. In his own territory, the 3rd underworld emperor's speed was extremely fast. The moment he slashed out, he was in front of Lu Ming immediately. Wind Elemental Technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He cast the Wind Elemental Technique. His body moved without any wind. With a light sway, he dodged the 3rd underworld emperor's attack. At the same time, he threw a punch. Clang! The fist force hit the saber's side, making a loud boom. The 3rd underworld emperor's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he also took a few steps back. Such a powerful force. The 3rd Hell Emperor was shocked. Netherworld body. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead's body trembled. His entire body collapsed and turned into a ball of netherworld chi. Together with his netherworld domain, it enveloped the entire world. Within a 100-mile radius, the netherworld domain covered the entire area with netherworld chi. A spirit body was formed from the bloodline and had some of the characteristics of the bloodline. Different spirit bodies had different mysteries and effects. Some spirit bodies leaned towards attack, some leaned towards defense, and some leaned towards speed. For example, the spirit body of the third Underworld Emperor could turn into the chi of the Netherworld and attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming was enveloped in the Netherworld chi. The sound of air being cut rang out in the surroundings. Countless saber lights were slashing toward Lu Ming from unknown directions. Fire elemental technique, thunder elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He transformed his chaos concept into the fire and thunder concepts. A long spear condensed from flames appeared in his right hand, and a long spear condensed from lightning appeared in his left hand. Buzz! The flaming long spear swept out in all directions with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Fire and lightning were the nemesis of the Netherworld chi. Moreover, the fire and lightning were condensed by the fire origin technique and the thunder origin technique. The power of the two intense was exerted to the extreme, and the power was even more shocking. The flaming spear swept across, and the Netherworld chi exploded. The saber gleams that were slashing at Lu Ming collapsed one by one. Even the Netherworld domain shook violently, as if it would explode at any moment. It's over there. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the front. The lightning spear in his left hand shot out like lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from that place. Then, the third Hell Emperor appeared and retreated rapidly. There was a hole in his shoulder, and lightning was flashing through it. Why would I? The masters of the Wang and Jiang families widened their eyes in disbelief. The third Emperor of the Dead was injured. One of the emperors was injured by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Lu Ming could even injure an emperor. Buzz! Lu Ming cast the wind element art. His body swayed as he approached the third Emperor of the Dead at high speed and threw a punch. This punch was a fusion of the Earth Origin Technique, Fire Origin Technique, and Thunder Origin Technique. The third Emperor of the Dead's domain shook violently. It only lasted for one breath before it exploded. The three martial techniques hit the third Emperor of the Dead, and he screamed as he was sent flying. Half of his body exploded, and his aura became weak. Run, run! There was only one thought in the head of the Wang family, and that was to escape. Lu Ming was too freakish. He was so young, but his combat strength was unimaginably strong. Even the third Underworld Emperor was no match for him. After exchanging a few blows, he was beaten half to death. If he did not escape, he would die. Wang Xingtian, I've said it. You will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He activated the wind element technique and caught up with the master of the Wang family in a few flashes. No, spare me. As death descended upon him, the head of the Wang family broke down. He began to beg bitterly. Supreme martial artist? Face. He didn't want any of that. Compared to his life, these were nothing. Lu Ming looked at the master of the Wang family coldly. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Once upon a time, the master of the Wang family was an unparalleled existence in Lu Ming's eyes. He was a supreme being who could kill him with one finger. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Right now, the Wang clan's clan leader was nothing in front of him and could be easily killed by him. The world was unpredictable. Who could predict it? Lu Ming was growing and growing rapidly. Without realizing it, Lu Ming had become a peak figure in the divine wilderness continent. Those existences that he had to look up to in the past now looked up to him. Let's go. An indifferent voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. His palm was like a knife, and he struck out. No, if I die, you'll die too. The Wang clan's clan leader roared in anger. He knew that he was going to die. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and the aura on his body became violent. He was going to self-destruct. Move. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He exerted force in his palm, and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel flashed, pressing down on the master of the Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed into pieces and died on the spot. He could not even self-destruct in front of Lu Ming. "It's your turn." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the master of the Jiang family and the master of the Wan family. Back then, during the Battle of Nine Dragons, the masters of the 6 great ancient families had all attacked Lu Ming. Among them, the masters of the Jiang family, the Wan family, and the Wang family had all wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always kept this grudge in his heart. Today, he would kill them all. Run. The masters of the Jiang family and the Luan family desperately flew up into the sky because there was an emperor there. However, how fast was Lu Ming's speed? He took a step forward and appeared behind them. Circulating the prison, suppressing heavenly art, he struck out 2 palm strikes in a row. The 2 clan heads were dead. The 3rd, Hell Emperor. After killing the 2 clan heads, Lu Ming set his eyes on the 3rd Underworld Emperor. Chapter 1317. 1317, Chapter 1317, Fighting 2 Empresses Alone. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated to the sky. Mountain Breaker, Martial Emperor, attacked together. The 3rd Hell Emperor shouted. There was another emperor in the sky. He was an emperor of a dominant force in the central continent. He had joined E and attacked the Xianxia Academy with the 3rd Emperor of the Dead. On the surface, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had only sent the 2 of them this time. Kill. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor was a burly man who was more than 3 meters tall. He wielded a broadsword and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the 3rd Underworld Emperor launched an attack on Lu Ming while he was healing his body. The 2 sovereigns joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw 2 consecutive punches. His fists were in a state of chaos. This was not the chaos concept, but Lu Ming's martial arts technique that combined 5 types of concepts. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 Emperor's domains. The 2 domains covered Lu Ming's entire body and continuously depleted Lu Ming's attacks. Invisible attacks were constantly attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force blasted out, and the domain trembled continuously. Lu Ming charged into the domain and fought with the 2 emperors. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor had a burly figure and was known for his offensive and physical strength. However, after exchanging a single blow with Lu Ming, he was still forced to retreat. If it were not for the 3rd Hell Emperor's help, Lu Ming could have taken the opportunity to defeat the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. Even so, Lu Ming still had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. A group of people stood in the White Jade Palace of the Xianxia Academy. Among them were figures that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Kong Xian and Goddess Tanxian. The Valley of the Medicine Masters, without a sovereign, would find it difficult to protect them Slaviers in this chaotic world. However, the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a good relationship with the Xianxia Academy, so the Valley of the Medicine Masters had long sought refuge with the Xianxia Academy and moved to the Xianxia Academy. It was Kong Xian who had just spoken. His voice was full of disbelief as he stared into the distance. It's Lu Ming. He's not dead. This is amazing. Lu Ming is able to suppress 2 emperors. Fairy Tanxiang's eyes also widened, and her voice was filled with shock. Originally, when the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace launched an attack on the Xianxia Academy, they had already defended for a few days. If this continued, it would be very early for them to be defeated. However, when they discovered that the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was in chaos, they thought that it was the heaven-suppressing divine army or Xiaowan of the Northern Plains who had sent reinforcements. In the end, they discovered that there was only one person, a young man. They found out in disbelief that the young man was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who was said to have died in the Divine Ruins continent. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed shocked them even more. He's truly a peerless genius, one of a kind. A white-haired old man beside Kong Xian's side. This white-haired old man was one of the two emperors of Xianxia Academy. Dean, this is a rare opportunity. I think we should rush out and cooperate with Lu Ming to defeat the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Fairy Tan Xiang suggested. Wait a moment. The emperor of the Xianxia Academy muttered. The Ditian Divine Palace will not only send two emperors to attack our Xianxia Academy. Perhaps there are more emperors hiding in the dark. Now that Lu Ming has the upper hand, we are not in a hurry to attack. It will not be too late to attack after we have a clear view of the enemy. And Kong Xian, Fairy Tan Xiang, and the others nodded. Indeed, now that Lu Ming had the upper hand, the ones who should be anxious should be the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, not them. If the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace still had a sovereign hidden in the dark, they would not be able to hold it in for long and would attack. In the north, tens of thousands of miles away, Xiaowan and the others were hiding in the void, looking into the distance. Even though Lu Ming had defeated Chu Luo before, they could not hide their shock when they saw Lu Ming's combat strength. Ancestor Devil, should we make our move now and annihilate this group of people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in one fell swoop? Mo Yi asked. Wait a minute. There might be experts from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace hiding in the dark. We'll act according to the situation. Xiaowan said. Boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, three figures crisscrossed and engaged in an intense battle. Every time they crossed paths, there would be a muffled explosion between the sky and the earth. It was as if the sky and the earth had just been split open and the universe was rumbling. The terrifying fluctuations shook some people's eardrums, causing their bodies to tremble, and they spat out blood. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace retreated again and again, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Clang! Lu Ming combined 5 martial arts techniques of creation, and the power was shocking. He threw a punch and hit the saber of the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor's body trembled, and he was sent flying. Then Lu Ming turned his left hand and struck down with his palm. The chi of the netherworld rolled, and the third Emperor of the Dead was sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he rushed toward the third Underworld Emperor. Terrifying attacks poured down on the third Underworld Emperor. The third Emperor of the Dead tried his best, but it was difficult for him to resist. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the netherworld chi was obliterated. The third Emperor of the Dead screamed in pain as his body almost exploded. On the other side, the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor came to the rescue. Buzz! The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head and smashed toward Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the lightning cauldron's power increased when he controlled it. The thunder cauldron collided with the battle saber of Martial Emperor Pasan heavily. Although the thunder cauldron was sent flying away, it had also blocked the attack of Martial Emperor Pasan. That was enough. Kill! Lu Ming charged at the third Emperor of the Dead and threw a punch. The chi of the netherworld exploded, and the third Emperor of the Dead was sent flying with a scream. Half of his body exploded, and his aura weakened. His injuries were even worse. And this was the third Emperor of the Dead. His netherworld body was mysterious and ever-changing. If it had been any other emperor, they would have been more seriously injured after being hit by Lu Ming's attack. Even so, the third Underworld Emperor was still terrified. He turned around and ran. He was afraid. If this went on, he would really be killed by Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he walked toward the third Underworld Emperor. At the same time, he focused his mind and spread his spiritual sense in all directions, as if he was waiting for something. In a few steps, Lu Ming was close to the third Underworld Emperor, and his terrifying attack was about to land on the third Underworld Emperor. Evil beast, you dare! At this moment, a cold voice came from the endless void. As soon as the voice was heard, a golden sword light descended from the sky and cut down on Lu Ming's head. It's dangerous. Facing this golden sword light, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His heart trembled as he felt a fatal danger. Roar! Without any hesitation, the nine-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Boom! Boom! Each of the 9 dragon claws was a fusion of 5 martial techniques of creation, and they were all aimed at the golden sword light. An ear-piercing sound resounded between heaven and earth. The golden sword light was so sharp that it could cut through everything. The attack formed by the 5 martial techniques of creation was broken by the golden sword light one by one. The 9 dragons' body trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat 1,000 miles before they could stabilize themselves. The result was that 3 of the 9 dragon claws were cut off. Fortunately, this was the body of Blood Meridian. Lu Ming circulated the power of Blood Meridian, and his 3 dragon claws were rapidly recovering. Chapter 1318. 1318 Dihanchen. What a powerful force. What a terrifying sword chi. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He transformed into 9 dragons and performed a martial technique that combined 5 types of concepts. Other than the chaos concept, this was Lu Ming's strongest combat power. However, he still could not withstand it. He was pushed back 1,000 miles by a sword gleam, and 3 dragon claws were cut off. The power of the golden sword radiance was truly terrifying. Buzz! In the depths of the sky, a golden light flashed, and a figure appeared. It was an old man with thick bone armor and a burly figure. He wore a long golden robe that fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded endless majesty. The golden-robed old man released a terrifying aura, causing the sky to shake. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were extremely solemn. The golden-robed old man's cultivation was at the same level as Xiel Wan and Di Yi's Martial Emperor. He was extremely powerful. There was a huge gap between each level of the Martial Royal Realm. The difference between the second level and the first level of the Martial Emperor Realm was very obvious. It would not be too difficult for a second-level Martial Emperor to kill a first-level Martial Emperor. Not to mention the peak of the second-level Martial Monarch Realm. Elder Dihancheng, the third Underworld Emperor and the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor were overjoyed to see the old man. Lu Ming frowned. Xiel Wan had mentioned before that Di Yi suddenly had 2 Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts with Emperor spiritual weapons. Lu Ming had a lot of questions. It was not easy to find a Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. In the Divine Wilderness continent, on the surface, there were only 2 people, Xiel Wan and Di Yi. Where did the 2 people at the peak of the second level of the Martial Royal Realm beside Di Yi come from? Moreover, they both had King's spiritual weapons. And now, he knew that one of them had the same surname as Di. What was going on? It was rumored that the Diqian Divine Palace was founded by Martial Emperor Dai. At that time, there was only one Martial Emperor Dai, and no one had heard that he had any clansmen with the same surname. Later on, did Martial Emperor Di have descendants, which led to the Di family? Could this old man be a descendant of Di? That was impossible. This was because Lu Ming felt that the old man was older than Di. Lu Ming had more questions in his heart. He felt that Di was more mysterious than he had imagined. Di Hongchang stood high up in the sky and looked down at Lu Ming. However, it was not difficult to see that there was a hint of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed to be in awe of Lu Ming's age and combat ability. So, you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's not bad for you to have such cultivation and combat strength at your age. I think your talent. Join our Di family. As long as you perform well, the Di family will not treat you badly. Di Hongchang said in a condescending tone. This wasn't Di Hongchang's intention. It seemed that he was born with the ability to look down on others. Lu Ming chuckled, but did not answer. He stared at Di Hongchang and said, after a while, You're not from the divine wilderness continent, are you? Or are you not from the continent of the divine ruins? Lu Ming had seen all the paragons in the divine ruins continent group, and there was no one with the surname Di. Di Hongsheng was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly ask this question. Then, he sneered, "You don't have to worry about this question. Now, just tell me, are you going to surrender or not?" Surrender? That's fine, but I have a condition. Give me Di's head, and I'll surrender. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Impudent. Di Hongqing's face darkened, and his killing intent bloomed. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, I see that you're quite talented. I wanted to give you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. I can only send you on your way." Di Hongsheng clenched his fist in the air, and a golden combat sword condensed in the air. The sword chi soared up into the sky. Slash! Die! Di Hongsheng shouted. He swung his golden sword, and a terrifying sword chi, thousands of miles long, split the sky and went toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than the previous one. Chaos! The 9 dragons stomped in the air, and chaos chi filled the air around them. The chaos was unleashed. In the face of an expert like Di Hongsheng, Lu Ming no longer hid his strength and unleashed it with all his might. Prison-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and a dragon claw swiped at the golden sword radiance. The dragon claw was covered in the chaos concept. Only when the chaos intent was combined with the prison-suppressing heavenly art could its power be unleashed to its maximum. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the golden sword radiance. It was as if the entire world was shaking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Half of the sky was filled with golden sword light, while the other half was in chaos. Di Hongsheng and Lu Ming's figures were agitated by an invisible force, and they retreated at the same time. How was that possible? The Mountain Breaker, Martial Emperor, and the Third Hell Emperor were dumbfounded by this scene. They could hardly believe their eyes. Lu Ming had actually blocked Di Hongqing's attack. Not only that, but they seemed to be on par with each other as they both retreated at the same time. This meant that Lu Ming could compete with Di Hongsheng. Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he was fighting with them. At the thought of this, the two of them felt a chill down their spines. If Lu Ming had used his full strength earlier, they would have been dead for sure. Gulu! Gulu! In the White Jade Palace of the Xianxia Academy, Kong Exen, Goddess Tanxiang, the 2 emperors of the Xianxia Academy, and other masters all swallowed with difficulty. Their throats moved, and their eyes were wide open as they stared into the distance. AI, the gap between us and Lu Ming is getting bigger and bigger. After a while, Kong Exan sighed, her voice full of helplessness. Lu Ming is not on the same level as us to begin with. He is destined to be more glorious and go further in the future. Fairy Tanxiang's eyes were filled with excitement. Indeed, he is already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent at such a young age. I really do not know how high his future achievements will be. An emperor from the Xianxia Academy also sighed. In the northern sky, Xiao Wan and the others were also dumbfounded. This, Xiuluo's body trembled, and he couldn't say a word. They had thought that Lu Ming's ability to defeat Xiuluo and crush ordinary sovereigns was already earth-shattering enough. However, they now realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming could actually fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. In other words, Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with Xiao Wan. Lu Ming. Among the crowd, Yin Quangtu was the most excited. He clenched his fists tightly and was extremely excited. I didn't misjudge you. Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. He knew that he had made the right bet. Emperor's sword, break the world. Di Hongqing's angry voice was heard. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming. This shocked him, but at the same time, it aroused his killing intent. The golden sword radiance surged. Di Hong became one with the sword and turned into a dazzling sword radiance, slashing toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1319. 1319 Chapter 1319 Intense Battle. A furious blow from a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert would definitely be earth-shattering and astonishingly powerful. The third Hell Emperor, the mountain-breaking martial emperor, was terrified by this sword. They felt that they had no hope of being killed by this sword. Lu Ming, in the White Jade Palace, Kong Xian and the others, as well as Xiao Wan and the others in the north, were also on edge, especially Xiao Wan, who was ready to help at any time. The combat strength of a peak level 2 martial royal realm is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, opened their mouths, and roared. The devouring power burst forth, shrouding the front. At the same time, the dragon claws reached out, and the shadow of the prison suppressing steel appeared. Boom! Once again, it clashed with the golden sword light, and a terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. The shadow of the prison suppressing steel was destroyed by the golden sword light, but the golden sword light also collapsed. Buzz! Buzz! The 9 dragons and Di Hongqing retreated at the same time. This time, Di Hongqing's retreat was shorter, while Lu Ming's retreat was longer. The 9 dragons' bodies trembled slightly, and they were covered with sword marks. The bodies of the 9 dragons glowed with light. Their bodies seemed to no longer be solid, and they seemed illusory. You haven't become an emperor, and you haven't cultivated a spiritual body. There's still a limit to just relying on the power of your bloodline. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Di Hongqing sneered, his eyes cold. After all, there was a limit to the power of bloodline fusion. The more intense the resistance, the more terrifying the power of bloodline would be consumed. Once the power of bloodline was used up, he could no longer maintain the state of bloodline fusion. He could only wait for his power of bloodline to recover before he could use bloodline fusion again. It was obvious that Lu Ming's power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted, so the bodies of the 9 dragons were somewhat illusory. This move will kill you. Di Hongqing stepped forward, and the golden sword light was even more dazzling. Emperor's sword, breaking the world. Buzz! The golden sword gleam slashed at Lu Ming again, full of murderous intent. Di Hongqing was going to kill Lu Ming with this sword. The bloodline of the 9 dragons burst like a bubble. However, Lu Ming's actual body did not appear. Instead, a stone tablet appeared. It was the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel turned into the size of a mountain, emitting a brilliant light. Below him, the word on the steel shone with a resplendent light. Buzz! The prison-guarding steel was covered in a layer of chaos intent, which made it seem even heavier and more suppressive. The prison-suppressing steel pressed toward the golden sword light. The second divine, level 9th rank bloodline. Di Hongqing's eyes narrowed. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel clashed with the golden sword radiance. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was a physical body that was indestructible and firm. The prison-suppressing steel trembled and flew backward. The golden sword light also collapsed instantly. Di Hongqing also retreated rapidly under the impact of the counterattack. This time, Di Hongqing retreated even further than Lu Ming. This made Di Hongqing's face turn extremely ugly. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel contains the original body. It is indeed more powerful than the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! At this moment, Di Hongqing's body seemed to have turned into a golden sword light, breaking through the void and approaching Lu Ming at an extreme speed. Good! Lu Ming's voice came from the prison-guarding steel. The prison-guarding steel glowed and rushed toward Di Hongqing. Clang! Heaven and earth exploded. The 2 figures retreated and then charged together again. Between heaven and earth, only 2 light figures could be seen constantly attacking and fighting. In the sky, there were constant explosions. The shockwaves formed by the two's battle were getting more and more terrifying. causing the onlookers to retreat further and further away. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was just a slight advantage. He could not win against his opponent in a short time. Damn it, Di Hongcheng roared in his heart. He was a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert, but he couldn't even take down a young man in the spiritual god realm. He felt humiliated. Go to hell, Emperor's sword. Suddenly, Di Hongcheng roared as a golden combat sword appeared above his head. This combat sword wasn't formed by true essence, but a real combat sword, a real spirit weapon. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. It was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Di Hongcheng held the golden combat sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword chi was slashed at Lu Ming. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. What a terrifying power. Facing this sword, Lu Ming's heart could not help but tremble. The Emperor's spiritual weapon was the Emperor of spiritual weapons. It was originally a weapon used by a peak emperor, and only a peak emperor could fully unleash the power of an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Supreme martial artists and even low-level emperors could not unleash the full power of an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation was, the more powerful the Emperor's spiritual weapon would be. A second-level martial emperor using an Emperor's spiritual weapon would naturally be more powerful than a first-level martial emperor. This sword gave Lu Ming a feeling of extreme danger. Power, power! Lu Ming roared in his heart. More energy from his third bloodline surged into his body, filling his heart with killing intent. However, he could not care less at this moment. The power of the third bloodline and the chaos will cover the prison-guarding steel, making it more powerful than ever. Clang! The golden sword light hit the prison-suppressing steel. The steel shook violently and was sent flying like a meteorite, creating a big hole in the space. On it, the chaos was almost shattered. The prison-suppressing steel kept buzzing and became transparent. One move, and the bloodline power of the prison-suppressing steel was about to be exhausted. Di Hongqing's combat strength had skyrocketed with the addition of his king spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was no match for him at all. Dying, Di Hongqing charged at Lu Ming again. Not good attack. In the north, Xiaowan's expression changed. He took a step forward and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Slash! A pitch-black demonic blade appeared in Xiaowan's hand. Demonic chi shot up into the sky, and the blade radiance sliced through the air. A black blade light cut through the endless void and headed toward Di Hongqing. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. The demonic blade in Xiaowan's hand was also an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Xiaowan had created chaos in the world back then, so he naturally had an Emperor's spiritual weapon. He had hidden it in a secret place and had only taken it out a while ago. Di Hongqing's expression changed when he saw Xiaowan's attack. He turned around and slashed his golden sword at Xiaowan, ignoring Lu Ming. Clang! The two of them exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. Kill! Xiaowan charged towards Di Hongqing. Di Hongqing had no choice but to fight Xiaowan. Who? Lu Ming let out a long breath. A peak second-level martial emperor with an Emperor's spiritual weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming was not his match. Kill this bunch of dogs. Kill! At this moment, Yin Kuang-tu, Chu Luo, the barbarian emperor, and the others had arrived, killing their way into the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Not good. The mountain-breaking martial emperor and the third underworld emperor's expressions changed drastically. There were only two of them, and they were completely outmatched. Go to hell. The barbarian emperor had his eyes on the mountain breaker martial emperor, while Tsuo had his eyes on the third underworld emperor. Both of them started fighting. Chapter 1320. 1320 Chapter 1320 Killing Another Emperor. As for Yin Kuang-tu and Mo Yi, they slaughtered their way into the army of the Detian Divine Palace as if they were entering a no-man's land. With a single move, a large number of experts were killed, and large numbers of corpses fell from the sky. Now, kill our way out. In the White Jade Palace of the Xianxia Academy, an emperor gave the order. Kill. The cultivators from the Xianxia Academy also rushed out and surrounded the army of the Detian Divine Palace. Not good, run. Quickly run. The great army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was defeated in an instant and fled for their lives. They had no choice. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were being held back. The Xianxia Academy, Mo Yi, and the others were all emperors. Killing those below the emperor realm was as easy as killing chickens. Even supremes would die with a single slap. Chaos. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was in complete chaos. They only cared about fleeing for their lives. Some supreme martial artists didn't have the heart to continue fighting and were fleeing frantically. You won't be able to escape. The emperor of the Xianxia Academy had been keeping an eye on these supremes, and they had been killed one by one. This was a one-sided massacre. Blood chi filled the air, and the battle didn't last long. More than half of the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been killed, and the ground below was covered with corpses. Those who had escaped were those with weak cultivation. No one was interested in killing them. Those with weak cultivation would not affect the overall situation much. There were only 3 battlefields left in the sky above the Xianxia Academy. Xiaowan fought Di Hongsheng. The barbarian emperor was up against the mountain breaker martial emperor, while Chu Luo was up against the 3rd underworld emperor. Let's end this quickly. Let's attack together. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he charged at the 3rd underworld emperor. Although Lu Ming's power of Blood Meridian had been exhausted, and he could not perform the Blood Meridian fusion, the power of the chaos that Lu Ming had cast was still terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming approached the 3rd Emperor of the Dead and threw a punch. This punch carried the will of chaos and crushed the universe. No! The 3rd Emperor of the Dead felt a fatal danger. He roared in fear and turned into the chi of the netherworld, trying to escape. But under the chaos will, everything was futile. As Lu Ming's fist landed, the 3rd Emperor of the Dead let out a blood-curdling screech. The netherworld chi was obliterated, and the 3rd Emperor of the Dead's body reappeared. However, it was already in pieces. His spiritual god had also vanished into thin air under the impact of the punch. Hiss. Siluo and the other emperors gasped in horror. An ordinary 1st-level martial royal realm expert was so weak when facing Lu Ming that he was killed by a single punch. Get lost! The mountain-breaking martial emperor was almost scared to death at the sight of this, and he charged forward madly. However, the barbarian emperor blocked his way. Other than the barbarian emperor, Mo Yi, Yin Kuang-tu, and the others had also made their moves, leaving the mountain breaker martial emperor with no way out. After Lu Ming killed the 3rd underworld emperor, he walked toward the mountain breaker martial emperor. The mountain breaker martial emperor was extremely frightened. Di Hongsheng, save me. Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker yelled to Di Hongsheng for help. However, Di Hongsheng couldn't free himself from the battle with Xiaowan, so he could only protect himself. Xiaowan had been at the 3rd level of the martial royal realm at his peak. However, he had been suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel for 30,000 years, and his essence had been injured, so he could not recover to his peak. However, he had rich combat experience. Although his realm was the same as Di Hongsheng's, he was still more powerful than Di Hongsheng. Di Hongsheng could only protect himself. He couldn't free his divine body to save the mountain breaker martial emperor. If you dare to go against our Di family, you will all die. In the end, Di Hongsheng roared and exchanged a blow with Xiaowan. Then, he turned into a sword light and shot away. He had actually escaped. Xiaowan didn't pursue him. Although he was slightly stronger than Di Hongsheng, there was a limit to his strength. He couldn't keep Di Hongsheng here. No! Seeing Di Hongsheng running away, Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker shouted in despair. As for Lu Ming, he was already not far away from the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor, and his cold, killing intent enveloped him. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender," the mountain-breaking martial emperor shouted. He had seen the third underworld emperor's fate clearly. If he didn't surrender, he would die. "We can surrender, but give up resisting and let us seal our cultivation," Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not necessarily have to kill the other party. After all, the other party was a martial royal realm expert. If they surrendered and helped them, it would be beneficial to them. Faced with such a situation, the mountain breaker martial emperor was helpless and could only give up on resisting. He understood that even if he resisted with all his might, he would only be killed in the end. He might as well trust Lu Ming this once. "Seal his cultivation," Lu Ming ordered. Immediately, the barbarian emperor Chu Luo and Mo Yi joined forces to seal the mountain breaker martial emperor's cultivation base. The battle had finally come to an end. It ended with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's defeat. Almost all the experts that were sent here had died in battle. Only Di Hongqiang had escaped, the third underworld emperor had died in battle, and the mountain breaker martial emperor had surrendered. They had suffered heavy losses. "Lu Ming, thank you." The two deans of the Xianxia Academy came to Lu Ming and cupped their fists to thank him. "You're too kind, deans. Brother Kong Xian and I are friends. How can Lu Ming sit by and do nothing when the Xianxia Academy is in trouble?" Lu Ming said. "Lu, Brother Lu." Kong Xian and Goddess Tanxiang came together and saluted Lu Ming. They had mixed feelings. He still remembered that not long after the Battle of Providence had ended, Lu Ming had changed his name to Lu Shaoqing and arrived in the Central Continent. At that time, Lu Ming's combat strength was only about the same as theirs. In fact, his cultivation level was not even as high as theirs. However, it had only been a few years, and there were already earth-shattering changes. Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength had far surpassed them. He stood at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. They might not be able to catch up to Lu Ming even if they spent their entire lives. "Brother Kong, Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. Then he looked at the two deans of the Xianxia Academy and said, "My two courtyards, the world is in chaos now. What are you planning to do?" "This? Sigh, we haven't thought it through yet." A director with a tall figure sighed. In Xianxia Academy, there were those who cultivated the martial path and those who cultivated the inscription path. Of the two deans, one cultivated the martial path and the other cultivated the inscription path. The taller dean cultivated martial arts, while the thinner dean cultivated the Tao of inscription. "How about this? Why don't the Xianxia Academy form an alliance with us and head to the northern plains together? This way, our strength will be even stronger and we will have a greater chance of resisting the Ditian Divine Palace," Lu Ming suggested. The two deans of the Xianxia Academy looked at each other, then cupped their hands together and said, "Lu Ming, we have the same intention." "That's good. Haha. Then let's not delay this any longer. We will set off for northern plains now. If we are late, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will most likely come." Lu Ming said, "All right, we'll set off immediately. You may enter the White Jade Palace. It's a secret treasure," the tall director said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded, and the group flew into the White Jade Palace. Xiaowan didn't say anything during this process. Chapter 1321. 1321, the alliance between Di Yi and the Xie family. Ever since he saw Lu Ming's combat ability, he had a plan in mind. In the past, he had formed an alliance with Lu Ming because he saw Lu Ming's potential. The condition of the alliance was that Lu Ming would be able to guide him when he joined a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years, and all his family and friends had turned into dust. He no longer had any worries about the divine wilderness continent. In his eyes, there was only cultivation, and the pursuit of higher martial arts. He had no interest in power. Therefore, after seeing Lu Ming's current combat level, He planned to slowly hand over the power to Lu Ming. He would just assist Lu Ming. Lu Ming had obviously thought of this as well. He glanced at Xiaowan, but did not say anything. Lu Ming now had friends, family, and loved ones. If he wanted to protect these people, he needed power and authority. Since Xiaowan had intentionally given in, he would not be polite either. The group entered the White Jade Palace. It shone and broke open the space, directly entering the alternate dimension and heading towards Northern Plains. Not long after, Northern Plains, in the sky above the 100 Beast tribe, the space split open and the White Jade Palace appeared. After a while, the conference hall of the 100 Beast tribe was filled with people. All the higher-ups of Northern Plains, as well as the experts of Xianxia Academy, were almost all present. Xiaowan and Lu Ming were still sitting at the very top. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The news of Lu Ming's battle at Xianxia Academy had spread. It was easy for him to defeat a peak second-level martial emperor and kill a first-level martial emperor. This level of combat strength was already at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on everyone. Moreover, Lu Ming was still so young, and his cultivation level was only at the spiritual god stage. No one could predict Lu Ming's future and potential. They looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. Everyone, we have received news that DE of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is going to form an alliance with the Xief family of the ancient Saint Dynasty. After everyone was seated, an emperor from the Xianxia Academy announced a shocking piece of news. Everyone gasped when they heard the news. What? The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace wants to form an alliance with the Xie clan? Is this true? We're in trouble. The discussion hall was instantly in an uproar. It's absolutely true. In a month's time, the two sides will hold an alliance ceremony in the Holy City. The burly emperor of the Xianxia Academy said. The scene fell silent again. Everyone frowned, their expressions grave. Now, the strongest force in the divine wilderness continent was, without a doubt, the Diqian Divine Palace, led by De. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace gathered the power of the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Netherworld. In addition, some of the hegemonic powers of the Central Continent had also surrendered, and their power was growing stronger and stronger. Most importantly, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had 3 peak experts. They were like 3 huge mountains that weighed down on everyone's hearts. Other than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the other strongest forces were the Xief family of the ancient sacred dynasty and his allies. There was also the heaven-suppressing divine army and its allies. And then there was their northern plains. Western Desert had always stayed out of it. Not participating in the battle meant that it was excluded. Out of the 4 great powers, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the strongest. However, the Royal Xie clan had a history of over 1 million years. In terms of their foundations, they were definitely the strongest. No one could see through them, and they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Now, these 2 giants were about to join forces. Could the other forces still compete with them? Originally, although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was strong, their foundation was not strong enough, and the number of emperors they had was relatively small. Including De, there were still 2 experts at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm, the Southern Underworld's emperor and some surrendered emperors. There were only a dozen of them. In this regard, the number of emperors from the Xief family and their allies, as well as the heaven-suppressing divine army and their allies, all surpassed that of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Even in Northern Plains, the number of emperors added up to more than 10. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was powerful at its peak, they didn't have many emperors. The other powers could still contend against them. But now, the alliance between the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan could make up for this weakness. At that time, they would definitely be able to sweep across the world. Be it the heaven-suppressing divine army or Northern Plains, they would find it hard to contend against them. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. Why would the Xie clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace form an alliance? No one could figure it out. With the current momentum of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, what would happen to the Xie family if they unified the Divine Wilderness? There must be an unknown transaction in this. What should we do now? Someone asked. The scene was silent, and no one spoke. Even Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were frowning. Let's talk about our own opinions and discuss it. Lu Ming spoke after a while. That's right, tell me, Xiao Wan said. Everyone chimed in, expressing their own opinions. Some people suggested taking the initiative to attack one side and fight with them to break the alliance. However, there were people who immediately rebutted. The strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was extremely strong, and those three peak experts were unrivaled. It wasn't a wise decision to attack the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As for the Xie family, they were in charge of the Holy City and had a deep foundation. The Holy City had never been breached before, so it was very dangerous to attack the Xie family. These people advocated defense and held fast to northern plains. Everyone spoke one after another. They argued until they finally reached a consensus to defend northern plains and raise their strength. Their hopes were on Xiao Wan and Lu Ming. Xiao Wan was originally a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. He had only been injured to the core and needed time to recover. If they held their ground and did not come out, the situation would change when Xiao Wan recovered to the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. They would have the upper hand in terms of peak combat strength. The other person was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still young, and his cultivation level was only at the perfected spiritual god realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation level were to improve further, he would become even stronger and be able to change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, the final result of the discussion was to hold on, wait, and improve their strength. Lu Ming did not object to this. What he lacked now was time. As long as he had time, the pure spirit body would improve every day, and his strength would become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, if he broke through to the supreme level, his chaos intent would transform into the early stage of the chaos domain. His combat strength would increase dramatically, and he would not be afraid even if he faced a peak Level 2 martial royal realm expert with an emperor's spiritual weapon. In the end, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan finalized this plan. That's right, big brother Yin. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yin Kuang-tu, senior by Shijin. Where's Senior Du Songjue and the others? Why haven't I seen him? Logically speaking, with Lu Ming's return and such a major event happening in the Divine Wilderness continent, by Shijin, Du Songjue and the rest would definitely take the inter-territory teleportation array to come and discuss matters. However, ever since Lu Ming returned, they had not been seen. After Lu Ming spoke, Yin Kuang-tu's expression changed. His gaze was complicated, and he hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xiao Wan, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and the others, he saw that they had complicated looks in their eyes and did not dare to look him in the eye. Lu Ming's bad premonition grew stronger. Chapter 1322. 1322 Chapter 1322 Shocking news, bringing forward the decisive battle. Big brother Yin, what's going on? Lu Ming looked at Yin Kuang-tu and emphasized his words. His eyes were bright as he stared at Yin Kuang-tu. Yin Kuang-tu's expression changed. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, I didn't want to tell you at first, but since your combat strength has already reached such a level, there's no harm in telling you. The Yin and Yang formation of the Talisman Amulet sect has been broken by Martial Emperor De. What? Yin Kuang-tu's words were like thunder, ringing in Lu Ming's heart. When Lu Ming returned, he heard a series of important news. Then, he heard that the Xianxia Academy was attacked. He immediately rushed to the Xianxia Academy and did not have time to ask about the Talisman Amulet sect. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen. In Lu Ming's subconscious mind, the Talisman Amulet sect could still hold on for a while. Therefore, Lu Ming did not ask much about it. A few months ago, Martial Emperor Di attacked. The first one was the Myriad Demon Valley, which was easily destroyed. The second one was the Talisman sect. Although the Talisman Amulet sect's Yin and Yang formation was powerful and could block Di alone, the Yin and Yang formation could not block Di, and the other two peak lever 2 martial royal realm experts attacked together with the king's spiritual weapon. At that time, by Shijin, Du Songjue, Master, and the others controlled the Yin and Yang formation in order to stall for time so that the others could move. In the end, most of the people moved to northern plains, but Master, by Shijin, and the others fell into Di's hands. Yin Kuangtu explained in detail. Most of the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples, Lu Ming's parents, Huaqi, and the others had all been transferred to the northern plains through the inter-territory teleportation array. However, the Nine Sun Supreme, by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other higher-ups were in Di's hands. General Lu, you don't have to worry too much. Since Di didn't do anything at that time and kept them alive, I don't think you will kill them so quickly. Someone spoke and persuaded Lu Ming. Indeed, I didn't kill them but kept them alive. They must be useful. They shouldn't be in danger for the time being. The others also advised. At this moment, many people's expressions changed, and a jade voice transmission talisman appeared in their hands. There must have been some important news, as some of the higher-ups had received the news at the same time. They all sent their holy senses to the jade voice transmission talismans. How did this happen? Yin Kuangtu saw the jade talisman and exclaimed. He was too excited to suppress the Zhen Yuan in his body. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and a layer of burning flames spread out from his body, causing the temperature in the hall to rise sharply. Damn it! Detestable! The others also began to roar in rage, their faces extremely unsightly, including Xiaowan and the other emperors. What is it? What's going on? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, and he had a bad feeling. He had just returned, so naturally, no one had sent him any news. General Lu. Many people looked at Lu Ming, wanted to say something, but stopped. Lu Ming. Yin Kuangtu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red with anger. His body was trembling in anger. What's going on? Speak. Lu Ming shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a powerful aura. But everyone looked at each other, and still no one spoke. I'll see for myself. Lu Ming moved and pounced on one of the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Being could not resist at all, and the voice transmission jade talisman in his hand was snatched away by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming scanned the contents of the voice transmission jade talisman with his spiritual senses, his expression changed drastically. He became extremely ugly, and a cold, murderous intent burst out from his body. DECF family. Lu Ming spat out these words. They were so cold that they sent chills down one's spine. There was only one message in the Jade Talisman. Just now, the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace of the ancient Saint Dynasty had sent out a joint message. A month later, the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would hold an alliance ceremony in the sacred city. At that time, they would kill the rebels, including Xia Zhuyang by Shijin and Du Songjue, and use their blood as a sacrifice. The short message made Lu Ming's killing intent reach its peak. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect, and had a close relationship with the Nine Sun Supreme. Lu Ming would definitely not sit by and do nothing. DE of the Xie family, in that case, kill him. After uttering the last word, Lu Ming's body burst with a strong fighting spirit. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and look at the holy city hundreds of millions of miles away. Lu Ming, You want to go to the Holy City? Don't be impulsive. This must be a scheme of D.E. and the Xie family. During the battle at the Xianxia Academy, D.E. must have known your combat power. He was afraid of you, so he spread this news. His purpose is to lure you to the sacred city and then kill you. You can't be fooled. Xiaowan hurriedly said. In that case, I'll do as they wish. I'll make a trip to the Holy City in a month. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. You can't, General Lu. With our current strength, we're no match for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family. That's right. Moreover, it's in the Holy City, which is even more dangerous. The others persuaded, Lu Ming one after another. The Holy City in a month's time was undoubtedly a dragon's pool and a tiger's denver. It would be extremely dangerous to head there. It's not impossible to fight. I wanted to wait for a while to make more preparations, but since that's the case, let's bring forward the decisive battle. Lu Ming's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with determination. He had to save 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Otherwise, what was the point of killing D.E. and the others in the future? At this moment, outside the Xianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall, the space suddenly rippled. Then, a figure stepped out of the space. If someone saw this, they would definitely exclaim. It was because he was Lu Ming. To be more precise, he was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint and had been cultivating the Tao of inscription. Now, Lu Ming had finally summoned it. D.E. Xie family, let's fight. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and the space cracked automatically. He then disappeared. 100 Beast Tribe, Meeting Hall. Bring forward the decisive battle? General Lu, you can't do that. We're not strong enough. Yes, we can't stop D.E. and the 2 Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts. General Lu, we need to plan this carefully. The others persuaded, Lu Ming one after another. Most importantly, D.E. and the 2 Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts both had king's spiritual weapons. They were so powerful that ordinary kings could only be killed by them. How could it be blocked? A month later, all these experts would definitely be present in the Holy City. They were waiting for Lu Ming. It would be unwise to fight a decisive battle with the other party at this moment. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. Since I'm going, I'll fight a battle that I'm confident in. Since I'm going to save people, how can I, Lu Ming, sacrifice your lives for nothing? Let's go, Lu Ming said. His glabella lit up and a figure appeared beside him, exuding a vast aura. Chapter 1323. 1323, Lu Ming's trump card. Greetings, young master. The figure saluted Lu Ming as soon as it appeared. An emperor, this is the sea-suppressing divine ape? It's indeed the sea-suppressing divine ape. In the hall, there was a sound. Lu Ming was actually followed by an emperor and a sea-suppressing divine ape. From the looks of it, the sea-suppressing divine ape was very respectful beside Lu Ming. It was obvious that it had been subdued by Lu Ming. Although the crowd was amazed that even an existence like the sea-suppressing divine ape had been subdued by Lu Ming, the appearance of the sea-suppressing divine ape could not change the outcome of the battle. The sea-suppressing divine ape was only equivalent to an ordinary emperor. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His glabella glowed again, and another figure appeared beside him. This time, Tu Qian appeared. Everyone's gaze landed on Tu Qian. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Tu Qian's body. This is a puppet? It's really a puppet. What a terrifying aura. It's equivalent to the peak of Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. Heavens, it's really... The strength of his aura isn't any weaker than the chaotic Sky Emperor's. Tu Qian's appearance caused the entire place to go into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. When everyone looked at Lu Ming, the respect in their eyes grew. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength strong, but he also had such a powerful expert by his side. When they added up, his strength was terrifying. He's Tu Qian. Everyone can see that he's a puppet with a cultivation equivalent to the peak of the second-level martial royal realm. He's strong enough to resist an expert at the peak of the second-level martial royal realm. Lu Ming said. But the other party has an emperor's spiritual weapon. Someone said. Who said he doesn't have any? Lu Ming smiled. His palm glowed and a huge axe appeared in his hand. He then flew towards Tu Qian. This, an emperor's spiritual weapon. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming's methods were endless. First, he had experts like the sea-suppressing divine, ape, and Tu Qian. Now, he could even take out an emperor's spiritual weapon. Some of them knew that the emperor's spirit tower in Yin Kuangtu's hands belonged to Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had taken out another emperor's spiritual weapon. Many people had nothing to say. It was normal for something unbelievable to happen to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Tu Qian can deal with a second-level martial emperor expert. I can deal with one, but there's still one left, he said. Xiaowan spoke, his eyes still somewhat grave. Leave the other one to me, Lu Ming said, his voice full of confidence. You? Xiaowan was slightly taken aback. The others were stunned as well. Although Lu Ming was strong and not weaker than a peak second-level martial emperor, he was no match for the other party after he had an emperor's spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a suitable emperor's spiritual weapon. An emperor's spiritual weapon had to be compatible with one's attribute in order to unleash its power. Most importantly, even if Lu Ming had a suitable emperor's spiritual weapon, it would be useless. The reason why the emperor's spiritual weapon was so powerful was that the user had activated the domain in it. In order to activate the domain of an emperor's spiritual weapon, one had to at least comprehend the early stage of the domain. Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the supreme level, so even if he had a suitable emperor's spiritual weapon, he would not be able to unleash its power. Then, how could Lu Ming block a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert? At this moment, Lu Ming raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. Buzz! At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a young man with a slender figure and a handsome face. He was wearing a white robe with strange patterns. He had an ethereal temperament like a god. Lu, General Lu? What's going on? Most of the people were stunned as they looked at the figure at the gate. That's right. At the entrance was Lu Ming's Ming Lian clone. Everyone's spiritual sense swept over Ming Lian's body, and they were even more shocked. That was because the aura of the Ming Lian clone was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. They were clearly the same person. Other than Yin Kuangtu and a few others, everyone else had a dumbstruck expression. Why were there two Lu Mings? Moreover, Lu Ming's aura was too shocking. A vast pressure filled the hall and put everyone under great pressure. An emperor? This was the pressure of an emperor. That's right. Lu Ming's inscription clone had received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint. After cultivating hard every day, he had finally broken through to a 9th-level inscription master not long ago and became an emperor. The Ming Lian clone had just broken through not long ago. Lu Ming had planned to let the Ming Lian clone stabilize for a while, but now he had no choice but to recall the clone in advance. He's me, I'm him. Lu Ming's main body smiled. The clone nodded at Lu Ming and took a step forward. Its body shrunk rapidly and rushed into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It sat cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Many people were flabbergasted and had yet to react. Could this be Lu Ming's clone? Lu Ming actually had a clone that was equivalent to an emperor. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. Leave the other peak lever 2 martial royal realm expert to me, Lu Ming said. However, Xiaowan and the others still looked solemn. Lu Ming, the holy city is the Xie family's base camp. They have a deep and unfathomable foundation. No one knows what tricks they have up their sleeves, but according to my speculation, there will definitely be a lot of King's spiritual weapons. There might even be people at the peak of the second-level martial emperor realm. Xiaowan said. 30,000 years ago, Xiaowan had fought against the Xie clan, so he was well aware of the Xie clan's methods. Back then, Xiaowan had swept across the world with his cultivation at the peak of the third-level martial royal realm. No one could defeat him. However, he was still suppressed by the Xie family in the end. Although the Xie family seemed to have declined, they could not be underestimated. Lu Ming nodded. This battle was of utmost importance. It concerned everyone's lives and the future of the divine wilderness continent. It had to be taken seriously. Moreover, even if we're not weak in terms of high-end combat strength, there are many emperors when the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace join forces. We're no match for them in this aspect. Xiaowan said. The others also fell into deep thought. That was indeed the case. Their overall combat strength was still far from that of the Xie clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. In terms of high-end combat strength, I still have a trump card. It's not a problem for me to fight against two two martial royal realm experts. As for overall strength, we need to find allies. Don't forget that the heaven-suppressing divine army is more anxious than us. Lu Ming smiled and seemed to be very confident. Xiaowan's eyes lit up. That's right. If that's the case, we'll have a chance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. All right, Lu Ming, I'll go with you to the heaven-suppressing divine army after a while. We'll decide the outcome of this battle with one battle. We will definitely win this battle. Lu Ming's confident voice was heard. We will definitely win. The others were infected and also shouted. Next, they discussed some specific details. After half a day, the crowd dispersed. Chapter 1324. 1324. The divine wilderness trembled, seeing Fatty again. After the meeting ended, Lu Ming immediately went to meet his parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The people who had retreated from the Talisman sect were all settled in the 100 Beasts tribe. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were overjoyed to see Lu Ming. Li Ping's tears were flowing uncontrollably. When the experts of the Gate of God came and announced Lu Ming's death, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally heard the news as well. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and the two old men almost could not take it. However, they had a feeling that Lu Ming was not dead. He should still be alive. Indeed, they had heard the news that Lu Ming had returned and that his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the divine wilderness continent. The old couple was extremely confident and excited. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the two elders were fine. He chatted with them for a long time before he bade them farewell and left. In a secret room, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body sat opposite each other. Lu Ming's main body waved his hand, and various mystical materials flew out. Fire's spiritual root, Emperor's bloodstone, Earth Emperor essence. They were all spirit herbs and rare treasures for refining nirvana pills. Lu Ming planned to let his second body refine the nirvana pill. Lu Ming had already collected all the supplementary spiritual herbs for the nirvana elixir, the most difficult ones to collect were the 7 main spiritual materials. When he was in the continent of the divine ruins, Lu Ming had already collected 6 of them. He was still sure of the last one, the 8-pointed frozen grass. However, he did not expect that during the fight for the pure spirit body, Lu Ming would kill the purple and golden-robed elder from the sea, suppressing Marshall's residence, and find an 8-pointed frozen grass in his storage ring. With that, he had gathered all the 7 main spiritual ingredients and could start making the nirvana elixir. Ming Lian waved his hand and a pill furnace appeared. Then, all the materials for the nirvana pill flew towards him. Lu Ming's main body moved and appeared at the side. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. As his fingers moved rapidly, countless inscriptions appeared and wrapped all the mystical materials. He began to refine the body. The profound sky saint was a being who had become a saint through the Tao of inscription. He had profound attainments in formations, refining weapons, and alchemy. Lu Ming had obtained the inheritance of the profound sky saint and became an emperor. Naturally, his alchemy skills were also profound. The golden flames of inscription appeared and wrapped around the various mystical materials, and the process began. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the entire divine wilderness continent was in an uproar because of the 2 pieces of news. On the first day, Lu Ming, the unparalleled genius who was said to have died in the divine ruins, returned. The moment he returned, he participated in the Battle of Xianxia Academy. In this battle, Lu Ming had displayed shocking combat strength. With his spiritual god realm cultivation, he could easily kill an emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. This news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing a huge wave. In the divine wilderness continent, countless cultivators were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Then, another piece of news came out. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would form an alliance with the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xie clan in the sacred city a month later. At that time, they would kill Supreme 9 Sons by Shi and the others, and use their blood as a sacrifice to the flag. Once this news spread, it also caused 1,000 waves. Some people who knew the inside story could even see that something was unusual. The 9 Sons Supreme, by Shi and the others had a close relationship with Lu Ming. Since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family had spread this news at this time, it was obviously related to Lu Ming. Some people speculated that this move was most likely to lure Lu Ming to the holy city and then kill him. This was an open conspiracy, not a conspiracy. Even if the whole world knew the motive of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family, Lu Ming still had to go if he had to, unless he didn't care about the life and death of 9 Sons Supreme and the others. It looks like the divine wilderness continent is about to change. There's going to be an earth-shattering battle in the holy city. Someone sighed, paying attention to the situation. At this moment, Lu Ming received a voice transmission that someone was paying him a visit. Lu Ming came out of the secret chamber to meet the people who had come to visit him. They were by Qi Xue, Huan Zhen, Ji Mai, and the other paragons of the Talisman sect. Your subordinate greets you, Zongzi. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, Huan Zhen, by Qi Xue, and the others, they bowed their heads and bowed respectfully. Qi Xue, Brother Huan, what are you doing? We're all friends. There's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Huan Zhen and the rest, making them unable to bow down. The few of them had complicated feelings. They knew that Lu Ming's current cultivation level had far surpassed theirs. The gap between them was huge. Among them, Huan Zhen, who had the strongest cultivation, was only a level 7 alchemist. He had yet to break through to level 8. Bai Qixue had received the inheritance of a level 9 alchemist and had made great progress in the past few years. However, she was still not as good as Huan Zhen. Lu Ming, we're here to beg you. You have to save Master and the others. Bai Qixue's eyes were filled with tears, and her face looked miserable. Sigh, Lu Ming, we're useless. We can't save Master and the rest. We can only rely on you now. Huan Zhen sighed. Ever since the news that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family had formed an alliance to kill Bai Shi and the others spread, Huan Zhen, Bai Qixue, and the others had panicked. At this critical moment, they could only think of Lu Ming. That was why they had come to find him together. Although they knew that it would be dangerous to save Bai Shi and the others, they had no choice. Qi Xue, Brother Huan, don't worry. Lu Ming is greatly indebted to all the seniors. He will definitely not let anything happen to them, Lu Ming said with a determined look. Lu Ming's words seemed to be infectious. Bai Qixue and the others' anxious hearts calmed down a little. Soon, Bai Qixue and the others left. Before leaving, Bai Qixue cast a glance at Lu Ming. Her heart was filled with complicated feelings. She used to have some feelings for Lu Ming, but now, the distance between them was extremely far apart. They were people from two completely different worlds. She could only bury those feelings deep in her heart. After Bai Qixue and the rest left, Lu Ming received news that someone had come to visit him. Fatty, Ting Ting, Senior, and Mo Tian. To Lu Ming's surprise, Fatty Kong Jin, Ruan Ting Ting, and the Devil Sky King were the ones who came. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since the War of Providence ended and Fatty and Ruan Ting Ting left with the Devil Sky Emperor to cultivate, there had been no news from them for many years. Lu Ming did not expect that Fatty and the rest would come here to look for him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. I really missed you. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the Fatty laughed and gave Lu Ming a bear hug. Fatty, your figure is even more well-developed, Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty's figure was indeed fatter than before. Ha ha, Fatty laughed awkwardly. Lu Ming, you're amazing now. You can even kill an emperor. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Fatty quickly changed the topic. You're not bad either. Lu Ming punched the Fatty. After not seeing each other for a few years, Fatty had also made great progress. He had already reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. His progress could be said to be divine. One had to know that Fatty had only awakened an 8th level divine rank bloodline. Lu Ming then greeted Ruan Ting Ting and the Devil Sky King. All right, Fatty, where have you been all these years? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 1325. 1325 Nirvana Pill, complete. We followed Master to the ocean. Following that, Fatty gave a rough account of his experiences over the years. Back then, after the Battle of Providence had ended, they had followed the demonic sky sovereign overseas to cultivate. Fatty had already obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Battle of Providence. In addition, he had also obtained some fortuitous encounters overseas. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. His rate of improvement was even faster than many of the heaven's favorites who had awakened to the 9th level of the divine level. Even Ruan Ting Ting had barely reached the peak of the spirit embryo realm. This time, when they returned, they realized that the divine wilderness continent had been completely transformed. Moreover, they had also heard the news about Lu Ming and the alliance between the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family. They deduced that Lu Ming would definitely have a battle with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family. Therefore, they rushed over to help Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very touched. He immediately arranged for the Fatty, the Devil Sky King, and the rest to stay in their rooms. The addition of the demonic sky sovereign meant that they had one more sovereign on their side, which was a great help. Then, Lu Ming returned to the secret alchemy room. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. The Nirvana pill was finally about to be successfully refined. Lu Ming's main body ended its cultivation and opened his eyes. A strong medicinal fragrance came out of the pill furnace. Open. After a while, he lightly drank it and opened the pill furnace. An even stronger medicinal fragrance rushed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the pill furnace was opened, 9 milky white rays of light flew out from it. Collect. The second body waved his hand, and dense runes appeared in the sky, wrapping around the 9 rays of light. Within the light, there were 9 milky white pills with strange patterns on them. The pill danced within the inscriptions as if it had a mind of its own. The second body took out a jade bottle and put away all 9 pills. It was a success. The Nirvana elixir had been successfully refined. Lu Ming was overjoyed to have obtained a total of 9 Nirvana elixir. Although the Nirvana elixir was of no use to him, It was a priceless treasure to other martialists who had not awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. Buzz, the second body, entered the main body's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming kept the nirvana pills and left the secret chamber. Not long after, Lu Ming invited Yin Kuangtu and Fatty Kong Jin to his residence. Lu Ming, what good news do you have for me? He asked. The fatty's small eyes were spinning. Lu Ming smiled. He had not seen this guy for a few years. He had not changed at all. This time, there's indeed something good. Lu Ming smiled and a jade bottle appeared. 2 nirvana pills flew out from the bottle and flew to Fatty and Yin Kuangtu. As soon as the 2 of them smelled the medicinal fragrance of the nirvana pill, they knew that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. They quickly wrapped it with their true qi and grabbed it. Lu Ming, what kind of pill is this? Yin Kuangtu asked curiously. This pill is called the nirvana pill. After consuming it, it will allow one's bloodline to achieve nirvana. There is a certain chance that it can raise one's bloodline by 1 or even 2 levels. Lu Ming explained. What? Yin Kuangtu and Fatty were completely stunned. It could actually allow one's bloodline to achieve nirvana and increase in level. This was too heaven-defying, right? Their hearts were beating fast. Both of their bloodlines were at the 8th level of the divine level. Although they seemed to be of a very high level, they were in fact not perfect. Only a 9th-ranked divine level expert would have a perfect bloodline. In the great sects of the Yuan continent, the minimum requirement for recruiting disciples was to awaken a 9th-level divine bloodline. The 2 of them naturally yearned for 9th-level divine level bloodlines. However, bloodlines were inborn. Unless they were like Lu Ming, who had awakened the heaven-defying 9-dragon bloodline, it would be difficult for them to improve. But now the pill in their hands could improve their bloodline, and their breathing became heavier. Lu Ming, this pill is too precious. Yin Kuangtu took a deep breath and was the first to calm down. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Big brother Yin, just accept it. The nirvana pill will be the most useful for you. Lu Ming smiled. That's good. Yin Kuangtu wasn't a wishy-washy person, so he immediately put them away. Kong Jin, on the other hand, wasn't polite at all. Most importantly, the nirvana elixir was too useful for them. Once their bloodline reached divine level 9, it would not be difficult for them to break through to the emperor level. There were only 9 nirvana pills. Lu Ming only planned to give them to Yin Kuangtu and Fatty for the time being. This was because their bloodlines were the closest to the 9th level of the divine level, so they were the most useful. Lu Ming wanted to give the rest to Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming also wanted to help Li Ping cultivate martial arts. Only by cultivating martial arts could one's lifespan be extended and Li Ping could live for a longer time. Although Li Ping did not have the talent for cultivation and she was old, it was not a problem for Lu Ming with his current means. With the help of the nirvana elixir and the awakening of Li Ping's bloodline, it would not be a problem for her to cultivate to the martial king realm or even the spirit ocean realm. Also, his 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. Ever since he had taken them in as his disciples, Lu Ming had not taught them well. As a master, Lu Ming was not very responsible. Therefore, he had to leave 2 nirvana pills for them. In that case, there were only 3 nirvana pills left. Lu Ming planned to keep them for now. Also, here's a secret technique that's suitable for you. 2 jade tokens flew out of Lu Ming's hands and flew towards Yin Kuangtu and the fatty. After the 2 of them took a look, they were stunned again. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened so wide that they could swallow 2 duck eggs. They were shocked. They were too shocked. This was because the secret skill in the jade token was the cultivation method for a pure spirit body. Lu Ming made a few copies. There's actually such a profound secret technique in the world. Yin Kuangtu sighed, and at the same time, he was moved. He had been stuck at the supreme level for many years. Now that he had the nirvana elixir and the pure spirit body, He was confident that he could break through to the Emperor realm in less than a year. Haha, Lu Ming, you my lucky star. The fat man did not stand on ceremony and quickly kept the pure spirit body cultivation method. Lu Ming, thank you. Yan Quan cupped his fists at Lu Ming solemnly. Big brother Yan, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me. Lu Ming smiled. After Yin, Kuang Tu, and Fatty left, Lu Ming began to cultivate in seclusion with all his might. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-month deadline. Lu Ming wanted to improve his abilities as much as possible during this period of time. Only a pure spirit body could increase his strength in a short time. Therefore, Lu Ming put all his effort into cultivating the pure spirit body. A huge amount of raw gemstones were refined by Lu Ming and turned into the strength of his physical body. Finally, after half a month, the pure spirit body made another breakthrough and reached 60%. Lu Ming's ability would increase with every 10% increase in his strength. At this time, there was still a week left before the 1-month deadline. I should go to the heaven-suppressing divine army. Lu Ming took a step out of the secret cultivation room. Not long after, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan broke through the void and left the 100 Beast tribe. Chapter 1326. 1326, Chapter 1326 Heaven Suppressing Divine Army. In Central Continent, near Northern Plains, there was a vast mountain range. This was where the Heaven Suppressing Divine Army was located. The headquarters of the Heaven Suppressing Divine Army was not originally here, but in the battle a few months ago, the headquarters of the Heaven Suppressing Divine Army was defeated by the joint forces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family. They suffered heavy losses and could only retreat to this place. In front of them, there were mountains that looked like divine swords. They rose from the ground and formed a barrier. It was obvious that these mountains were pulled up from the ground by a peerless expert. Between each sword-shaped mountain peak, there were huge chains that connected them. On the chains and the mountain peaks, there were dense inscriptions. There were a few huge arrow towers on the peak of each mountain, and there were powerhouses guarding the towers. This kind of arrow tower was not an ordinary one. It needed a raw stone as a foundation and was activated by a martial arts master. When combined with a large array, it was extremely powerful and could even kill a spiritual God Realm master. The space outside the sword-shaped mountain cracked open, and 2 figures appeared. The heaven-suppressing divine army is indeed not simple. They can build such a huge project in just a few months. Lu Ming looked ahead and sighed. The heaven-suppressing divine army has been fighting against the Xie family for tens of thousands of years. They must have their own reasons. Xiao Wan said. Who is it? At this moment, an explosive shout came from the sword-shaped mountain peak. Then, the air was torn apart. A few figures appeared in front of Xiao Wan and Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Paragon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 3 figures that appeared were all supremes, and their powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. You are the chaotic heaven's divine warrior, Xiao Wan. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Xiao Lun, and they cried out in alarm. I have something to discuss with the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Please inform him, Xiao Wan said. Yes, please wait a moment. In the face of an overlord like Xiao Wan, the supreme martial artist did not dare to show the slightest neglect. They quickly took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent out a message. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a few beams of light shot out from the depths of the sword-shaped mountain peak and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were vast and unpredictable. They were all emperors. The person in the lead had an even more vast and powerful aura, far stronger than an ordinary martial emperor. It was the Baijian martial emperor that Lu Ming had met before. Haha, Brother Xia, what brings you here? The warring martial emperor laughed and looked at Xiaowan. Then, he shifted his gaze away from Xiaowan and looked at Lu Ming. Then, his face changed, and he said, "Lu Ming?" His words shocked the other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army. The young man in front of him was Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's reputation was like the sun in the sky. At such a young age, he was able to kill an emperor and battle a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. Such a prodigy had never appeared in the divine wilderness continent since ancient times. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. He was the overlord of a region. How could the people of the heaven-suppressing divine army not be shocked? Junior Lu Ming greets the 100 Battles martial emperor. Lu Ming cupped his fists slightly. You're welcome, you're welcome. Little brother Lu, you're welcome. The battle martial emperor quickly waved his hand and continued. It's rare for little brother Lu and brother Xia to come here today. It's really an honor. Come, please come in. Lu Ming and Xiaowan nodded and followed the warring martial emperor and the others into the sword-shaped mountain. So many experts. As soon as they entered the sword-shaped mountain peak, they saw that it was a mountain with rich spiritual qi and all kinds of buildings. In the vast mountains, Lu Ming could sense powerful auras. They were all experts. The heaven-suppressing divine legion and some of their allies gathered together, so naturally, there were many experts. Furthermore, there were many soldiers in iron armor patrolling everywhere. The military was in high spirits. However, Lu Ming could see one thing in the strong and prosperous army. It was the low morale. Yes, their morale was low. Not long ago, the heaven-suppressing divine army had suffered a crushing defeat. Even a few emperors had fallen. Their morale was naturally not very good. Everyone came to a large hall and sat down in their respective positions. Soon, more people came to the hall, all high-level figures of the heaven-suppressing divine army, at least supreme figures. There were even 9 emperors. The heaven-suppressing divine army itself did not have that many emperors. That was because some of the overlord forces had formed an alliance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. With the current situation in the divine wilderness, they would naturally gather together. I didn't expect that Brother Lu and Brother Xia would come here today. Come, let me toast to you two. The 100 Battles martial emperor raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He was quite forthright. Lu Ming and Xiaowan also took a sip symbolically. The warring martial emperor drank a cup of wine with a smile on his face. He then turned to Lu Ming and Xiaowan and said, "If I'm not wrong, the two of you are here today for the holy city's matter that will happen in 7 days, right?" "Not bad," Lu Ming said. The warring martial emperor went straight to the point, and Lu Ming also spoke frankly. "Oh, I wonder what's the purpose of you two coming to the heaven-suppressing divine legion?" The battle martial emperor asked. "Our purpose is simple. We invite the heaven-suppressing divine legion to fight against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family in the sacred city 7 days later. We will decide the winner in one battle." Lu Ming spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. What? Hearing this, everyone in the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their expressions. The hall suddenly became silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke. "Fight against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan? It's really laughable. Even if you all join us, you're still far from being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family's match. You'll only be courting death if you go." An emperor in armor sneered. "If we don't fight with them, when the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and Xie clan form an alliance, they will attack the heaven-suppressing divine army in northern plains. At that time, we will still die. We will only be able to survive for a few more days." Lu Ming sneered in response. "But 7 days later, when we go to the holy city, we will die immediately. If we delay for a while longer, there might be a chance for us to turn things around." The armor emperor said. The other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army did not say anything, but their eyes told Lu Ming that they had the same thoughts as the Armor Emperor. You're just afraid of D.E. and the two masters beside him. Let us deal with D.E. and the two masters. You only need to deal with the Xie family. How about it? Lu Ming said. Are you going to deal with the three experts? The battle martial emperor's eyes flickered with suspicion. He obviously didn't believe it. Can you deal with those three experts? Do you think we're fools? I believe that the chaotic heavens divine warrior can deal with one person, but who can deal with the other two? Lu Ming, you? The king of armor looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Although it's rumored that you can fight a level 2 martial emperor, the opponent has an emperor spiritual weapon. Moreover, the rumors are exaggerated. Can you really fight a peak level 2 martial emperor? Or do you really have the combat strength of an emperor? The armored martial emperor said with a cold smile. The others, including the battle martial emperor, looked at Lu Ming with suspicion. Chapter 1327. 1327 Chapter 1327 Defeating the Emperor in 3 moves. It was rumored that Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he could fight against a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. But in their hearts, they didn't really believe it. This was especially so when they saw that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. It was simply nonsense for a great circle of the spiritual god realm to be able to fight a peak 2nd level martial emperor. They felt that the rumor was too exaggerated. Indeed, who would believe such a thing without seeing it with their own eyes? What's wrong? Do you want to try? Lu Ming looked at the armored martial emperor with a faint smile. That's right. I have the same intention. I don't believe that a mere spirit god can defeat an emperor. The armored martial emperor suddenly stood up, and an extremely strong fighting spirit emanated from his body. This was a person who loved to battle. Most people in the heaven-suppressing divine army love to fight. All right, since that's the case, let's fight outside. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He appeared in the sky outside the hall. Today, he knew it would not be so simple. If he did not show some of his skills, the heaven-suppressing divine army would not dare to bet on him. The armored martial emperor also flew out of the hall and stood in the sky, facing Lu Ming. Let's go out and take a look. The rest of the people left the hall and stood in the air. The cultivators in other places of the heaven-suppressing divine army also sensed the situation here. They rose into the air one after another and looked over. Lu Ming, make your move. Show me what you've got. The armored martial emperor's fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. If you want to make the first move, sure, 3 moves. If you can take 3 of my moves and not be defeated, I admit defeat. Lu Ming extended 3 fingers and said, What? 3 moves? Lu Ming is so arrogant. Does he really have the combat strength of a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert? I don't believe it. Lu Ming's words caused a commotion and heated discussion. The warring martial emperor sneaked a glance at Xianxia, only to see him standing there with a calm smile on his face, as if he had already known the result. Could it be that Lu Ming is really as terrifying as the rumors say? Even now, the battle martial emperor still found it hard to believe. Good. I'll see how you're going to defeat me in 3 moves. The armored martial emperor's eyes flickered with anger. Boom! A powerful aura burst out of his body, and his genuine vitality burned like flames. His territory spread out, and his muscles swelled. In an instant, the armored martial emperor's strength was raised to the extreme. Although he did not believe that Lu Ming was as exaggerated as the rumors, there was no smoke without fire. He would not be careless when he was facing Lu Ming. Buzz! Casting the wind elemental technique, Lu Ming's figure flickered and rushed toward the armored martial emperor like a phantom. At the same time, dragon roars were heard and 9 streams of dragon energy burst out. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the prison-suppressing steel shadow appeared on his fist. So strong. The armored martial emperor's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming's punch. The power of this punch shocked him and made him feel great pressure. The heaven-suppressing divine army's expressions changed drastically. The power of this punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something a spirit god expert could release. It had reached the emperor level. Block it! The armored martial emperor roared and punched out. The two fists met in the air. Boom! Rings of shockwave spread out in all directions. The realm covering the armored martial emperor's body trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Then his face turned pale, and his body flew backward with a bang. The armored martial emperor was sent flying with one punch, which made the people of the heaven-suppressing divine army gasp. The armored martial emperor only managed to stabilize himself after flying for 100 miles. The second move, let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. He took a step forward and traveled 100 miles in an instant. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above his head. A wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and his strength increased again. Boom! The second punch was thrown. Explosive army-shattering fist. The armored martial emperor roared, and his hair stood up. He exerted all his combat strength and punched out. The two of them exchanged a second punch. But this time, the armored martial emperor was even more miserable. His domain was instantly destroyed, and his body and arms made cracking sounds. His body flew far away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The armored martial emperor was severely injured by the second move. Do you want another round? Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Again, the armored martial emperor roared. He was an emperor. He would not allow himself to be unable to withstand 3 moves from Lu Ming. He had to survive 3 moves. Boom! The armored martial emperor's body swelled up. At the same time, a huge shield appeared in his hand. His territory covered the shield, giving it an indestructible feeling. This move, he took a defensive stance. The third move, let's go, Lu Ming shouted. He stepped into the air and threw his third punch. Lu Ming did not use the prison-suppressing heavenly art for this punch. Instead, he used a martial technique of intent. The fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent. Right now, the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques had a might that surpassed the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The main thing was that with the upgrade of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, the level of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique had long surpassed the low-grade divine level martial arts technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not unleash the full power of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique. When Lu Ming's cultivation level broke through to the martial royal realm and his essential core was strong, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would naturally increase. Clang! The punch hit the armored martial emperor's shield. The shield was covered with a realm, but under this punch, the realm collapsed instantly like a blister. The shield let out a violent boom, forming a sound wave that spread out, tearing the space apart. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The shield was changing its shape. The spot where Lu Ming's fist landed on the shield caved in. The armored martial emperor's expression changed drastically in an instant. Bang! The armored martial emperor couldn't hold the shield at all, and the heavy shield hit him like a mountain. Pali-pala! A series of bone-breaking sounds came from the armored martial emperor's body. His body flew far away and fell on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't move for a while. The armored martial emperor had been defeated. He had been completely defeated. Facing Lu Ming, he was suppressed and had almost no power to resist. Gulp! Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of horror. They no longer had any doubts. Lu Ming's combat strength completely overpowered an ordinary martial emperor. It would not be too difficult for him to kill an armored martial emperor. Perhaps the rumors were not exaggerated and were true. The people of the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their minds. Amazing, amazing. Little brother Lu is really unparalleled and a #1 in history. The battle martial emperor strode out with a look of admiration on his face. But then, the Baijian martial emperor changed his tone and said, "However, I still want to learn from you. It's not that I doubt Brother Lu, but I have to be responsible for all the members of the heaven-suppressing Divine Legion." The warring martial emperor stood in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura rose from his body, which was several times stronger than that of the armored martial emperor. He was right. For the sake of the heaven-suppressing Divine Legion, he had to know Lu Ming's combat strength clearly. "Make your move." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the warring martial emperor. Chapter 1328. 1328, Chapter 1328, Unparalleled Combat Strength. Fight! Without saying anything else, Baijian martial emperor took a big step forward, and an invincible fighting will burst out of his body. With a wave of his hand, the sky and earth collapsed. His power was much stronger than that of the armored martial emperor. The combat strength of a Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert far exceeded that of a Level 1 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He fused the 5 concepts and threw a punch. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an immense force surge towards him. He could not help but be pushed back. The chi and blood in his body churned, and he felt a sharp pain in his fist. Thump! Thump! The warring martial emperor stomped on the ground and continued to charge toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of war. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor was also known as the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. He had fought countless battles and had rich combat experience. His moves were simple, but they were extremely powerful. He could kill with one strike. Roar! Lu Ming burst out the 9 Dragons bloodline and performed the bloodline fusion to fight against the warring martial emperor. Boom! 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 The 2 of them fought fiercely from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the ground, and even to the other dimension. Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage. He was no match for the warring martial emperor. Although the Baijian martial emperor's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 2nd level martial emperor realm, he was still at the middle stage. When Lu Ming used the Chaos Will, he could fight with a peak 2nd level martial emperor if he used his full strength. However, when he did not use the Chaos Will, his combat strength was not as good as a Baijian martial emperor. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming, is this your full combat strength? If that's the case, how can my heaven-suppressing divine army fight with you against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family? The battle martial emperor's voice rang out. The Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Xie clan had formed an alliance, so their next target would definitely be the heaven-suppressing divine army or Northern Plains. How could the battle martial emperor not know this? However, if he wanted to fight with Lu Ming and the rest, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family, he had to see hope. Lu Ming was the hope. If Lu Ming was really as powerful as the rumors said, what was the harm in making a bet? If you want to see my full battle strength, there's no hurry. You can't defeat me now. Lu Ming let out a long roar and kept stepping out with his 9 dragon claws. The power of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation was unleashed to the extreme, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. Yes, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial arts techniques were already at the peak of the 4th level. He was only a step away from the 5th level. A battle-hardened martial emperor was a good training partner. After the battle with a battle-hardened martial emperor, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial arts techniques seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. Then I'll see how long you can hide it for. Die! The warring martial emperor shouted coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear pierced through the air with even more astonishing power. An ordinary 1st level martial emperor would probably be killed in 2 moves. The two of them crossed paths and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Clang! All of a sudden, one of the 9 dragons' claws grabbed the spear's tip, producing a clanging sound. The 9 dragons retreated, but the battlefield's martial emperor's burly figure also trembled and retreated a few steps. You've made a breakthrough in your martial technique. The battle martial emperor's voice was filled with disbelief. Ha ha! Thank you, martial emperor, for helping me make another breakthrough in my martial technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. The others were dumbfounded. During the battle between Lu Ming and the warring martial emperor, he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique. This talent was too abnormal, right? It's just a martial technique that has broken through to a new level. Its power is limited. The battle martial emperor's voice was heard, and he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and stretched out his dragon claw. Clang! After another exchange of blows with the warring martial emperor, Lu Ming retreated, but the latter also retreated much more than before. How is that possible? How can its power increase so much? The battle martial emperor was in disbelief. Just now, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by the 100 battle martial emperor. He had to dodge most of the attacks and did not face them head-on. However, Lu Ming's martial technique had only been upgraded by 1 level. How could its power increase so much? Of course, he did not know that Lu Ming had not improved 1 martial arts technique, but 5. Lu Ming had combined the 5 martial arts techniques. Therefore, when he broke through, he would break through with all 5 martial arts techniques at the same time. Naturally, his power would increase. He wasn't a match at all earlier, but now, he could barely hold his ground. Thanks for your help, Martial Emperor. It's time to end this battle, Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic aura emanated from the 9 dragons. Chaos intent. Boom. Die. The 9 dragons used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and swiped out with their claws, which were surrounded by chaos intent. 100 Battle God Fist. The warring martial emperor put away his spear and performed his strongest unique skill. In an instant, the Baijian martial emperor punched out 100 times. Each punch contained a monstrous combat power that could penetrate the earth and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 dazzling fist forces gathered in the air and merged into 1 fist force. Its power increased sharply. Boom! The fist force collided with the dragon claws of the 9 dragons. However, as soon as they came into contact, the battle martial emperor's fist force was instantly crushed and exploded like a firework. The dragon claw didn't stop, crushing the void. As if struck by lightning, Baijian martial emperor vomited blood and was sent flying thousands of miles away, leaving a long dark space tunnel in the space. He looked at Lu Ming in shock and then spat out another mouthful of blood. The others were not any better. Dumbfounded, the 100 battles martial emperor had been defeated. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? He was so powerful that he had injured 100 battles martial emperor with 1 move. With such combat strength, he could really fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. The rumors were not exaggerated at all. Martial Emperor, do you want to continue? Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. No need. The battle martial emperor sighed and shook his head. Your combat strength is definitely comparable to the peak of the level 2 martial royal realm. If we continue fighting, I won't be your match. Why are you embarrassing yourself? After saying that, the aura of the 100 battles martial emperor was retracted. The 9 dragons' bodies shrank, and Lu Ming returned to his original form. Good. Suddenly, an old voice rang out, saying good 3 times. In the distant sky, a hunched old man stepped through the air. The old man was very old. The white hair on his head was almost all gone. His skin was shriveled, and his face was full of wrinkles. However, all the members of the heaven-suppressing divine army, including the battle martial emperor, hurriedly saluted the old man when they saw him. Greetings, General. General, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he sized up the old man with a hint of solemnness in his eyes. Although this old man looked very old, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. That was because Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura in the old man's body. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. The old man was actually a Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. I've long heard that there's an old general in the heaven-suppressing divine army who has unparalleled battle strength. I've never seen him before. Today, I finally see him. Xiaowan walked out, a smile on his face. I pay my respects to the Chaotic Sky Emperor. The old general saluted the Chaotic Sky Emperor. Chapter 1329. 1329 Chapter 1329 Sneaking into Holy City. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The heaven-suppressing divine legion was indeed not simple. There was such a powerful person hiding in the dark. He had not appeared in the previous conquests. If even the heaven-suppressing divine army was like this, how could the Xie family, which had a deeper foundation, not have any hidden cards? The old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army saluted Xiaowan first, then turned to Lu Ming with a warm smile. It's true that every generation has its own talents. This old man is impressed by little brother Lu's strength. You're too kind, old general. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Chaotic Sky Emperor, little brother Lu, I can give you a definite answer. The heaven-suppressing divine army will definitely participate in the battle 7 days later, the old general said. Lu Ming and Xiaowan were overjoyed. The old general's words meant that he had agreed to join forces with them 7 days later and head to the sacred city to fight the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan. The battle martial emperor and the other experts of the heaven-suppressing divine army were surprised, but they didn't say anything. They also understood that the heaven-suppressing divine army could not stay out of this battle. If Northern Plains were defeated, heaven-suppressing divine army would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. This alliance with Northern Plains was their only chance. All right, old general. Everyone, we'll meet in 7 days. See you in 7 days. Lu Ming and Xiaowan said their goodbyes and left. The goal of this trip could be considered to be a complete success. After returning to the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. 4 days later, there were only 3 days left before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan formed an alliance. In a secret room, Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and he stepped out of Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's main body waved his hand, and the mountain and river diagram flew to his clone, which then kept it. Then, the main body closed his eyes, while the second body smiled. Let's go to the holy city first. The second body smiled, took a step forward, and disappeared. After a while, the second body had already appeared hundreds of millions of li away from 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming's plan was to let the second clone enter the holy city first to inquire about the Nine Sun Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the others. Lu Ming's mind sank into the clone. The clone was just like his main body. Let's change our appearance first. Lu Ming took out a long gray robe and put it on. At the same time, his figure and face began to change. Finally, he turned into a young man with a sallow face. His appearance was very ordinary, the kind of appearance and body that would not be easily discovered in a crowd. Then, runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. He began to restrain his aura until he was only a 7th-rank alchemist. Then, he took a step forward and space cracked open. Lu Ming disappeared from the place. He had refined his second body and reached the level of a 9th-grade emperor. His speed was extremely fast. In less than half a day, the holy city appeared in front of him. There were experts guarding the city gates of the holy city. The checks were extremely strict. Everyone who entered had to go through a strict examination. However, Lu Ming had inherited the legacy of the mysterious Sky Saint and was proficient in the Tao of inscriptions. He had concealed himself with inscriptions and arrays, and even an emperor would not be able to detect him. Lu Ming entered the holy city easily. There are so many people. Walking on the streets of the holy city, Lu Ming realized that there were more people coming and going in the holy city than when he was in the past. It was normal to think about it. There were still a few days left before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan would hold the alliance ceremony. Right now, the Xie clan and their allies had all entered the sacred city. Also, many of the powers that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace belonged to had also come to the sacred city. Naturally, the sacred city would be very lively. This evening, the Xie family's Xie Yin, Xie Zhen, and the other princes will be hosting a banquet at the drunken immortal court to welcome the Southern Nether's peerless genius, Dark Child. At that time, all young geniuses are welcome to attend. Lu Ming had just entered the holy city when he heard this piece of news. Dark Child. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. In the end, only Dark Child, the unscrupulous monk, and the moonless female bodhisattva had returned from the trip to the divine ruins. However, Long Chun had not returned, and no one knew what had happened. Lu Ming really wanted to know. Then the drunken immortal garden will definitely be very lively this evening. We can't miss such a grand scene. Indeed, back then, 12 top geniuses went to the divine ruins continent, but only 3 returned. 2 of them were from the Western Desert, and the Western Desert's Saint Monk has always stayed out of it. In other words, Darkchild is the top genius now. That's right. In the future, Darkchild is destined to roam the divine wilderness. That's why the Prince of the Xie family specially invited Darkchild to a banquet to curry favor with him. Many people were discussing, and Lu Ming had heard a lot of news. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he strolled casually on the streets. Very soon, it was evening, and Lu Ming headed towards the drunken immortal garden. The drunken immortal court was quite famous in the sacred city. The environment inside was elegant, and there was a place for experts to spar, so it became a gathering place for some martial arts experts. At the entrance of the drunken immortal court, there were many young and outstanding people walking in and out. At the main entrance, there were people checking, but they usually only check casually before letting people in. They entered the drunken immortal court and came to an empty space. The empty space was filled with tables and chairs, and many people had already taken their seats. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw many familiar faces. Many of them were second- and third-class geniuses from the Overlord forces. Lu Ming saw more familiar figures on the platform at the top. Xie Yin, Xie Zhen, and the other princes of the Xie family, as well as Wu Chengkong, the heaven's favorite of the heavenly martial sword sect. Previously, Lu Ming knew that the heavenly martial sword sect had already submitted to the Detian Divine Palace. Therefore, Wu Chengkong and the others had also become members of the Detian Divine Palace. Darkchild is here, someone said. In the distance, a black-robed young man with his hands behind his back was walking in the air. He exuded a domineering aura that showed that he was the only one in the world. This person was Darkchild. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xie Yin, Xie Zhen, Wu Chengkong, and the others quickly flew into the sky to welcome Darkchild. Haha, it's my honor that Brother Ming is willing to come. Xie Yin laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Brother Ming's arrival is truly an honor, Xie Zhen said, unwilling to be outdone. Following that, the other heaven's favorites started to flatter him. Now, among the younger generation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, including the Xie family, Ming Zi was the #1 and the only giant-level heaven's pride expert. His future achievements would be limitless, so they naturally had to firmly establish a relationship with him. And everyone is too polite. Darkchild put his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently, looking like he was above everyone. Xie Zhen and the others didn't mind. They welcomed Darkchild to the platform and continued to flatter him. Ming Zi pursed his lips and pretended to be calm, but he was actually enjoying it. He enjoyed this feeling very much. He was intoxicated by the feeling of being surrounded by a myriad of stars. In the past, he had been the center of attention, a giant-level prodigy of the divine wilderness continent, standing at the peak. But after all, there were more than 10 people who could compete with him. His presence had undoubtedly weakened a lot. But now it was different. Everything was centered around him, and he was enjoying it too much. Chapter 1330. 1330 Xianxia's Dirty Methods. Right now, in the entire divine wilderness, the Western Desert does not care about worldly affairs. Among the younger generation, other than Lu Ming, Brother Ming is the most powerful. A voice suddenly rang out among the compliments. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming's name had a magical power that made everyone shut up. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Lu Ming's name was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. He was of the same generation as them, but with his current combat strength, he was able to kill an emperor. He was able to fight against a peak lever 2 martial royal realm expert. He was already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on the world. Among his peers, no one could compare to Lu Ming. The so-called geniuses here were far too inferior when compared to Lu Ming. The difference was too great. Darkchild's face also darkened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The young man who had just spoken turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. He had wanted to flatter Ming Zi, but he subconsciously added Lu Ming's name. Brother Ming, please forgive me, I didn't mean to. The young man quickly apologized and stuttered. It would have been better if he didn't explain. The moment he did, Darkchild's face turned even gloomier. What an idiot, get lost! Xianxia berated, and the young man hurriedly took his leave. Lu Ming may be strong, but he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He won't live for long. He'll die eventually. When that time comes, who in the world can compete with Brother Ming? Xianxia continued. Hearing this, Darkchild's face looked a little better. That's right. Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. He still wants to go against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan. He's simply courting death. Even if such a brainless person has some combat strength temporarily, he's still a brainless boor. In my opinion, he's far inferior to Brother Darkchild. The others immediately followed suit and started to flatter him. Darkchild's face revealed a smile again. You're right. Lu Ming's talent is average. It's just that he's lucky, so his combat power is slightly stronger than mine. However, because of this, he's arrogant and condescending. Back in the Divine Ruins continent, he even dared to offend the pride of the Yuan continent's big sect, the Xianxia sect. Such a brainless person will definitely have limited achievements. Even if he doesn't die in the Divine Wilderness continent, he will be killed by the experts of the Xianxia sect. Darkchild said disdainfully. Brother Darkchild is right. Brother Ming is right. The others were full of compliments. Brother Ming, how about I invite you to watch a good show? Xianxia said with a smile. Oh, what good show? Darkchild revealed an interested expression. Brother Ming, please wait. Xianxia laughed, and then his voice spread far and wide. Bring the person up. Yes, yes, someone replied in the distance. Not long after, a group of Imperial Dragon Guards led a dozen people over. Sun Lin Taixing. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. The dozen or so people who were brought here were actually the law enforcement officers that Lu Ming had met when he joined the law enforcement army in the Holy City. Taixing, the black gorilla man, Sun Lin, the middle-aged man who had been transferred to the law enforcement army from the Imperial Dragon Guard with him by Xianxia. At this moment, Taixing and the others were in a sorry state. Their breathing was shallow and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries. Very quickly, Taixing and the rest were brought to Xianxia and the others. Who are they? Mingzi was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xie had brought more than a dozen burly men here. Brother Ming, these people are on very good terms with Lu Ming. They were his subordinates in the past. Xie said, Xie, you're despicable and shameless. You actually want us to slander the commander. You're dreaming. Tai Xing roared. Shut up, what's slander? Xie berated. His eyes were cold as he said, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did Lu Ming use despicable means to kill others to cultivate his martial arts? Also, did he specifically harm young girls and take their yin to supplement yang? That's why his cultivation improved so quickly. You're his subordinates, so you should be very clear about it. Let me remind you, before you speak, you'd better think carefully. Don't forget the fate of your companions. Xie said coldly as he scanned Tai Xing's body with his cold eyes. The expressions of Tai Xing and the others were ugly, and a few of them looked terrified. Bullshit. Don't even think about slandering the commander. The commander is a man of indomitable spirit. Why would he do such a thing? Tai Xing roared. That's right. The commander would never do such a thing. Don't even think about using us to ruin the commander's reputation. You've killed so many of our brothers. The commander will definitely come back to avenge us. Someone else also shouted. In the crowd, Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. He roughly knew what was going on. Back then, Lu Ming was on good terms with the law enforcement army. It was obvious that Xie had taken down the law enforcement army and wanted to force them to slander Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had done evil things like gathering yin to supplement yang. That was why his cultivation level had progressed so quickly. In that case, not only could he ruin Lu Ming's reputation, but he could also enrage Lu Ming. There would be a higher chance of Lu Ming appearing at the alliance ceremony in a few days' time, and he could then kill him. However, the law enforcement army did not obey. Furthermore, from the conversation of the crowd, the other members of the law enforcement army had already been killed by Xie. There were only a dozen or so people left. Damn it, the killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was as cold as a knife. Xie's expression was extremely gloomy as he berated, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me or not. If you don't die, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than do such a despicable thing. Tai Xing roared. The others also glared at him angrily, as if they were not afraid of death. The law enforcement army had a low status in the imperial city and lived a miserable life. In order to survive, they had to please both sides and lived without dignity. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the one who made them hold their heads high and puffed out their chests. After Lu Ming joined the law enforcement army, they could finally hold their heads up high and enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. They returned to the time 30,000 years ago when the law enforcement army dominated the world. Therefore, they were very grateful to Lu Ming. They could not slander Lu Ming. Xie, as a prince, you did such a dirty thing. You're really a disgrace to the imperial family and the Xie family. Tai Xing continued to shout. Shut up. You're looking for death. Xie was furious. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Tai Xing's neck. He had brought Tai Xing and the others over to curry favor with Darkchild, but he had not expected them to bite him back and damage his reputation. He wanted nothing more than to cut them into pieces. The blade light was cold, and as fast as lightning as it slashed towards Tai Xing. At this moment, Tai Xing's cultivation was sealed and his breathing was shallow. It was impossible for him to dodge. In a moment, Tai Xing's blood was about to splatter and he would die under Xie's saber. Whoosh! At that moment, a wine cup flew out from the crowd and hit Xie's saber. Clang! An inscription flashed on the wine cup, and it collided with the saber. Buzz! The battle saber trembled and hummed as it flew far away. Xie's expression changed drastically as he retreated 7 or 8 steps and fell on his butt. Chapter 1331. 1331, Chapter 1331, Want to be abused again. Who is it? Xia Yin berated. At this moment, Xie also reacted. His face was flushed red as he crawled up from the ground. His eyes flickered with a surging killing intent as he looked around and roared. Who is it? Who is it? If you dare to attack me, come out and face your death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xie battle blade was hit by a wine cup and he fell to the ground. This was undoubtedly an embarrassing matter, and it made Xie killing intent reach its peak. A chuckle came from the crowd, and a young man with a sallow face stepped out. This young man was Lu Ming. Even though he did not have a particularly deep relationship with Tai Xing and the others, they had worked together for a while and had gotten along for a period of time. Moreover, Tai Xing and the others were implicated because of him. How could Lu Ming sit by and do nothing? Lu Ming was the one who threw the wine glass just now. You are a prince, yet you are doing such a despicable thing. You are a despicable man. The ancient Saint dynasty only has them Slaviers to blame for what they have done. Lu Ming sneered and walked towards Xie. How audacious. Impudent. You're looking for death. Some of the Xie family's princes present berated him and stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Brat, you dare to interfere in my business? Since you're here today, don't leave. Xie voice was cold. He waved his hand and said, attack and cripple his cultivation. Yes. 7 or 8 Imperial Dragon Guards flew out, unsheathing all kinds of weapons as they charged at Lu Ming. However, the cultivation of these Imperial Dragon Guards was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. They were not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. Buzz! Inscriptions suddenly glowed on the ground, and a great formation appeared. In the formation, more than a dozen long sticks condensed and smashed toward the Imperial Dragon Guards. Bang! Instantly, the sounds of whipping and screams of pain joined together. The Imperial Dragon Guards didn't have the slightest strength to fight back under the long staff strikes. In the blink of an eye, they were all whipped to the ground. Each of them had been hit more than a dozen times, their skin and flesh split open. It was a terrible sight. Xie face turned pale as he retreated. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, not much stronger than those Imperial Dragon Guards. Lu Ming could easily beat up 7 to 8 Imperial Dragon Guards, so he was naturally not a match for him. So you're an inscription master. Xie Yin coldly snorted, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Xie Yin was a second-grade heaven's favorite. His cultivation had long broken through to the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was powerful, much stronger than Xie Jin's. 10th Prince, this person is extremely daring. Since he dares to attack us here, I think he must have been sent by Lu Ming. Let me kill him. A voice rang out from behind Xie Yin. A young figure stepped out and appeared in front of Xie Yin. Wu Qinkong. He was Wu Qinkong, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Sword faction. Wu Qinkong is going to attack. This man is dead. In recent years, Wu Qinkong's cultivation has become more and more terrifying. This man is dead for sure. This person is also stupid. He dared to make a move in such an occasion. It would be strange if he didn't die. The scene was filled with discussions. Now, there are only a few big shots left in the Divine Wilderness continent. Wu Qinkong was one of the strongest people below the big shots. His status was naturally not ordinary, second only to Ming Zi. With Brother Wu here, I can rest assured, Xie Yin said as he took 2 steps back. Brat, are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? Wu Qinkong's eyes were as sharp as 2 swords. Wu Qinkong, back then, you were repeatedly abused by Lu Ming. Instead of hiding and cultivating, you dared to come out and bark. Aren't you afraid of being abused again? Lu Ming curled his lips and said sarcastically, Shut up, you're looking for death. Wu Qinkong was furious. Back then, he had been ruthlessly abused by Lu Ming time and time again. That was his dark history and a disgrace to him. He would be furious whenever anyone mentioned it in front of him. I'll cut off your 4 limbs and make you wish you were dead. Wu Chengkong bellowed. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying sword chi. So strong. Third level of the spiritual God realm. This is the third level of the spiritual God realm. Wu Chengkong has broken through to the third level of the spiritual God realm. Wu Chengkong's attack caused a wave of exclamations. At the third level of the spiritual God realm, apart from those big shots and geniuses, who else could compete with him? In their hearts, Lu Ming was dead for sure. After all, Lu Ming did not look very old. He was very young and belonged to the younger generation. But he had never seen him before, so he was obviously not famous. How powerful could an unknown young man be to be able to fight with Wu Chengkong? Buzz! An inscription appeared in front of Lu Ming once again. A formation emerged. It was exactly the same as the one that had brutally tortured the Imperial Dragon Guards earlier. More than a dozen long sticks appeared and struck toward Wu Chengkong. Buzz! The sword chi whistled through the air, and with a single slash, the dozen or so staves were all cut in half. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps, and dense runes appeared on the ground. Another array appeared. It was the same as the previous one with more than 10 long rods. However, as the sword chi swept past, the dozen or so long staves were cut into two again. But immediately, another formation appeared, and the long stick formed again. He's using such a formation against Wu Chengkong. He's dead for sure. This is all this person has. He dares to be so arrogant here. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Someone sneered in disdain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi whistled, and the long sticks were cut in half. Let's end this. Wu Chengkong roared and shook his sword. The sword radiance flashed, and dozens of sword chi were sent toward Lu Ming. Each beam of sword chi was extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure, everyone thought. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm, as if he did not see the sword aura. He took another light step. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! This time, more than a dozen formations appeared on the ground. All of them were identical and formed a long stick. In total, hundreds of long staffs were thrown at Wu Chengkong. So what if there are many? Break! Wu Chengkong shouted, and his sword chi became stronger. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Originally, those long sticks were no different from dead branches in his eyes. He could easily cut them with his sword. But this time, when the sword chi hit the long sticks, there were clanking sounds and sparks, but the long sticks were intact. On the contrary, the sword chi that he had released was destroyed by the long stick. Break! Wu Chengkong's expression changed. He raised his cultivation to the extreme and slashed out with his sword. Clang! 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 However, his sword chi was completely useless against those long staffs. As the long staff struck down, his sword chi dispersed. How did this happen? Wu Chengkong panicked. Chapter 1332. 1332, Searching Your Soul. Wu Chengkong panicked and was shocked. Without any hesitation, Wu Chengkong used the bloodline fusion and turned into a sword. He slashed at the long sticks. Clang! Clang! The staff hit Wu Chengkong's sword, which shook violently. In a few seconds, the sword collapsed and turned back into a human. No! Run! Wu Chengkong shouted in fear. He kept spitting out blood and tried to escape. However, the long staff surrounded him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. A few hundred sticks were thrown at Wu Chengkong. Wu Chengkong was completely drowned in the shadows of the sticks. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream reverberated throughout the drunken Immortal Garden. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at each other. How did this happen? This result was completely different from what they had expected. Wu Chengkong was the strongest heaven's favorite below the big shot heaven's favorites. His cultivation had even reached the third level of the spiritual God realm. How many people in the younger generation of the divine wilderness continent could be his match? Furthermore, It was Lu Ming, a kid that she did not know at all. It was a matter of killing him in one move. However, the result was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had cast the same array. But wasn't the formation weak at the beginning? It couldn't stop Wu Chengkong at all. Why did it suddenly become so powerful? The staff became so powerful that even Wu Chengkong couldn't stop it. The shrill screams were still echoing. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the hundreds of sticks disappeared, revealing Wu Chengkong's figure. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Everyone who saw Wu Chengkong's figure could not help but think of the word tragic. Wu Chengkong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He had been hit so many times that his clothes were in tatters. His body was covered with rod marks. His face was like a pig's head, his nose was broken, and his teeth were all gone. If no one had said that it was Wu Chengkong, no one would have recognized him. Most importantly, Wu Chengkong's aura was extremely weak. His cultivation had been crippled. The attack had destroyed Wu Chengkong's cultivation. He was now a cripple. Many people gasped and shivered. In particular, some second and third grade geniuses could not help but step back. They looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? Furthermore, this person cultivated in the Tao of inscription. In the divine wilderness continent, there are countless geniuses in the Tao of inscription. There is no one who could defeat Wu Chengkong. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out who this person was. Could this person be Lu Ming? He had never heard of Lu Ming having such deep attainments in the Tao of inscription. Who are you? Dark Child's gaze was sinister as he stared at Lu Ming, trying to figure out something from Lu Ming's expression. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's expression was very calm, and he could not figure out anything at all. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Wu Chengkong. I can kill him with a snap of my fingers. Dark Child glanced at Wu Chengkong and smiled disdainfully. Bang! Then Dark Child stepped forward, his aura rising crazily. Today was a banquet that was specially held for him, but Lu Ming had continuously attacked him, injured Xianxia, and crippled Wu Chengkong. This was a complete slap to his face. He could not let Lu Ming leave alive. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. 3rd level spiritual god realm, 4th level spiritual god realm, peak 4th level spiritual god realm. Even at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, he still did not stop. Boom! Dark Child's aura had reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Gasps could be heard at the scene. Dark Child, as expected of a giant-level prodigy, your cultivation has actually reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Dark Child has awakened a 9th level divine rank bloodline. His combat strength is unparalleled. At the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, he should be able to kill a high-level spiritual god. This is too shocking. Dark Child's body was filled with dark chi. He smiled confidently and said, Kid, I don't care who you are. Today, I will die without a doubt. Buzz! A pitch-black scimitar appeared in Dark Child's hand. He moved and pounced at Lu Ming, slashing at him. Lu Ming stood there, unmoving. This time, no inscriptions or formations appeared. In an instant, Dark Child's scimitar was about to slash Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and gently cut at Dark Child. Whoosh! A beam of sword aura appeared between Lu Ming's fingers. Pucci! The saber in Dark Child's hand was easily cut in half. The sword chi didn't stop and continued to cut toward Dark Child. Not good. Dark Child's expression changed drastically. He could feel the threat of death from Lu Ming's sword aura. At this moment, his heart was trembling, and even his soul was trembling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared in his heart and retreated like crazy. At the same time, he used all his techniques to defend. However, he immediately fell into despair. The sword aura on Lu Ming's finger could break through anything. All of his defenses were cut open like tofu. Then he felt a chill between his eyebrows. The next moment, he fell into boundless darkness and lost consciousness. What's going on? The surrounding onlookers were baffled. At first, they saw Dark Child attacking Lu Ming. Then, they saw a sword chi burst out from Lu Ming's finger. Then, they saw Dark Child retreating frantically. However, he had only retreated a few meters when his body stopped. He stood there, motionless. Many people were confused and didn't understand what had happened. But immediately, everyone's pupils enlarged. Because at that moment, a blood mark appeared on Dark Child's glabella. The blood mark quickly grew longer, and then everyone saw Dark Child's body split into two and two hollow ears. He was dead. Dark Child was dead. He had been cut in half by a sword. How is this possible? Dark Child Cultivation was at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, and he was also a big shot's pride. With his combat strength, killing an existence at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm would be easy. How could such a prodigy be killed by Lu Ming's sword chi as easily as killing a chicken? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Xianxia and Xianxia were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they started to roar madly. Lu Ming pursed his lips slightly and the sword aura on his fingers disappeared. This was a formation carved with his own body. With his Emperor Cultivation, the formation he carved was naturally terrifying. Using it against Dark Child was really overkill. Buzz! An inscription flashed beneath Lu Ming's feet. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xianxia. What do you want to do? This is the holy city. What do you want to do? Xianxia was so frightened that he shouted. I'll search your soul. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xianxia's glabella. In front of Lu Ming, Xianxia felt as if he was being crushed by 10,000 mountains. He could not move at all. Chapter 1333. 1333, Chapter 1333, Abyss Demon Territory again. Lu Ming's finger touched the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. An inscription flashed, and Xianxia's expression froze. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was in a daze. Lu Ming was using powerful means to search Xianxia's soul. Compared to warriors, there were some techniques of an inscriber that were more mysterious and profound. He had obtained the soul-searching technique from the mysterious Sky Saint. Lu Ming wanted to find out the whereabouts of the 9 Sun Supreme, by Shijin and the others from Xianxia. Evil creature, stop! Kill! A few angry shouts were heard as a few figures crossed the sky. As soon as the voices fell, a few terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. The Xie clan's experts had arrived. These people were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but a large array suddenly appeared in the sky. The large array glowed and condensed into a few combat swords. With a slash, a few 7th-level spiritual god realm experts were killed in the air. So strong. In the drunken immortal garden, many of the young geniuses trembled in their hearts. Lu Ming was too powerful. Killing a 7th-level spiritual god was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. This person shouldn't be someone from the younger generation. He must be someone from the older generation. Someone guessed. Other than Lu Ming, he could not think of anyone else in the younger generation who was so powerful. However, this person was obviously an alchemist and should not be Lu Ming. Therefore, many people guessed that he was an elder. No, I didn't. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned. He realized that in Xianxia's memories, he did not know the whereabouts of the 9 Sun Supreme, by Shijin and the others. Perhaps Xianxia's cultivation is too low, and he doesn't have the right to know about this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia was a second-class heaven's favorite. Other than Xianxia, he was the highest-ranking person in the younger generation of the Xie family. Perhaps he knew. Under Lu Ming's gaze, Xianxia's expression changed. Without a second thought, He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. However, Lu Ming waved his palm gently in the air. Dense runes suddenly appeared above Xianxia. A large array appeared and condensed into chains that wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual god realm. However, no matter how much he erupted, he was completely useless against the chains. He was bound tightly. Lu Ming let go of Xianxia and walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were still unfocused, as if he had gone dumb. Yes, Xianxia was already an idiot. Earlier, when Lu Ming searched his soul, he did not control it at all. He used the most direct, violent, and brutal way to search for what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Xianxia's soul suffered an indelible injury, and he was already dumbfounded. Save me! Save me! When Xianxia saw Lu Ming walking towards him, he was so frightened that he screamed madly. You're looking for death. How dare you be so impudent in the holy city? 9 generations of your family will be executed. Roars of anger could be heard from afar. More experts from the Xie family had arrived. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. At least a dozen experts rushed over, and terrifying auras rushed up like smoke. The weakest aura was at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, and there were even perfected spiritual gods. The strongest person was surprisingly a supreme being. In an instant, more than a dozen experts appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden and launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and dense runes appeared in the sky. They swam as if they had a life of their own, and many large arrays were formed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The formation glowed, forming dozens of thick chains that wrapped around the dozen experts. After that, Lu Ming did not even look at these people. He appeared in front of Xianxia and pointed his finger between Xianxia's eyebrows. Soul search. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, there were continuous rumbles. More than a dozen powerhouses joined forces, but it was impossible to break through the defense. Dozens of chains seemed to be alive, constantly waving and winding, making the dozen or so experts tired of dealing with them. Lu Ming pointed his finger at Xianxia's glabella. After about 10 breaths, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. He found the whereabouts of the Supreme Master of 9 Suns and the others. In Xianxia's memory, the 9 Suns Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the others were imprisoned in the Abyss Demon Realm. The Abyss Demon Territory again. Xianxia had been imprisoned in the Abyss Demon Territory, and Xiaowan had been rescued from there. It seems that I have to go to the Abyss Demon Territory again. Lu Ming muttered, his finger leaving Xianxia's glabella. Xianxia collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He did not turn into an idiot like Xianxia. His cultivation was much stronger than Xianxia's, having reached the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. His soul was stable, so the damage to his soul was not great. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and an inscription flashed on his arm. A sword aura cut through the void. The dozen or so powerhouses didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by the sword chi. Let's go. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the drunken immortal garden, many young Heaven's favorites looked at each other with shock in their eyes. He was too powerful. No matter what cultivation level he was at, he was killed in a single move. Even supreme martial artists were killed in the same way. A word appeared in everyone's mind. An emperor. Lu Ming was most likely an impersonator of the emperor. An emperor had infiltrated the holy city. Boom, boom. In the depths of the sacred city, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. A few figures appeared above the drunken immortal garden. The vast pressure made all the young people tremble as if they were about to kneel down. Emperor. The people who appeared later were all emperors. The few sovereigns spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming, but they could not find any trace of him. Search the entire city, Don't let off any suspicious people, an emperor ordered. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Lu Ming after half a day. And everything that happened in the drunken immortal garden had also spread throughout the sacred city. An unfamiliar young man had first crippled Wu Changkong, then killed Dark Child. What was even more terrifying was that even a supreme being could not fight back. One of the emperors, Xianxia, had even become an idiot because of this person. The news shocked the sacred city. Many people knew that Northern Plains, or the heaven-suppressing divine army, had started to move. Everyone started to guess who this young man was. Some people guessed that it was Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was most likely to have sneaked into the holy city to save Supreme, 9 sons, and the others. However, someone immediately retorted that this person cultivated the inscription Dao and could not be Lu Ming. Activate the heaven's secrets instrument. In the end, the higher-ups of the Xie family issued an order. The Xie family activated the heaven's secrets instrument. Their target was Lu Ming. In the end, they activated the heaven's secrets instrument and realized that Lu Ming was not in the holy city. He was still in Northern Plains. In a secret room in the 100 Beast tribe in the Northern Plains, the projection of the heaven's secrets instrument appeared above Lu Ming's head. It seems that the heaven's secrets device also has a weakness. It can only find my main body, but not my secondary body. Lu Ming's main body ended its cultivation. He opened his eyes and smiled. Seal. Then Lu Ming shouted softly. Four sealing gates appeared above his head and sealed the heaven's secrets instrument projection. The heaven's secrets instrument projection disappeared. Chapter 1334. 1334 Chapter 1334 Using the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron again. Just as the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were searching for Lu Ming with all their might, Lu Ming had already changed his appearance. Even his aura had changed. The Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could not find him at all. Not far from the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm, a dark-faced young man came. The dark-faced teenager was Lu Ming. The security is even tighter now. Lu Ming was watching from afar. The entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm was more heavily guarded than before. Not only were there more inscription formations, but there were also more experts guarding it. Lu Ming sensed carefully and sensed the auras of many supremes. If I barge in now, I'll only alert the enemy. At that time, the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will attack with all their might and block me inside. Not only will I not be able to save Senior Zhuyang and the others, but I'll also be in danger. Lu Ming frowned, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. On the day of the alliance, they will definitely send someone to bring Senior Zhuyang and the others out. That will be the best time. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming had an idea. His figure flashed, and he left the place. Time passed by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day the Xie clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would form an alliance. The sacred city was extremely lively. The experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan had all gathered here. In the East Baron, outside Nine Dragons, the space suddenly cracked open and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After a few years, Lu Ming was back in Nine Dragons again. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in Nine Dragons. The defense of Nine Dragons was meaningless to Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode in the void, the endless mountains and rivers of Nine Dragons flitting beneath his feet. Soon, he appeared in the depths of Nine Dragons, where the head of one of the dragon veins was. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming looked at the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron that was as tall as a mountain. The purpose of his trip was the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron would definitely play a decisive role in this battle. Roar! The bloodline of the Nine Dragons emerged, and they let out a long roar that shook the heavens. Buzz! As soon as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, the divine 9-dragon cauldron began to shake. A buzzing sound could be heard for hundreds of thousands of miles. The divine 9-dragon cauldron is moving. What's going on? Why is the divine 9-dragon cauldron, which hasn't moved since the ancient times, moving again? The unusual movement of the divine 9-dragon cauldron attracted the attention of the people nearby. One after another, figures crossed the void and flew over at high speed. What's that? A dragon? Arg, that's the 9 dragons. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming dares to come here? When many people saw the 9 dragons, they roared in shock. Some of them had experienced the war in 9 dragons and were very familiar with Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline. They recognized it at a glance and screamed in fear. Right, Lu Ming could not be bothered with those people. He controlled the 9-dragon bloodline with all his might and resonated with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Buzz, whoosh. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook more and more violently. In the end, it rose from the ground and flew toward Lu Ming, hovering above his head. Divine 9-dragon cauldron, come! Lu Ming shouted. The 9 dragons wrapped around the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and a mysterious aura rushed out in all directions. Clang! The other dragon's vein trembled violently. The second divine 9-dragon cauldron moved and floated in the air, flying toward Lu Ming. Then, the third divine 9-dragon cauldron also moved. Buzz! Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine 9-dragon cauldrons were suspended above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, you dare! Put down the divine 9-dragon cauldron. In the distance, a few howls sounded out as a few figures broke through the air. His speed was extremely fast, and as soon as his voice fell, his figure had already appeared above the dragon vein. The head of the Dongfang family, the head of the Kong family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A few supreme martial artists had come, and some of them were old acquaintances. They were the other family heads of the 6 great ancient families. Lu Ming ignored him and continued to control the 9-dragon bloodline to summon the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Being ignored by Lu Ming, the few supreme beings' faces turned ugly. Let's attack together. The supreme martial artists looked at each other and reached a consensus. Boom, boom, boom. A few rays of dazzling light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. The light was beautiful, but it was filled with killing intent. Get lost! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he stepped into the air. Boom! A terrifying power crushed the space and surged toward the supreme beings. The attacks of the supreme martial artists were as fragile as tofu in the face of this power. 2 of the supreme martial artists' bodies even exploded and died on the spot. As for the family heads of the 3 families, they were sent flying thousands of miles and crashed into a dozen mountains. Blood spurted from their mouths, and their breathing became weak. With a single strike, he had killed 2 supreme martial artists and seriously injured the other 3. Such battle prowess was extremely terrifying. In the distance, there was silence. No one dared to open their mouths. Today, all the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had gone to the sacred city. Not even a single emperor was left behind. No one could stop Lu Ming. Is this Lu Ming's combat strength? Among the crowd, there were some young sovereigns who were on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Some of them had even competed with Lu Ming. At this moment, they were full of dejection and shock when they saw the figure on the dragon vein. Back then, they were of the same generation and they were competing with each other. However, in just a few years, the gap between them and Lu Ming was already huge. They could not be compared at all. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming in this lifetime. Roar! The roars of the 9 dragons shook the heavens. Clang! Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook continuously. One after another, the divine 9-dragon cauldron flew toward Lu Ming. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons appeared above Lu Ming's head. 4, 5, 6. Quick, spread the news. Someone in 9 dragons gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, voice transmission jade talismans flew out. However, as soon as they arrived outside 9 dragons, a light screen rose up and blocked all the voice transmission jade talismans. A few figures were standing in the void outside 9 dragons. Among them, there was a dean of the Xianxia Academy who cultivated the Tao of inscription. There were also 7 or 8 supreme martial artists who cultivated the Tao of inscription. They had set up a wizardry barrier outside 9 dragons to specifically intercept the voice transmission jade talisman. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons were summoned by Lu Ming. In the end, all 9 divine cauldrons were gathered and suspended above Lu Ming's head. I'll lend it to you for a few days. After a few days, I'll let you return to your original place. Lu Ming said softly. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew into the big mouth of the 9-dragon bloodline and disappeared. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the 9 dragon veins in 9 dragons were stirred up. Like 9 real dragons, they were about to break through the sky and soar into the sky with dragon chi. Lu Ming's expression was calm, as if he had expected this. He waved his hand, and 9 inscription talismans flew out from his storage ring. The 9 inscription scrolls flew through the air, each flying towards a dragon vein. Then, the scroll expanded rapidly to the size of a mountain. On it, there were countless inscriptions shining. Chapter 1335. 1335, Chapter 1335, Setting Off to the Holy City. Suppress. Lu Ming said softly. The 9 inscription scrolls landed on the 9 dragon veins. The endless inscriptions seemed to be alive as they filled the dragon veins, temporarily suppressing them. The 9 dragon veins were temporarily calm. According to the ancient legends, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. If the divine 9-dragon cauldron had been gone for too long, the 9 dragon veins would definitely go berserk. Lu Ming had already expected this. Hence, he had asked his clone to refine 9 inscription scrolls to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Although it could only be suppressed for a few days was enough. After the dragon veins had calmed down, Lu Ming kept the 9 dragons' bloodline. He took a step forward and appeared outside 9 dragons in the next moment. Rise! The old dean of the Xianxia Academy shouted. With the help of the other supreme martial artists, a wizardry barrier appeared outside 9 dragons. This layer of enchantment was used to block the voice transmission jade talisman, so that DE would not know that Lu Ming had come here to take the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After setting up the barrier, they set off with Lu Ming. Not long after, they used the inter-territory teleportation formation and returned to Northern Plains. Let's go to the Holy City. With an order, one figure after another tore through space and headed for the sacred city. At the same time, the cultivators of the heavens suppressing divine army also set off for the sacred city. The sacred city was bustling with noise and excitement. In the sky above the sacred city, multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. A platform emerged from the void. On it, real dragons, divine phoenixes, and Qilin were dancing. This was the platform that the Xie clan had used during their million-year sacrificial ceremony. Now that it was being used again, it was clear how much importance the Xie clan placed on this alliance ceremony. The Sage Emperor has arrived. A voice spread out, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. From the depths of the palace, figures flew out. The one leading them was the current Sage Emperor, Xianxia. Beside Xianxia was a white-haired old man. He was the previous generation's old divine emperor. In addition, there were more than a dozen people, all of whom had powerful auras. They were all emperors. A small portion belonged to the CF family, while the rest belonged to the CF family's alliance and the emperors of other overlords. Many experts descended onto the platform. Martial Emperor Di and the other sovereigns of the Diqian Divine Palace have arrived. Another shout rang out. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! A group of experts flew over from afar and landed on the platform. The one in the lead was Di and Martial Emperor. Beside him were two elders. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He was the peak lever 2 Martial Emperor realm expert who had appeared in the Xianxia Academy last time. The other old man was wearing a long red robe. His aura was not any weaker than the golden-robed old man. Behind them were a group of emperors, more than 10 of them. Welcome, Brother Di. Xianxia laughed and stepped forward to salute Di. Thank you, brother. Di returned the bow. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin the ceremony. First, we'll pay our respects to the flag. Someone bring Xia Zhuyang by Shijin and the others here. Xianxia ordered. Yes, your majesty. An emperor received the order and led a group of people, about 50 of them, towards the north. Now, in the crowd, Lu Ming silently followed the group of people and headed north. The entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm was to the north of the Holy City, which was a distance away. After a while, they left the center of the Holy City and were about to reach the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. At this moment, runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. His figure seemed to have disappeared, and there was no aura at all. Without a sound, Lu Ming appeared next to the person at the back. With a wave of his hand, the person did not even have time to react before he was stored into Lu Ming's mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming's body squirmed rapidly and became exactly the same as the person. What? The emperor at the front seemed to have sensed something and turned around. However, he did not discover anything after a quick glance. Strange, there is clearly some fluctuation just now. The emperor frowned and scanned the crowd with his spiritual sense, but he found nothing in the end. He could only give up and continue flying forward. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sneaked in without anyone knowing. This was also the Tao of inscription that Lu Ming had mastered. It was extremely mysterious. At the same time, he had the help of the mountain and river diagram, a treasure. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded. It wasn't easy to secretly replace a pillar under the eyes of an emperor. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. With the emperor leading the way, they naturally entered the Abyss Demon Realm smoothly. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ming sighed. He did not expect to come to the Abyss Demonic Realm again not long after. Xia Zhuyang and the others have been suppressed by the 9 underworld's demon flame, and their cultivation has been sealed. They can't fight back, but we still have to be careful. These people are not simple. The leader warned. He had a horse-like face, and Lu Ming had never seen him before. However, he was obviously the leader of the CF family. The CF family indeed had a deep foundation. In the beginning, the CF family had only announced 3 sovereigns to the public. However, it was obvious that they had more than that. No one knew how many more sovereigns they had hidden in secret. Yes, the others responded. And the horse-faced emperor nodded and led the group toward the depths of the Abyss Demon Realm. Along the way, the horse-faced emperor's emperor aura was released. When the Fiend clan members sensed it, they were almost scared to death and fled far away. Soon, they were hundreds of millions of miles deep into the Abyss Demon Realm. In front of him, a blazing heat spread out. It was a volcano. This wasn't an ordinary volcano or flame. It wasn't an ordinary flame. It was the 9 underworld's demon flame. When they stopped above the volcano, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. That was because Lu Ming noticed a figure in every volcano. Lu Ming was familiar with the figures of the 9 Suns Supreme by Shijin, Du Songya. There were a total of 5 people. Besides the 9 Sun Supreme, the other 4 were all supreme martial artists of the Talisman sect. The 5 of them were each suppressed in a volcano. Their bodies were bound by chains and suspended in midair. Within the volcano, the pitch-black 9 nether demonic flame danced and burned the 5 of them at all times. This kind of 9 underworld's demon flame wouldn't burn people to death immediately, but it could bring them endless pain. Furthermore, the cultivation of the 5 of them had been sealed, and they could not use their cultivation to resist. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. Xianxia, today is the day you die. The horse-faced emperor looked down at Xianxia and the others with a disdainful expression. Oh, really? The Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace won't be arrogant for long. When Lu Ming returns, it will be the time of your death. In a volcano, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. His cold voice came out. Lu Ming? Hee. The horse-faced emperor sneered and said in a disdainful voice, I might as well tell you that Lu Ming has returned. What? Lu Ming is back. Really? Zhongzi is back. From the other volcanoes, there were sounds of surprise. It was the voices of Bai Shijin, Du, Songjue, and the others. Chapter 1336. 1336, Chapter 1336, Emperor of 9 Suns. Hee, don't be happy too soon. Today is not only the day of your death, but also the day of Lu Ming's death. Horse-faced Emperor sneered. Lu Ming is also in your hands. Xiaozhuyang said in a deep voice, a little worried. Not really, but it'll be soon. Of course. The horse-faced emperor smiled and continued. I heard that Lu Ming is a man who values friendship and loyalty. If he knows that you will be executed today, will he come to the holy city to save you? As long as he comes, he'll be dead. You guys, despicable. Despicable. You're using us. Don't even think about it. When Xia Zhiyang, Bai Shijin, and the rest heard the horse-faced emperor's words, how could they not know the plot of the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? They were clearly using them to lure Lu Ming here. They roared in anger. Scream, no matter how loudly you scream, it's useless. The horse-faced emperor sneered. Seeing the anxious looks on Xia Zhiyang and the others' faces, he felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, in the distance, a series of violent air-rending sounds came from a distance. Before the sound even faded, figures had already appeared around them. They were all from the Fiend clan. Their demonic chi soared to the sky as they glared at horse-faced emperor and the others with cold eyes. The aura of these Masha clan members was very terrifying. They were more powerful than any Masha clan that Lu Ming had encountered before. The one in the lead had a particularly burly body. His demonic chi soared to the sky, and his vast demonic might was unfathomable. The Demon Emperor, the leader of the group, was a Demon Emperor, the Emperor of the Demon Clan. Horse-faced Emperor's expression also changed. Imosha clan, what are you trying to do? Horse-faced Emperor shouted. To kill you, of course, the Demon Emperor said coldly. You dare? Do you want to exterminate the entire clan? Horse-faced Emperor shouted. Annihilate the entire clan? If your Xie clan could do it, my Imosha clan would have been exterminated a long time ago. Would you still be so kind as to spare us? The Emperor mocked. Clang, clang. At this time, the sound of chains breaking came from under the volcanoes. Then, 5 powerful auras rushed out of 5 of the volcanoes. Then, 5 people rushed out of the volcanoes. It was Xia Zhiyang and the others. Xia Zhiyang's body was burning like a sun. The terrifying power of flames caused the temperature in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles to rise rapidly. The Emperor, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Supreme Being of 9 Suns had actually broken through to the position of the Emperor. Now, he should be called the Emperor of 9 Suns. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that they were not trapped at all. They had rushed out of the volcano on their own. You guys, how did you escape? Horse-faced Emperor was shocked. Of course, it's because of my help. Now you can stay here. The Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. Let's go quickly and spread the news. Horse-faced Emperor suddenly shouted and turned to leave. Stay. The Emperor had been staring at the horse-faced Emperor for a long time. As soon as the horse-faced Emperor moved, the Devil Emperor moved as well. He clawed at the horse-faced Emperor with his sharp claws. Kill. The rest of the Mo Sha clansmen also charged towards the Xia clan. Boom! On the other side, Xia Zhuyang and the others also made their moves. Xia Zhuyang threw a punch, and his fist force was like a sun, blasting toward Horse-faced Emperor. The Horse-faced Emperor was shocked and tried his best to dodge. He did not dare to take it head-on. Xia Zhuyang's punch made him tremble in fear. At the same time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other two also launched an attack on the Xia family. Inscriptions appeared, and killing formations glowed. Bai Shijin and the other three attacked, and the void was filled with terrifying killing formations. A few people were killed in an instant. Lu Ming did not reveal his true face immediately. Anyway, Xia Zhuyang and the others had the upper hand now. He was not in a hurry. His figure swayed randomly in the void, and he dodged some attacks silently. 9 Yang Divine Fist. The flames on Xia Zhuyang's body became more and more turbulent. Vaguely, there were even the shadows of 9 suns that appeared around his body. He threw a punch that was like the explosion of the sun, blocking all the Horse-faced Emperor's escape routes. Horse-faced Emperor had no choice but to fight back. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. The Horse-faced Emperor's body trembled and he retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for Xia Zhuyang. As soon as he retreated, the Emperor's attack arrived. He could only try his best to resist. As for the people that Horse-faced Emperor had brought, they were constantly being killed, and none of them could escape. Escape, I must escape. Horse-faced Emperor roared in his heart. His Zhen Yuan seemed to be burning. His domain covered his whole body, blocking Xia Zhuyang's attack. Although he was hit and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body was almost burned, he successfully broke out of the encirclement with this attack and flew crazily toward the exit of Abyss Demon Realm. Not good. We can't let him escape. Xia Zhuyang hurriedly chased after him. The Demon Emperor of the Masha clan also gave chase. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the crowd. Not good. One of them ran away. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces changed. The Horse-faced Emperor's speed was astonishing. He was running for his life, so it could be said that he was performing exceptionally well. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 1,000 miles. However, before he could run 100,000 miles, inscriptions suddenly flashed in front of him. A large array appeared, and 8 huge chains appeared in the array, winding around the Horse-faced Emperor. Break! The Horse-faced Emperor's expression changed. He struck at the chain, but when his attack landed on the chain, it only caused a vibration. It did not break the chain. Why would I? Horse-faced Emperor was shocked. Even he could not break it. This formation was clearly set up by an emperor. Why would another emperor stop him? The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Horse-faced Emperor. Zhaopa, is that you? No, you're not Zhaopa. The Horse-faced Emperor was stunned for a moment before he roared. He was very familiar with Zhaopa. It was impossible for him to set up a formation that even he could not break. This person was not Zhaopa at all. Buzz! Buzz! Behind them, Xia Zhuyang and the Emperor of the Masha clan had already caught up. Get lost! The Horse-faced Emperor roared and wanted to rush over from the other side, but there was also a large array there. Chains crossed the sky and blocked the Horse-faced Emperor. At that moment, Xia Zhuyang and the Emperor of the Masha clan had caught up and surrounded the Horse-faced Emperor. Damn it! Who are you? The Horse-faced Emperor bellowed and glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If Lu Ming had not stopped him, he would definitely have been able to escape. Xianxia and the emperor of the Masha clan looked at Lu Ming curiously. Wasn't Lu Ming with Horse-Faced Emperor? He didn't expect to be able to stop Horse-Faced Emperor. More surprisingly, he was able to block it. He was obviously an emperor. If they were enemies, it would not be good. Didn't you just mention me? Lu Ming smiled. Then, the shape of his face started to change, and he returned to his original appearance. You are Lu Ming? Horse-Faced Emperor shouted in disbelief. Chapter 1337. 1337, Chapter 1337, Inviting the Devil Clan. The horse-faced emperor's eyes widened, and he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it was actually Lu Ming. When did Lu Ming sneak in? You were at that time. The horse-faced emperor recalled that when they were about to reach the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm, he felt a slight fluctuation. When he checked, he could not find any trace. He thought that he was hallucinating. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had sneaked in at that time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a corpse flew out. It was Zhao Pe. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Xia Jiuyang was the most surprised. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was Lu Ming's cultivation level. Lu Ming's aura was that of a 9th-level alchemist and an emperor. Lu Ming had already broken through to the emperor realm. No matter how much he valued Lu Ming, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while, and Lu Ming had broken through to the emperor realm. Senior Jiuyang, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you should not have come. Xia Jiuyang seemed to have thought of something and sighed. Let's just kill this person first. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the horse-faced emperor. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, you're going deep into the holy city today. You're dead for sure. The horse-faced emperor roared and soared into the sky, trying to escape. You can't escape, Lu Ming said softly. At the same time, his body glowed and a large array appeared. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers, put them together like a sword, and slashed. A beam of sword chi appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky in an instant, slashing at the horse-faced man. Horse-faced emperor was shocked and tried his best to block, but his domain couldn't withstand a single blow from the sword chi. The sword chi didn't stop and continued to slash at horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor screamed as his body was cut in half. The horse-faced emperor had fallen. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others who happened to catch up to them, as well as some other powerhouses from the Fiend clan, saw this scene. They immediately gasped. He killed an emperor with a single strike. What kind of battle prowess was this? Not only Bai Shijin and the others, but even Xia Jiuyang and the emperor of the Masha clan were dumbfounded. Lu Ming himself looked very calm. Although he had just broken through to the emperor realm, his battle power couldn't be calculated with common sense. The second body of inscription was the cultivation of the Tao of inscription. Every level was perfect, and they all had 10 spirit lamps lit. Not to mention this, the second body had also inherited the inheritance of the profound Sky Saint, who was a saint. Lu Ming took a second look. Regardless of whether it was his control of mental energy or the inscription formation, the power was shocking. The killing formation that he had carved into his body was even more powerful. Therefore, although the second clone had just broken through to the martial royal realm, its combat strength was not weaker than the main bodies. It could fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. With such combat strength, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary level 1 martial emperor. Sect, Zongzi, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest stammered as they looked at Lu Ming. They were completely speechless and thought that they were dreaming. It was already unbelievable enough to see Lu Ming here all of a sudden. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed was even more unbelievable. It was no wonder that they were stunned for a while. Senior White, Senior Du. Lu Ming smiled and gave them a fist salute. Zongzi, it's really you. You've broken through to become a ninth-rank alchemist? Ha, great, great. Our talisman amulet sect has finally given birth to a ninth-grade alchemist. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others trembled with excitement and almost burst into tears. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? D.E. and the CF family were trying to lure you here. Xiaojiang's sudden words made Bai Shijin and the others' hearts skip a beat. Their expressions changed drastically, and the joy in their hearts disappeared without a trace. What was left was only worry. Of course I know that. However, it's still unknown who will win today. Lu Ming briefly explained his plan. All right, seniors, let's go out. Lu Ming said. No. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the emperor of the Masha clan. Why? Lu Ming looked at the emperor of the Masha clan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The emperor's expression changed. He was a little frightened by Lu Ming, but he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Xia Zhuyang and the others. They can't leave. This is the condition they promised me. What are your conditions? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, it's like this. Xia Zhuyang started to explain. It turned out that Xia Zhuyang and the others had been able to escape because of the conditions they had reached with the Devil Clan. Xia Zhuyang, Bai Shijin, and the others had agreed to join the Fiend Clan and help the Fiend Clan fight against the Xia Clan for 500 years. In return, the Fiend Clan would release the seal on Xia Zhuyang and the others. That was the reason for the earlier scene. Lu Ming roughly understood after listening to it. The Devil Clan was trapped here by the Xia Clan, and they were constantly being hunted down. The overall strength of the Devil Clan was far inferior to the Xia Clan, so they could only hide in the Abyss Demon Domain. Every second, a Devil Clan member was killed. They had their eyes on the strength of Xia Zhuyang and the others. As long as they joined, their strength would increase greatly. In the future, they would have some confidence to fight against the Xie family, and the days of the Devil Clan would be better. Lu Ming smiled and said, so it's because of this. Your Devil Clan is so passive that you'll never be able to regain your freedom. You've heard just now. I'm going to fight the Xie family. This is a chance for your Devil Clan. Why don't you fight with me? As long as we destroy the Xie family, you'll be free forever. Lu Ming's voice was full of temptation. The Emperor's eyes flickered as if he was moved, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, although your combat strength is strong, the Xie family has a deep foundation. You will die if you fight the Xie family. It was obvious that the Emperor of the Masha clan did not believe that Lu Ming could fight the Xie family. Xiao Wan, the Chaotic Heavens divine warrior. I believe you know him. He's my ally. I was the one who saved him from the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What? Xiao Wan is your ally? Will you also participate in the battle this time? The Emperor's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Why should I believe you? The Emperor said. He had to be careful because this concerned the life and death of the entire clan. If they followed Lu Ming to the final battle, it would be equivalent to putting the fate of the Masha clan on the line. Do you believe her? Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and Xianxia walked out. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia and explained the general situation. Chapter 1338. 1338, The Confrontation Between the Emperors. I am the inheritor of Xiao Wan. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xianxia's head, and its shocking demonic power spread in all directions. The Xie family's mutant bloodline, and this, such dense demonic qi, such pure demonic Dao aura. The Emperor was shocked. How is it now? Lu Ming asked. All right, we, the Devil Clan, will take this bet. We'll follow you out and fight to the death with the Xie family. The Emperor gritted his teeth and agreed. All right then, let's not delay any further. Let's go. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The strength of the Masha clan was not weak. They had become stronger out of thin air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The group quickly flew toward the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm. Soon, the city at the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm was in sight. Above the city, there was a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Buzz. Lu Ming's fingers were like a sword, and he slashed out. A beam of sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the city. The light shield on the city could not withstand Lu Ming's sword aura at all. It was split open, and the remaining power of the sword aura did not stop. It almost split the entire city in half. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The city was in an uproar as countless powerful auras surged. Kill. Lu Ming and the rest charged toward the city. Above the sacred city, on the platform, Xianxia and the others had already taken their seats. To the north of the platform, there was a huge flag that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The huge flag was fluttering in the wind. This was the flag of their alliance. Xianxia and the others were drinking and waiting. They were waiting for Xianxia and the others to be brought over and killed as a sacrifice. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. All of a sudden, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in Xianxia's hand. His expression changed as he picked it up. "What's going on?" Di asked. "Someone has rescued Xianxia and the others, and they are now attacking the passage to the Abyss Demon Realm. Brother Di, please wait here for a moment. I will go and capture Xianxia and the others." Xianxia stood up and was about to lead the experts of the Xie family to the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. At this moment, many figures appeared in the void outside the sacred city. Lu Ming, Xiaowan, Yin Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the other cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army also appeared on the other side. Now, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward. The world rumbled and the void exploded. A pitch-black void passageway extended toward the holy city. A light screen appeared above the sacred city, but upon being struck by the spatial passage, it began to shake. Boom! On the other side, Xiaowan threw a punch, and a fist force hit the light barrier. Attack! The other sovereigns also made their moves at the same time, including the cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army. At the same time, more than 20 sovereigns made their moves. It was an earth-shaking scene. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Such a terrifying attack landed on the light screen, causing it to shake violently. Gotcha! In the end, the light barrier couldn't take it anymore, and cracks appeared like a spider web. Finally, it exploded with a bang. In the sacred city, just as Xianxia was about to lead his men to the Abyss Demon territory, an earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out in the sky. It was like thousands of heavenly thunder, as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to split apart, and the end of the world was coming. What's going on? In the sacred city, countless people looked up at the sky in fear. In the sky, there was an irresistible and vast pressure, making everyone feel that a great disaster was coming. It's finally here. He looked up at the sky. You've come at the right time. Xianxia also looked up at the sky, his eyes cold. Gotcha! Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the sky. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky, and the scene was spectacular and terrifying. Then, one figure after another stepped out of these cracks. Each of them exuded an earth-shattering aura, as if they were the rulers of the world. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming, and Xiaowan, someone in the sacred city shouted. The two people in the lead were Lu Ming and Xiaowan. Lu Ming was the most powerful heaven's favorite among the younger generation. At such a young age, he could kill a martial emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial emperor. He was an unprecedented heaven's favorite. Xiaowan was a peerless expert from the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. 30,000 years ago, he had single-handedly caused the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, which had been at its peak, to suffer a disastrous decline, losing control over the world. It created a situation where the world's powerhouses fought for hegemony. The two of them were the pinnacle figures of the divine wilderness continent. At that moment, the two of them had come together. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying auras soared into the sky. De and the other emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace released their auras and rose into the sky, standing in the air with Lu Ming, Xiaowan, and the others. Among them, De and the two elders beside him had the most terrifying auras, as if they were the masters of the world. The auras of the three of them alone surpassed that of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xiaowan, since you're here today, stay here forever, he said. The golden-robed old man said, his killing intent cold. Not necessarily. Boom. On the other side, an old voice came out of spatial crack. Then, more than 10 figures stepped out. They were the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army. As soon as the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army appeared, their auras converged with Lu Ming and the others. All right, since they're all here, I'll settle them all today, Xianxia shouted. The experts of the Xie family also rose to the sky and joined De and the others. Boom! There were about 50 emperors from both sides. Their auras clashed, shaking the entire sacred city. Below, in the sacred city, countless people could not resist this pressure. It was as if they were facing the ruler of the world. They could not help but kneel down and tremble. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the entire sacred city buzzed and countless lights lit up. In the sacred city, countless buildings and streets were covered in inscriptions, forming a large array that protected the sacred city. The sacred city had been passed down for millions of years. After the blessings of the past sacred emperors, it could be said that the entire sacred city was covered with inscription formations and was indestructible. Inscriptions filled the air, and the formation appeared. Only then did the people in the sacred city feel less pressured. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Many people heaved a long sigh of relief and found that they were all drenched in cold sweat. A confrontation between dozens of emperors was too terrifying. This had only happened a few times in the history of the divine wilderness continent. I'm afraid the heavens will fall today. Some people sighed, knowing that an earth-shaking battle would happen today. Lu Ming, even if you come, you can't save Xia Zhuyang today. He must die today. De's voice was heard. He looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Is that so? A clear voice was heard. However, it did not come from Lu Ming's main body. It came from another direction. The sound of air being torn could be heard as figures flew over and revealed themselves ears. Then, it's Lu Ming, another Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1339. 1339, Xianxia's combat strength. There were actually two Lu Mings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them used their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings and realized that the two Lu Mings had the same aura. The only difference was that one of the Lu Mings had a martial aura. The other one was the Tao of inscription. Two Lu Mings. What was going on? How was this possible? Many people were dumbfounded. They looked at this and that. Lu Ming, it's you. It seems like you were the one who caused a ruckus in the drunken Immortal Garden last time. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he spoke. There were countless wonderful techniques in the world. Perhaps Lu Ming had cultivated some kind of wonderful technique, which was why he had two of them. It was similar to a clone technique. De was the calmest. He had long guessed that Lu Ming had a similar secret skill. Back then, he had clearly sensed that Lu Ming was in the Talisman Amulet sect. However, in the end, Lu Ming had appeared in the Central Continent's celestial capital. It was also because of this that he made the wrong judgment and gave Lu Ming a few more years to cultivate. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have grown to this stage. Who else could it be besides me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. A murderous look flashed in Xie Tian's eyes. Many elites had died in the drunken immortal garden. Even Xie Zhen had become an idiot. He had been hunting for the murderer for the past few days, but he did not expect that the murderer was Lu Ming. He had even sneaked into the abyss demon territory and saved Xia Zhuyang and the others. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and landed on Xianxia. Xie Tian's gaze turned even colder. Xianxia, you still dare to appear here? You're a traitor of the Xie family, yet you still dare to help outsiders to deal with the Xie family. A person walked out from the platform and shouted at Xianxia. This person was Xie Tian's younger brother, Xie Yu. He rebellious? Help outsiders? It's ridiculous the Xie family has treated me like this. I have no relationship with the Xie family. In my opinion, the Xie family is an outsider. Xianxia sneered and looked at Xie Yu with a hint of mockery. How dare you, Xianxia? Let me tell you, you are a member of the Xie family, and you will be a ghost of the Xie family in your death. You will obey the orders of the Xie family for all eternity. If you don't, you will be betraying your ancestors. Everyone will punish you. Xie Yu shouted. Ha! This is ridiculous, ridiculous and shameless. Xiao Wan laughed from aside. He glanced disdainfully at the people of the Xie clan and said, according to your logic, even if you are bullied, you can't resist and be obedient? That's because you have a slave nature in you. When you meet a strong person, you can only be a slave. Such a family is rotten to the core. What do you want them for? Why don't we just destroy it? Many members of the Xie clan changed their expressions and glared at Xiao Wan, but no one dared to speak. Xie Yu's face was cold, but he didn't dare to speak in front of Xiao Wan. He could only turn his attention to Xianxia and shout, Xianxia, your father is right here, and your elders. If you don't kowtow and admit your mistake now, maybe I can spare your life. Bang! 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 As soon as Xie Yu finished speaking, Xianxia stepped forward. Her lotus-like feet stepped in the air, making a loud sound. Xianxia landed on the platform and said, I'm right here. If you have the ability, you can send people to capture me. This could be considered a challenge. Xianxia is challenging the Xie family. Everyone from the Xie clan was silent. Send someone to take down Xianxia, but who? Xianxia was a member of the younger generation. They couldn't just send an old man who had cultivated for thousands of years. However, among the younger generation of the Xie family, who could be a match for Xianxia? In the past, there was Xianxia, but now Xianxia was not here. After a long time, no one made a move. There's no need for the younger generation. No matter who they are, they can attack. Xianxia's voice was heard. No matter what generation they were, they could attack. His words were like a slap to the faces of the Xie family. This was undoubtedly a form of irony. A person who was regarded as an outsider and a traitor by the Xie family was invincible among the younger generation. There was not even a single person who could be sent out. This caused the faces of many people from the Xie clan to burn. This stinky girl, she's doing this on purpose. She's deliberately embarrassing the Xie family. Xie Yu roared in his heart. Xianxia, I'm here to get you. A tall and strong man stepped out. This person looked like he was almost 40 years old. In fact, he was already in his 50s or 60s, 2 generations older than Lu Ming and the rest. Bang! The man landed in front of Xianxia, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. 8th level spiritual god realm. Xianxia, surrender. The brawny man reached out his hand, and his vast vital essence condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Xianxia. Since you've made a move, you should be prepared to be killed. Xianxia's voice was as cold as her eyes. She pressed forward with her jade-like hand. The sky demon force field pressed down on the brawny man. Boom! The brawny man didn't even have time to scream before his body suddenly exploded. Then, in the sky demon power field, he turned into ashes and dust. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. One move, and he had instantly killed an 8th-level spiritual God Realm expert. He had turned an 8th-level spiritual God Realm expert into ashes in one move. What powerful strength! The scene was filled with powerhouses. Any supreme being or emperor could easily do this, but Xianxia was only in his 20s. Xianxia had always been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance was too dazzling, causing everyone to ignore Xianxia's existence. However, at this moment, everyone had to re-examine Xianxia. There were only a few people in ancient times who could turn an 8th-level spiritual God Realm expert into ashes with one move at this age. How can he be so strong? He's just a mutant. In the crowd, Xie Yin, Xian Yinlin, and the other Xie clan elites were all pale. Xianxia's move dealt the biggest blow to the younger generation of the Xie family. In the past, Xianxia was just an anomaly in their eyes. But now, he had far surpassed them. They found it hard to bear. Xie clan, who else wants to make a move? Xianxia's cold voice sounded. The Xie family was silent. Who else is going to make a move? To be able to turn an 8th-level spiritual god into ashes in one move, Xianxia's combat strength was at least at the perfected spiritual god realm. Could it be that the Xie clan had to send out a supreme martial artist to deal with a junior? How audacious, impudent, and ruthless. You killed your own kind. I must teach you a good lesson today. With a loud shout, Xianxia stepped forward and his supreme aura pressed down on Xianxia. He, a supreme martial artist who has cultivated for thousands of years, attacked a junior. And he even said it so arrogantly. How shameless. Lu Ming sneered. His voice was heard from afar. Xiaqiu's face was burning. He could not be bothered with Lu Ming's words and walked towards Xianxia step by step. Kneel down. Suddenly, Xiaqiu shouted as his aura burst out, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Xianxia. This was the pressure of a supreme martial artist. Not many people in the younger generation could resist it. They had to kneel down under this pressure. Chapter 1340. 1340 Chapter 1340 triggered. However, Xianxia didn't feel anything. Even his clothes didn't move. You're the one kneeling. Xianxia pressed her hand forward, and the Sky Demon Force field burst out, enveloping Xiaqiu. The Sky Demon Power Field's powerful force field and terrifying destructive power instantly pressed down on Xiaqiu. Kacha. Xiaqiu's expression changed drastically. It was as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on his body. His body trembled, and he almost knelt down. Break! Xiaqiu roared and used his domain to resist the Sky Demon Force field. The demonic qi around Xianxia grew thicker. A bead appeared between her brows. At this moment, the power of her Sky Demon Power Field was raised to the extreme. Xianxia's jade-like hand pressed down in the air again. Boom! Xiaqiu's domain crumbled as he roared and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! Xiaqiu knelt down on the platform in front of Xianxia. Ah! Xiaqiu howled madly and struggled madly, his face turning the color of pig liver. As a supreme martial artist, it was already embarrassing for him to deal with a junior. However, in the end, not only did he fail to take down Xianxia, but he was forced to kneel in front of her before the official battle even began. This was a great humiliation, and it was worse than killing him. He was angry, he roared, he struggled, but it was useless against Xianxia's Sky Demon Force field. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of a supreme figure in the demonic path. His demonic cultivation was extremely pure and powerful. Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Killing an ordinary supreme being was a piece of cake for him. In front of Xianxia, Xiaqiu didn't have much power to resist. Kill! Die! Xianxia shouted, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and pointed his fingers at Xiaqiu like a sword. Some black lotus petals appeared on her fingertips and condensed into a lotus sword. "Impudent, you dare!" In the sky, a white-haired old man roared and stepped towards Xianxia. His emperor's aura pressed down on Xianxia. This was an emperor of the Xie clan. Boom! At the same time, the white-haired emperor sent out a palm print as large as a mountain towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. With her strength, she could easily kill an ordinary supreme being, but there was still a gap between her and an emperor. Just as Xianxia was about to leave Xieqiu behind to block the attack, a voice rang in her ear. Then, the lotus sword in her hand did not stop and slashed towards Xieqiu. "No!" Xieqiu shouted in fear. "Evil creature! Impudent!" Xieqiu and the white-haired emperor roared from above. The white-haired emperor's palm print shone with a brilliant light, and its power was even more terrifying than Xianxia's. A dignified emperor actually joined forces with others to deal with a junior. "How shameless! I'll be your opponent." A clear voice was heard. A young figure suddenly appeared in front of the white-haired elder. It was Lu Ming's clone. Lu Ming put his fingers together like a sword. A ray of sword light appeared, and he slashed. The sword light easily split the white-haired elder's palm print in half. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at the white-haired emperor. Below him, a scream was heard, and then it stopped abruptly. Fresh blood spurted out as Xieqiu's head flew far away. His spiritual god flew out, but was also annihilated by the destructive power of the sky demon power field. Before Xieqiu's body could fall, a scream came from above. The white-haired emperor retreated in a frenzy. His face was pale, and one of his arms had already disappeared. His eyes were filled with shock. If he had not retreated quickly, he would have been split in half by Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming stepped forward, his long robe fluttering in the wind. His killing intent was like the tide. Sword chi pulsed from his fingers as he slashed at the white-haired elder again. This sword was so powerful that it shook the sky and earth. The entire sky was split open by this sword. The terrifying sword power not only shocked the white-haired old man, but also the other emperors of the Xie family. It was too late for them to save him. Buzz! All of a sudden, a milky white holy light condensed into a long spear. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. The sword chi in his hand also changed direction and slashed at the holy light spear. Clang! With a deafening collision sound, the sword chi and the long spear both disappeared. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the sky. A gray-haired old man walked out from the dozen or so Xie family sovereigns. In his hand, holy light flickered and another long spear was formed. Peak lever 2, martial royal realm. An emperor from the heaven-suppressing divine army spoke in a gray voice. The gray-haired old man was actually a peak lever 2 martial royal realm expert. Xianxia, he's Xianxia. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this person. So it's him. Everyone who had heard of this person's name felt a chill in their hearts. Xianxia, the younger brother of the previous generation's old divine emperor and the uncle of Xieqiu. This person was shockingly talented, and his talent was even above the old divine emperors. However, it was rumored that after he broke through to the emperor level, he went overseas in search of the great Tao. Many people thought that he had long died overseas, but they didn't expect that he was still alive, guarding the sacred city. The Xie clan's hidden strength was indeed astonishing. It's true that there are talents in every generation. Lu Ming, your talent unprecedented. Let me be your opponent. The spear of holy light in Xianxia's hand grew brighter and brighter, piercing the sky. Haha, Xianxia, I should be your opponent. At this moment, the old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed. His aura burst out, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped into the void and locked his aura on Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. The old general's cultivation was also at the peak of the second-level martial royal realm, which was not weaker than his. He did not dare to be careless. Traitors of the heaven-suppressing divine army will be executed today. Die! Xianxia shouted coldly as he released his aura. Boom! 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 Over a dozen sovereigns from the Xie family released their auras and pressed down on the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army didn't show any weakness either. More than 10 emperors released their auras and confronted the Xie family. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. Buzz! A golden sword light shot up into the sky. Even among the auras of so many emperors, it was still brilliant and dazzling. It was Di. He looked at Lu Ming's main body with killing intent. Lu Ming, it's time to deal with you. Di's powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Xiao Wan stepped forward, his demonic chi like a rainbow. Di, I am your opponent. But a golden figure appeared in front of Xiao Wan, blocking his path. Xiao Wan, the previous battle was undecided. Let's continue today. The man said coldly. He was Di Hanqiang. Chapter 1341. 1341 Jiuyang and Di. All the experts confronted each other, and a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, a voice rang out from afar. Di, you and I will fight. Buzz! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and confronted Di. It was the supreme master of the 9 suns, Xia Jiuyang. Xia Jiuyang's entire body was bathed in flames. He was burning like a sun. Xia Jiuyang, do you want to fight with me? Although you've reached the martial royal realm, you're still far from being able to fight me. Di smiled indifferently. Di, the moment you killed me, we had nothing to do with each other. I have paid you back, but you haven't paid me back. We must fight. If we don't fight today, we won't have a chance in the future. Xia Jiuyang said. No more chances in the future? Xia Jiuyang, you know your own limits. You know that you will die today. Di sneered. Xia Jiuyang shook his head. What I mean is that you are the one who will die today. That's why we won't have a chance to fight in the future. He said, I'm the one who's going to die. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Xia Jiuyang, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Di laughed and stepped forward. Golden light burst out from his body, and the golden sword chi was even more powerful. Lu Ming did not stop him. He knew that there was a knot in Xia Jiuyang's heart, which was Di. He and Di had to fight, no matter if they won or lost. Otherwise, Xia Jiuyang's knot in his heart would not be broken, and it would be difficult for him to make any further progress in his cultivation. Master, take the tower. Yin Kuang waved his hand, and the Emperor's Spirit Tower flew towards Xia Jiuyang. Xia Jiuyang raised his hand and held the Emperor's Spirit Tower in his hand. The Emperor's Spirit Tower vibrated slightly, as if it had resonated with Xia Jiuyang. A circle of territory bloomed and combined with Xia Jiuyang. The Emperor's Spirit Tower was a fire tribute Emperor's Spirit weapon. Xia Jiuyang had awakened the 9 Yang bloodline. Now that he had broken through to the Emperor level and cultivated the 9 Yang divine body, his entire body was covered in the divine fire of the sun. As soon as the Emperor's Spirit Tower was in Xia Jiuyang's hands, it was connected to his mind and was controlled by him. Of course, this was because Yin Kuangtu could not control it. After all, the Emperor's Spirit Tower was refined by Yin Kuangtu first. If Yin Kuangtu deliberately controlled it, Xia Jiuyang would not be able to use it. Xia Jiuyang, so what if you have another Emperor's spiritual weapon? Do you think you can fight me? Kill! Di shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword. He struck down, and a golden sword light slashed towards Xia Jiuyang. 9 Yang divine fist. An even more shocking flame burst out from Xia Jiuyang's body, as if the sun was burning. Boom! 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 Xia Jiuyang punched 9 times in a row. 9 fist forces, like 9 suns, shot toward De. The golden sword light slashed down, and the 9 sun-like fist forces were shattered one by one. Buzz! The Emperor's spirit tower shook and grew to the size of a mountain, crashing down on De. Boom! De's sword chi hit the Emperor's spirit tower and collapsed. Again, Xiaojiang roared. His territory spread out and merged with the territory of the Emperor's spirit tower. The power of the Emperor's spirit tower was even stronger than when it was in Yin Kuang-tu's hands. It smashed toward De again. The Emperor's sword. De's eyes were cold, and his sword chi whistled. A golden sword chi, like an emperor's sword, was released. It was filled with supreme majesty, as if everyone had to kneel down. The power of this sword was shocking. De began to show his strength at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. Clang! The sword hit the Emperor's spirit tower. The Emperor's spirit tower shook violently and was sent flying by the sword radiance. Xia Zhuliang's body also trembled, and he took 9 steps back. After all, Xia Zhuliang's cultivation was only at the first level of the martial royal realm, and he had just broken through. He was far from De's level. Even with the king's spiritual weapon, he was no match for him. Emperor's sword, break the world. The sword chi soared into the sky and slashed down at Xia Zhuliang again. Xia Zhuliang continued to block with the Emperor's spirit tower. Clang! The sword chi struck the Emperor's spirit tower, which shook even more violently and was sent flying. This sword will kill you. De's cold voice rang out. He swung his sword at Xia Zhuliang's head. Master! Yin Kuang-tu turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn, but he did not help. Just as De's sword chi was about to hit Xia Zhuliang, a stone flew out from between Xia Zhuliang's eyebrows. As soon as the stone flew out, Xia Zhuliang's aura soared. He threw a punch and hit De's sword light. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the sword light was destroyed. That is the divine sunstone? It's really the divine sunstone. Many sovereigns stared at the stone between Xia Zhuliang's eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Yes, the stone between Xia Zhuliang's eyebrows was the divine sunstone. Lu Ming had cut it out of the Divine Ruins, ancient mine during the Mu family's stone gambling event back in the Divine Ruins continent. The divine sunstone was produced from the core of the sun, and it was seamless with Xia Zhuliang's body. Lu Ming had given the divine sunstone to Xia Zhuliang when they broke out of the abyss demonic realm. Xia Zhuliang was very shocked. He wanted to reject it as it was too valuable. However, Lu Ming said that he would only accept it after this battle. The divine sunstone was indeed a perfect match for Xia Zhuliang's body constitution. Xia Zhuliang refined it slightly, and it fused perfectly with him. As soon as the divine sunstone appeared, Xia Zhuliang's cultivation temporarily skyrocketed with the help of the divine sunstone's power, reaching the second level of the martial emperor realm. De's eyes shone with a cold light. Like 2 sword lights, he stabbed at Xia Zhuliang. So what if you have the divine sunstone? You'll still die. De's voice rang out, and the sword chi whistled, rushing towards Xia Zhuliang. Xia Zhuliang controlled the Emperor's Spirit Tower and smashed it at De. 9 Yang Divine Fist. Xia Zhuliang roared. His body glowed, and then 9 suns emerged from his body. Kill! Xia Zhuliang rushed toward De, his fists constantly bombarding De. Boom! Boom! The sky was boiling as the two of them began a great battle. The scene was extremely shocking, and for a time, there was no clear winner. Heavens, he's really too strong. With such power, if it were to land on the ground, it would be able to pierce through the earth, right? In the sacred city, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep shock. The power of a martial royal realm expert was already terrifying enough, not to mention a battle of De's level. The entire sacred city was glowing. Inscriptions appeared in every corner, forming a light screen. Occasionally, a powerful qi would fall from above, but it would be blocked by the light screen. Otherwise, the entire holy city would be destroyed. Xia Zhuoyang can actually fight with Martial Emperor De. Some of the spectating sovereigns revealed expressions of shock. Xia Zhuoyang's combat power was beyond imagination. Even if Xia Zhuoyang had an emperor spiritual weapon, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the first-level martial emperor realm. An ordinary martial emperor could not fight with De, even if he controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon. But Xia Zhuoyang had done it. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.